the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The World Cup Final with Kelly Cates
on 5 Live Sport.
Hello and welcome to the MetLife Stadium for the World Cup Final. It's going to be a celebrity-studded night. Post Malone is in the middle of the pitch right now, but the main event is Spain against Argentina.
Right-footed and scores! And Argentina have won the World Cup again for the first time since 1986. What a match! What a finale for Lionel Messi and his team. Fabregas takes it up. Here's Iniesta. He can win it. He has won it. Iniesta has won the World Cup for Spain.
The trophy is with Iker Casillas, the trophy that means that Spain are the kings of world football.
Argentina against Spain, Messi against Lamine Yamal. It's two huge footballing nations in a World Cup final.
Enzo Fernandez, he's going to have another goal. He scored! It's the equaliser.
Argentina have just been this team that you just can't shake off.
O'Reilly can't stop the ball.
Point-blank range, he could hardly miss. Crosses fired in, and sliding in is Lamine Yamal, the 9th player to score in a World Cup before the age of 19.
And that's a brilliant effort, and they've won it surely, have they? What a goal! Julian Alvarez.
They've unlocked the defence this time, and they've won it. Mikel Merino.
Spain surely, late on once again, have won it.
There's the trademark celebration.
Mikel Merino takes the celebrations.
Oh, there he is! There he is! It's Messi!
Messi gets the World Cup record.
Argentino, ¿qué decirte, Leo?
Another accolade for the little maestro.
Pure Messi magic.
I just missed the end of that because enormous firework display has just gone off right round the stadium from the roof down on the pitch to mark the end of Post Malone's set here at the MetLife Stadium ahead of this World Cup final. It's going to be like this for the next 3 hours. We've got a half-hour halftime show that does feature Madonna. We don't know yet what she is going to be performing, but getting into the groove here at the MetLife, John Murray. It's Spain against Argentina, two huge footballing nations who've had very different journeys, who've played very different football, very different matches to get to this point. It's almost like the celebrity superstar team against the unit.
I'm not so sure about getting into the groove. It was more about getting into the stadium today because of the security is the tightest that we've seen at any match. So well done for everyone who's in here to see what is quite a prospect. I notice as well, I've now got firework ash. Can you see it? It's coming down on us.
It is raining on us at the moment, and that's just
ash.
the start, John.
And that's just the start. We've had Post Malone. I've got the Spanish commentator just over my left shoulder here who's already reached 10.5. But what a match we've got to look forward to here today, I think. I think it's hard to argue that they haven't been the best two teams. It's really difficult to choose between them. I think Spain, with this great run that they've been on, the confidence, the teamwork of the Spanish team, and Argentina, who have just found a way so dramatically to get here, but have won 14 matches in a row. So bring it on.
Bring it on, he says, and Ian Dennis can tell us what the teams are.
Well, Spain, Kelly, are unchanged. They had a minor doubt over Pedro Porro with this minor hamstring injury, but he's been pass fit. So Unai Simon is in goal. Porro, Kubasi, Laporte and Cucurella is the defence. A midfield of Rodri, Olmo, Fabian Ruiz. It's his 50th cap today for Spain. He is yet to lose a single match. Lamine Yamal, Alex Baena and Mikel Oyarzabal. However, if they're unchanged, Argentina have made 3 changes Nico Gonzalez, it's his first start of the tournament. He comes in for Paredes. De Paul returns to the starting lineup for Simeone, and Montiel for Molina at right back from the side that beat England. So Emi Martinez is in goal, Montiel, Romero, Lisandro Martinez and Tagliafico. Rodrigo De Paul will play on the right, Enzo Fernandez and Alexis McAllister in the centre, Nico Gonzalez to the left, Lionel Messi and Julian Alvarez are the two up front.
Deno, thank you very much. Slightly obsessed with all the logistics of how this is being sorted out on the pitch. They've had the big cover over the whole of the pitch and the stage that was set up in the centre for some of the early performances. The stage has been removed. The cover is now being removed, and they're setting up for the next phase of what is a closing ceremony and a warm-up ceremony for this World Cup final. In the midst of all of this, Chris Sutton, a game of football is about to break out in just over an hour's time.
Yeah, it is, and I can't wait for this matchup. You have the calm and the control of Spain, and then you have the sort of chaos and the carnage, which is calculated in a way from Argentina, and just Argentina's will to get through games and win games when they have looked broken and they've looked beaten. There's so much to admire about the spirit Argentina have. I still make Spain favourites. They've been the best team. They've played the best football in the tournament, and I think they'll control the game today. But Argentina, they always have a moment or two.
Paul Robinson, as Chris says, Spain will come into this as favourites because of the performances and the control that they've had throughout this tournament. But you saw firsthand in the semi-final against England that Argentina are capable of those moments, and they are capable of winning games by any means possible.
Yeah, they've got many tournament veterans in their team, particularly players that have been there and done it on this stage before, and not only against England in this World Cup. Let's not forget they were 2-0 down against Egypt with 79 minutes gone, and it looked like they were out of the tournament at that point. I just think, yes, their route to the final hasn't been the prettiest, as in it's not been comfortable, it's not been easy, they've needed extra time twice, but you can't rule a team out that have got the plethora of quality that they've got in that side. And they show spirit and fight late on in games. Even late on in the game, if Spain are 1 or 2-0 up, you still can't rule out Argentina, as we've seen.
We've already heard the final moments of the Open Championship earlier today on 5 Live Sport, and we're keeping you up to date with everything that's happening at the cricket. Here's Eleanor Oldroyd.
And you may just be seeing the last moments of Virat Kohli on an English cricket field, because the great man is out for 74 of 60 deliveries. He'd never got 100 in England. He may never get 100 in England. 315 for 5, India chasing that target of 388 to win. England's extraordinary effort, making 387 for 3 in their innings. But he's heading off now up the pavilion steps very shortly, and you'll hear the ovation for him. He's done so much for his country over the years. Sam Curran has really turned this game on his head. He dismissed Ishan Kishan and Shreyas Iyer in the same over, and here comes Virat Kohli now up the steps of the pavilion. Applause from the Indian fans, applause from the members in the pavilion as well. But yep, 3 for Sam Curran to dismiss Ishan Kishan, Shreyas Iyer, and now Virat Kohli for 74. And England are on the brink, or well, close to victory here. 315 for 5. India needs 73 more, and they've only got 28 balls to get them.
Ellie, thank you very much for that, and we could be seeing the final moments on a global stage of one of the all-time greats here today, in Lionel Messi, who takes to the field for Argentina against Spain in this World Cup final. Also with us, Spanish football expert Guillem Balaguer and South America football expert Tim Vickery, who joins us as well. Guillem, Spain are the favourites for this one. I know you're feeling pretty confident. Are there any nerves about where this may go wrong for this Spain side that seems so together and so controlled? Control is the word that keeps coming up.
Yeah. These are the two most successful sides in the 21st century. So it's bragging rights that we are playing for here. But that success has come in so many different ways for both teams. So I think it's kind of fair that and fitting that this World Cup gets the size in the finals. The confidence comes from the fact that having won it once and seeing what's happening now, and the kind of players that we've got and the ones that could replace them, just a feeling that we can be back. So it's no one off, and that is a great feeling to have. But in any case, you have to embrace everything that's happening here. Being in a quarter-final may not happen again, just in case. I did the same I did in Johannesburg. I rang everybody on video, people that my family, friends, and a couple that are not with us anymore, but I'm sure are still watching. And I've done the same, because the first thing when I thought about the final in Joburg, the first thing that came to my head was that. It was not the Iniesta goal, was not the result, it was just the fact that I shared it from the distance with all my family, who kept sending videos, and they will do the same today. Because whatever happens, it's absolutely fantastic to be part of this.
It is all about those shared moments. And when Argentina won the last World Cup, Tim, in Qatar, there were lots of references to the late Diego Maradona. There is a sense now that Lionel Messi at 39 will be playing in his last World Cup, although I think we said that 3.5 years ago in Qatar, that was potentially going to happen. But at 39, it looks like this might be his last moment. And to be able to do something like win back-to-back World Cups is something that the Argentina fans and those people who are gathering together with their families, with their loved ones to experience this occasion will be hoping that he's able to do.
Indeed, yeah. And is he going to be the lucky star who's going to express yourself and shine a ray of light and ended up taking a bow? Four Madonna singles in one line.
Someone's been on Spotify.
That's my challenge to the world. What is this Spotify of which you speak? Too old for that one. Yes. I've bored people with this for years and years and years, but you don't get too many chances for bragging rights in our game, so why not? I saw him first. South American Under-20 Championship, start of 2005, ladies and gentlemen. Argentina didn't know much about him. They knew that Spain wanted him, so they thought, well, if Spain wants him, we'll have him instead. He was half as high as everyone else. You just looked at him and he just looked like the pigeon-toed runt of the litter. This cannot be an elite sportsman. And then as soon as we saw him, we all knew we were in the presence of something special for two reasons. One was obviously the ball is tied to his left foot. As Maradona said about Messi, he can dribble while watching TV, and I'll add that he can change the channels as well. But more than that, the thing that's still keeping him here at 39 years of age is, and it was obvious when he was 17, his understanding of space. And he wasn't, when I saw him as a little 17-year-old, he wasn't doing flicks and tricks 30 and 40 metres from goal. He was he was already with this capacity to watch the game from the best seat in the house while he was playing it and understand what space he needed to attack and when he needed to attack it. And that's why he's still around at 39 years of age, because he's a genius in terms of his appreciation of space. And it also means that because his talent is collective, it helps get the best out of the team. There is no contradiction between running for Messi and working for the team. What's good for Messi is good for the team. That's the way it's been under this Scaloni Argentina now for 5 years, 5 unbeaten years. They've crossed every bridge that has been placed in front of them. But this one is a very, very difficult one indeed. And Messi yesterday, when he said to the Argentine media, he said, whatever happens in the final, this group of Argentina players have written a story that we'll never, ever forget. You can sense there from his words that he knows that this one is going to be very difficult.
Lionel Scaloni also said about Messi, he is pure history. Reaching a final at 39 years of age is unbelievable. With Diego, we miss him, but Messi is still with us. He is history, he is the legend. And together with this group of people who've brought us these wonderful years, we will always remember him. And if he scores twice today, Chris Sutton, he could win the Golden Boot in this tournament.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't put it past him. I think it's interesting because this game has been billed, hasn't it, as Messi v Yamal, but I don't think Lamine Yamal has actually turned up at this tournament. Yes, and maybe today is the day, and Yamal will target Tagliafico, the left back of Argentina. But it'll also be interesting to see Argentina out of possession, because they will be a man down. They'll be Messi down. He doesn't press. He saves himself for those moments. So I think it's going to be fascinating the way that Argentina approach this game. I think it'll be in a similar style to the way that they approach the England game, where they will just try and disrupt and stop and break that Spanish rhythm.
Well, it's Messi against Yamal in the sense that they are the two superstars in that side. Although, as Guillaume has said to us throughout the tournament, this is not a Spain team that needs superstars. The team is the superstar in this Spain squad. But obviously, Guillem, doing the rounds at the moment is that picture of Lionel Messi with the baby Lamine Yamal after his parents won an opportunity to have a photo shoot with Barcelona players. We were talking about this in one of the build-ups the other day, and you'll have a better understanding of how this might work out. Are Barcelona fans a bit torn about who to support in this competition because they're Catalan, rather than Spanish in a sense? There is that sort of separatist mentality, and also Yamal is the current player, but Messi is the legend, the hero, and representing Argentina.
Spain is full of Barcelona players and Catalans as well. So I've seen a meme of a little kid with his head down, hitting a stone, really serious. That's all the Barcelona fans at the moment. They just don't know. I don't know. But they won't lose. It'll be a time to celebrate. But I think generally as well, they're our cousins, Argentinians. So we've had the influence of players, Di Stefano, Maradona, Messi, and managers like Pellegrino and Simeone and Menotti and Valdano. And also, after the Spanish Civil War, a lot of players went to Argentina, lived there, and left a mark there as well. So I'm going to steal the words of Jorge Valdano on this one. I think I will be celebrating, and many Spanish people, and maybe even Catalans, that Spain win, but I won't be sad if Argentina win because of Messi. But let's see if it's his last time he wears his Argentina shirt. I've got a theory.
What's your theory?
So he finishes his contract with Inter Miami in 2028. That's 1 year and a half before the World Cup that's played where? One game is playing in Argentina. So, obviously, he walks 47% of the time. Let him walk more than that. It doesn't matter. Because having done what he's done, 12 goals involvement, only Gerd Müller in 1970 has done more than him, just one more. He's still very efficient and still playing for him. And Leandro Paredes said it, didn't he? We will keep winning, so Leo Messi doesn't wear the Argentina shirt for the last time.
The pre-match preparations, the closing ceremony / build-up to this World Cup final continues apace. We're battling with the sound quality, trying to hopefully reach you through the radio. Just to pick up, Guillem, on that idea that it's Messi against Yamal, and maybe Yamal hasn't really turned up in this tournament. As a player who's turned 19 in this tournament, he will have more World Cups ahead of him. But he would love one of those World Cup finals where you announce yourself on the stage. We know who Yamal is, but a performance that announces you on the stage.
Oh, not only he will love to, I can guarantee you he will search for it. He will want his moment, and I think they've managed quite well the balance between the anxiety that he felt at the beginning because the physique wasn't giving him, didn't allow him to be sharp, and probably he's not 100% anyway, and the need to help the team. But for the last two games, everybody that spoke, you ask them about the weather and they say, yeah, but Lamine is doing very well without the ball, because everybody wants to remind him that you will have your moment. He's the only Spanish player we've got that can win a game by himself. But we got here without needing him. We haven't needed a miracle save of Unai Simon either. It's all about the team. So it's Messi's magic with his street gang against the ruthless and choreographed Spanish side. So let's see.
We will see, because kickoff is about 50 minutes away in this World Cup final, but there's lots more to come here at the MetLife Stadium between now and then. A lot of performers out there with very powerful lungs, and it's very possible that the players are going to need that same kind of breath work as this game gets underway. It's hot, it's in the high 20s, it is in the just coming up to the peak of the sunshine here at the MetLife Stadium, so it's going to be tricky conditions for those players down on the pitch. But 90 minutes with that half-hour break in the middle for that halftime show. And at the end of it, we will know who are the world champions. Let's check in at the cricket with Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, the Indian fans have gone very quiet here now, and they're drifting away into the evening sunshine, because India, 329 for 7, are going to fall short in this game. That target of 388 always looked absolutely massive. They gave it a brilliant go with Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli. But Sam Curran has taken 4, including the wicket of Axar Patel, which has just been taken by Will Jacks. Absolutely brilliant catch by him, because it went miles into the St John's Wood sky. Delighted, celebrating the victory, or celebrating the catch, and the victory celebrations will be forthcoming quite soon, you think, and England will have won this 3 ODI series by 2 games to 1. 329 for 7 India.
Ellie, thank you very much for that. Just looking around the stadium, most people really are inside now. It's probably about 70-80% full inside this stadium, but there are real difficulties trying to get in. There are 3 heads of state here. There is a huge social security there is a huge Secret Service presence making sure that everybody is safe on their way in. There are long bag checks, and so people not necessarily wanting to come out and sit in this blazing sunshine for this long before kickoff. But of the people who are in here, there is a sea of blue and white Argentina shirts. Now that's not necessarily all people who've made the trip over from Argentina, because there are loads of people with those Messi shirts on who are making their way in, who bought them as souvenirs. And then over to our left-hand side, there is a small pocket of the red and yellow of Spain, with all the singing and all the dancing, and the band over there, they've got their flags up. And we'll hear them when eventually the sound inside the stadium is lowered and we're allowed to hear the fans make themselves heard. Paul Robinson, we were talking about whether or not this is a Messi versus Yamal final. Messi himself has spoken about Yamal and talked about him as one of the best players in the world. He's achieved so much, even at 19. And Messi says, you know, he's 19 years old and has his whole career ahead of him. I wish him the best, but we'll give it our all to ensure he doesn't become champion this time. He's got Messi's number 10 shirt at Barcelona that he had for almost 15 years. He's won the European Championship. He's played in a Champions League semi-final. He's already achieved a lot at 19. But we know that Messi can deliver on this big stage. Are we waiting to see whether Yamal can as well?
Yeah, of course, and I think he's one of the players that I think we probably expected more from this tournament because of the hype that's been around Lamine Yamal. When you say he's only 19, I think it was this tournament he turned 19. Over 150 games for Barcelona and 52 goals at 19 years of age. The numbers that he's posting at club level are quite incredible, but we haven't seen him yet have the impact like Messi has on his team at this particular tournament, because we've all talked about Spain as the star, when actually there's a lot of focus on Lamine Yamal.
You know what, as well, Kelly, with Yamal, and you know, we spoke about this a lot throughout the tournament. He was sort of nurtured in because he had an injury. He came on in the first game, and De La Fuentes had to manage his minutes. You know, which hasn't been easy. He probably wanted to give him more game time than he's had. I think the last couple he has played 90 minutes. But you just wonder, you know, the Messi stats were 8 goals, 4 assists. Yamal has got his goal. You just wonder whether the fact that he hasn't turned up, whether this afternoon is this afternoon for him where, you know, he really comes good for Spain.
As I said, the Spain fans are over in a small pocket to the left-hand side inside this stadium. But Guillaume, you talked about the conversations that you've had with people at home. You talked about the conversations that you had before the final in Johannesburg and how important that is. Give me an idea of how this final is being seen in Spain, how huge this occasion is.
I think Joburg was special because it was the first time that we saw something that we're going to see today. So the villages will have this big screen in the main square. The cities have organized in different places, indoors mostly, not just bars but sports centers, also meetings of fans. Somebody told me that somebody who's in Malaga, one of the people I spoke to, says I was going to go to where all the fans are going to go, but 10,000 tickets were sold last week. Not last week, it must have been after the semi-finals, 4 days ago. It feels like a whole week when you're a whole day in the States.
And to be fair, it could have been a week ago. They might have just been that confident.
Well, when you've got, this has been important for Spain because 2 things have happened. One, the national side, the federation, has been very good portraying what's been felt here and the things that have made Spain special. So they did a video with Why Not. Everybody that won the World Cup in 2010 followed the line of Laporte when he was asked, can Spain win the World Cup? And his answer was, why not? So then you hear this whole squad of Spain with Iniesta at the end, of course, saying why not. That has given feed and petrol to the people back in Spain, but also they're so nice. Everybody in the squad, the manager, everybody is so nice. So that is breaking down barriers, political barriers, ideological barriers. And we know all this is temporary. We're going to be one for a day or two maybe if we win it. And then it will go back to a lot of the divisions that have, invaded the country. But right now, everybody I know, and I know a lot of people, they're all watching it. I cannot think of anybody that wouldn't.
Is that because there's an element of overconfidence because of what we've seen from Spain?
Not really. I think they just want to be part of this. But
they want to win it. Well, it's great to be part of a final, but essentially it's about winning, isn't it?
I think it's the two sides of the same coin. You want to be part of a World Cup final. We've been hearing for so many years about it, and you've only been to one. You've been to more than one. So to actually have that shared is great. But yeah, once here, there is a touch of confidence, not from the players, but from us, because, as you were saying, against France, we played against 11 players when we had the ball that were very physical, and we danced around them. It should be easier with Argentina. But Argentina play when they have the ball with 12, because we're going to count Messi as 2. And that moment will appear at some point. We will have to combat it or score a couple of times before he does.
Yeah, when you say that they're so nice, I wish I could say the same thing about Five Live. I've been with Chris Sutton for the last 2 weeks. But in all seriousness, De La Fuente, when he took charge in the 19s, when they won that in 2015, he had Unai Simon, he had Rodri, and he had Mikel Merino. 3 players who've been on the journey with him.
Yep. The only time when Rodri wasn't with him was in Euros under-21, because he's just signed for Manchester City. And he said, let me just have the pre-season with Manchester City. But the rest of the time, they've been together. And he's been adding, with the same idea, he's been adding Cucurella here, or Pedri there, or Dani Olmo. And then all of a sudden, everybody knows everybody. Those are big, massive helicopters, them.
They are huge military helicopters, 3 of them flying over the MetLife Stadium. As we said, there are 3 different heads of state going to be inside this stadium, including President Trump, who'll be arriving shortly, I would imagine. And they're just so tight on security, understandably, ahead of this World Cup final. Tim Vickery just touched on there with Guillaume the idea of how big this occasion is in Spain, the idea that for one day there will be this sense of unity. And that's something that Argentina very much lean into. We remember the incredible scenes of celebration after they won the World Cup in Qatar, and the thousands, maybe even 1 million people on the streets of Buenos Aires at that time, and they will be poised in case their team can do it again today.
Yeah, far colder in Buenos Aires now than it is in late December, as it was in Qatar. And you'll see this in the stadium. You'll see this. And it is a shame that the fans are being drowned out by this piped music. There was one who was warbling behind you, who I was thinking, well, if it gives him that much pain, why does he do it? Just leave it to the fans to create the atmosphere, and no one creates it.
He's a really well-regarded opera singer, to be fair to him.
Good luck to him. But leave it to the fans to create the atmosphere, because they are a part of the spectacle. I'm intrigued by the team that Scaloni has picked. We knew what team Spain were going to pick. Same old. We knew. Argentina, but remember the World Cup in Qatar, the final? He sprung a surprise, and he was worried. He was terrified against France, and he sprung a surprise with Di Maria, and it was Di Maria attacking the side that no one expected, and it took the game away from France for a while. It was just a way that Scaloni found to impose his game on that of France. Are we going to see something similar this time? Because the side that's been announced isn't the side that had been expected. Everyone thought that the holding midfielder, Leandro Paredes, was a given, was a certainty. He's dropped out, and he's got both De Paul on the right and Nico Gonzalez on the left. And the one that intrigues me here is Nico Gonzalez. He's a very left-sided player. Now, there are 2 readings of this. The defensive one would be, well, Tagliafico is going to need help defending against Lamine Yamal. So we put a man there to stop Yamal cutting in. the attacking reading will be Yamal is going to come, Pedro Porro is vulnerable defensively, that's where we're going to strike for him. And that's the part of the field that is really going to fascinate me. What do Argentina intend to do down their left, the Spanish right?
Guillaume, what do you think would cause Spain more problems out of those options?
It really is about, because we detect what happens on the pitch, it really is about not losing the ball when you are in the build-up, quite clearly, and then making sure that, say we go ahead, that we don't allow Argentina to do what they did to Egypt or to England, which is to calm themselves, to put a tent in our last third. So if crosses come in, if Messi has got his moment, if he's got the ability to do short sprints, that's where he damages us. But if we keep the ball and we keep pressuring high and we'll be the best at it, yeah, it will definitely help.
Spain out warming up on the pitch here at the MetLife Arena, and they are out there with that sense of purpose ahead of them. They know that in less than 45 minutes this World Cup final will be underway, and you might just hear the noise now for Argentina as they come out onto the pitch. We can hear, Guillaume, we can hear the difference in the reception for the Spain team compared to that of Argentina. Do you think that will have any bearing on what happens on the pitch at all?
To be honest, Argentinians and the national team play by emotion, and that is something that's not tactics. That's the way you were brought up as a kid. The fact that you feel that you're doing it for the guys to understand that the fact that it is everybody's at it, everybody. That helps Argentina. But guess what? This is a winning machine, Spain. They're a winning machine. As Ian was saying, they won the under-19s Euros, the under-21s Euros, silver medalist in Tokyo. We've won the Euros in 24, the Nations League. And did you see the face of the players that were celebrating after the first goal against France? It was a business face. It was like, right guys, yeah, okay, this is okay, but we have some more things to do. And then at half-time, Rodri was shouting first to Lamine and then everybody else. Just a sentence he didn't finish. A couple of passes, guys. A couple of passes, meaning you just, as you've always done, have the ball. Keep it for the extra second. That means that somebody will come to you and there will be a gap, and then pass it. And pass is the language of Spain. They just don't give you the ball. They put it in a place where he's saying, give it back, or run with it, or just give it to somebody else. So that's in their DNA. The motion, great. It will push Argentina. We've got the head in where we have to have it, and as long as we don't take it off there, we should be okay.
It's the Pep Guardiola phrase, isn't it, having your head in the freezer? Fridge or the freezer, one of the two. It's cold anyway, and a lot cooler than it is here at the MetLife Arena. It's all over at the cricket. Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, England have won by 27 runs. They take the series 2-1, a massive 387 for 3 they scored. And India got pretty tantalisingly close points thanks to Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli particularly. But once Sharma was out for 138, it was only going one way really. So England win the series 2-1, and it's been a lot better day today for Brendan McCullum and Harry Brook than it has been recently. So congratulations to them, and India will feel they have to do some rebuilding with some legends of the game retiring and a World Cup on the horizon next year.
Ellie, thank you very much for that. We are building up to the World Cup final between Spain and Argentina, which is about 40 minutes away from kickoff. About 20 minutes time, there's going to be more performances on the pitch here. We've already seen Post Malone, we've already seen opera stars, we've already seen dancers and drummers out there. We've had a spectacle, a huge fireworks display already, even though it's in the middle of the day, but there is more to come. There is a half-time show that's going to last for half an hour that features Madonna and BTS amongst many others. We'll bring you that as well, and of course we will bring you the football. It is Spain against Argentina, and Tim Vickery, Chris Sutton was saying in just a few minutes ago, he was saying you have to admire the fight and the aggression from Argentina, and there has been a lot of talk, particularly with an English eye on things, about some of the tactics that were used in that semi-final against England. If you look at it with a cool eye when you're not the immediate opponent, is that just being smart? Is that just another weapon in your armoury?
Well, it depends how much the referee lets you get away with doesn't it? And the Spanish have already been putting pressure. De La Fuente is already putting pressure on Slavko Vincic, the Slovenian referee, trying to make sure that he doesn't let Argentina get away with so much. We are expecting them to do something similar, but Scaloni can always surprise you. But yes, I mean we saw this earlier on. This I believe was quite controversial in your parts, the way that Paraguay approached their World Cup match against France. It really does feel for the South Americans that you're carrying out your patriotic duty. It's the biggest patriotic festival that there is, representing your country in a World Cup. It does mean more to the South Americans than I think it means to anyone else. Part of that is why we're celebrating the centenary of the World Cup, which began in South America in 4 years' time. If it was just left to Europe, we wouldn't have had a World Cup, I think, until the late 50s. So that means that any weapon that you can use to give yourself a tactical or psychological edge, you will use it. And the referee, I think, is going to have to be very, very strong indeed to ensure that we get the ball rolling. And you'll notice in the last half hour of the semi-final on Wednesday, there was no funny business from Argentina whatsoever. They had the momentum, they wanted rhythm, they wanted that ball rolling as much as possible. But it was a very, very different story at the start of the game. I think it'll be up to the referee to crack down on it.
Tim's absolutely right there. You know, that they are a bunch of barroom brawlers. They really are, aren't they, Tim? But I mean, that's the way they're going to win this game, isn't it? They've got to sort of mix up, sort of tactically what they're going to do, but they will look to intimidate Spain.
Frank Sinatra now playing on the speaker. We're just trying to work out what's going on the pitch and on the big screens, and there are some incredible World Cup moments. We've just seen Bobby Moore lifting the trophy with images of Pelé on the screen, of Diego Maradona, which I imagine if the Argentina fans are watching the screens will get a big reception, but all set to a soundtrack of Frank Sinatra in My Way. He is from just down the road in Hoboken. That's where he grew up, and so this is very much his manner, and this is the voice that is going to be soundtracking these great World Cup moments. Sorry, Tim, let's hear your dulcet tones instead.
Yeah, we'll start spreading the news. I'm going to ask a question to Guillem. Is there any worry that Spain at times can struggle to transform their territory and their possession into goals? I mean, in the semi-final against France, it worked for them, didn't it? They got a penalty really from nothing. There was no danger. They hadn't created any danger, and they got a penalty, and that got Spain on top, and after they could control the game. Is there a worry, Guillem, that if Spain are unable to transform their possession into goals, then this Argentina side are always in the game?
If it was the beginning of the tournament, I would say yes. We've grown into the tournament, though, and that's so important. When you actually feel the players are confident and they can keep the ball a little bit longer, that they can make a run, they're going to be found, that there is a pass that you normally wouldn't try and then you would. And that is happening. So what happened in France was not just a team that played the ball around very well. We were very effective, or effective enough anyway. We weren't at the beginning, and that was my doubt always. And you don't know. You cannot predict, all of a sudden it's all going to work out. But right now, you've got the best Spain of the tournament. So with that in mind, it's a balanced side. Chances will be created, and you would think with the sharpness now that it will be taken. And I pray for a Lamine Yamal moment, which would take the game away as well too.
But we've been waiting for that Yamal moment all tournament, Ian.
But as Chris said, he's been injured. He's not even 100%. He had the first 20 minutes that he had against Cabo Verde. He couldn't breathe at the end of it. But now, again, it's the best Lamine Yamal of the tournament. He sees himself in the posters, and in Times Square, there's this massive screen, isn't it, where he appears after Messi, and he's like, yeah, I'm that guy, and I want to show it to you. So, okay, this is your stage.
Is there any surprise or disappointment that they haven't got Williams fit enough to start on the other flank? Because if that stretches the defence out, that makes it easier for Yamal to work his magic.
Again, we're going to see the best Nico Williams, which means he's only got 25 minutes in him. And if you ask me at the beginning of the tournament, it's like, we won with the wingers. With controlling and the wingers. We won with a winger that comes inside. It's just, it may sound arrogant, but we've got a lot of layers because our football is based on intelligence. So what is it that you can do? You reinforce it. What is it that they do? We'll make it weaker that way. What is it that we've got? Let's use it. What don't have? What we don't have, we don't have. And that's why, without Unai Simon save, without a Lamine Yamal move, we're here.
And Tim, is that the concern for Argentina? Those full back areas we saw against the Swiss, and Doy on that left hand side. I think it was Molina who started at right back. But Tagliafico hasn't had a great season. His ageing, and he just seems ripe for Lamine Yamal. Is that the concern in Argentina? Is that the weakness in this team?
It certainly is, and I think for that reason they're probably happier to be facing Spain than to be facing France. Because, and I'm sorry to harp on about it, this was the tragedy of Wednesday. England had the attacking weapons that Argentina really don't want to face. Pace, power and talent. And France have plenty of that. Spain have it as well. As Guilherme said, the repertoire that Spain have is huge. But what does worry the Argentine defence? People running at them at pace. And Yamal doing it from one flank, Williams doing it from the other. That would be hard for them to handle. The fullback position is not Argentina's strongest position. So if Spain can get Williams out for 25 minutes, half an hour, I think their chances improve.
I actually think though that Alex Baena has done an excellent job for Spain. He didn't start the first game. He's had 6 starts since. And the work rate of the players, I think he epitomised that against France. We were there. It was an all-round team performance. Oyarzabal dropping back into midfield, putting the shift, and then Baena, the right back is already shattered by the time Williams comes on for the last 20 minutes.
He had his best game, I thought, of the tournament, Baena, last game. And
everyone says coming into this tournament that Spain lack a number 9, but Oyarzabal, I think he's been absolutely outstanding this tournament.
Did you see who earlier in the tournament, De La Fuente, the coach, he was asked, which player from another national team would you most like to be Spanish? And even before the question had been finished, he said Julian Alvarez. Yeah. That's the one he really wanted. He wants Julian Alvarez. He has to face him today.
And that's the reasoning for that is because he does want that out-and-out number 9. So clearly, Oyarzabal took that personally, Guillaume.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care what you think, Kelly or team or anybody.
He won't even be aware of what I think, Guillaume.
He won't be aware. He's going to come in and do the job as he's supposed to do. He's brought his family, which at least shows a little bit of emotion from him. But everything that's outside the pitch, he just switches completely off. And there was doubts and there was debates about Unai Simon. Really, Unai Simon? I mean, you're going to have Cubarsí, a 19-year-old in against Mbappé. I mean, Rodri doesn't feel fit or sharp. Oyarzabal, he doesn't score. And all of a sudden, he scored 15 goals with Spain in this season. It's a record for Spain. No Villa, no Torres, no anybody. He just suits perfectly. This Spain is the invisible man. Will be invisible again, and we'll see.
I think
will Fabian Ruiz move left to block Messi?
So you're going to have Rodri quite clearly and Olmo on the right-hand side. And if Messi attacks the right-hand side, you're going to have, obviously, Fabian just covering that ground. But the idea is to defend as a team. So you take the ball, you keep it from them, you defend high up the pitch. And then if Messi, who will be waiting in the halfway line, gets it, well, try to beat Laporte or Cubarsí. But the key is that jump just after losing the ball. That's the key defensively.
You know with Oyarzabal, and you say that he doesn't care. How is he viewed in Spain, though? Is he viewed as a top draw striker, or is he just sort of viewed? He plays for Sociedad. He's a reasonable goal scorer. His all-round game is okay, but there's a feeling that he's not top draw. How is he viewed in Spain?
Well, he's not in the covers of the newspapers or the magazines, and there's no big reports about him or documentaries, so he hasn't got a massive profile. But in the Spanish football culture, there is something that is identified by anybody, even people that don't really know much about football, which is intelligence. You see that what he does. You see that he ends up. You see that he moves deep, or he goes wide, or when he lost, because he was out for almost 2 years with a knee injury. lost his pace, and yet he adapted very well. So he's viewed as an intelligent part cog in this machine. He works for this team, for the system.
And have Real Madrid or Barcelona ever come in for him, the big boys, or is he not sort of sexy enough for them?
He was actually asked about it, and he said, of course, I'm happy where I am. He wants to be a one-man club, that's all he wants to be.
And that's him absolutely settled, and he's delivering on the global stage for Spain at this tournament. And Guillaume was talking, Tim, about maybe a plan for trying to deal with Messi and having to be really smart about it, having to use real football intelligence, because that obviously is what Lionel Messi has in spades. And what we've seen him do in this tournament, and to great effect against England, is instead of taking up positions where players, he's finding space in there, and so the players who are defending against him aren't sure whether to go and deal with him one-on-one, whether they're allowing to play. He's giving them so many decisions to make just by the positions that he's taking up and walking over to.
And he can cross the ball with his wrong foot, as if he just put it on top of the centre forward's head with his hand. Yeah, well, that's a criticism that's often made of him in Brazil. Where's his right foot? Pelé had two. Where's his right foot? But I fear, and Brazil are trying to hold the line of, Pelé is incomparable. There's no one on the same shelf as Pelé. I fear that ship has sailed now. I fear that if you can do what he's doing at the age of 39, then you have to put him in the conversation. He will never be as close to the Argentine soul as Diego Maradona. Maradona was one of them. Maradona was a fan. Maradona would go to the games and take his shirt off and swing it round his head and lead the chanting. You can't really imagine Messi doing that. With Maradona, they loved the way that he would fall down and get back up again. Maradona was so easy for them to relate to. Messi is a kind of different thing. They're a little bit in awe of him. And that distance, obviously, that created problems for a while when he wasn't winning. Now, when he is winning, that distance is part of the awe that they feel. And I think that includes his teammates as well, because the basic idea that Scaloni has had is it's a team of Messi and his fan club. Messi is top cat, the indisputable leader of the gang. That's what he is.
Tim, I just don't know if you saw it, Kelly, but the goalkeeper coach of Argentina, the games have started, the goalkeeper coach of Argentina was walking backwards, step on the foot of the goalkeeper coach of Spain in the Spain half. The goalkeeper coach of Spain just went on his feet. What are you doing? I said, oh, sorry. So the game started.
This referee's going to have to be tough in this one. It's going to have to keep a close eye on it. Just to get your thoughts on that idea of how Spain can deal with Messi, Guillaume, because you can have a plan, but then Messi will just change what he does. So then you have to have another plan, and then Messi will change what he does, and then you have to have another plan ad infinitum.
No, I think you just need to play your game. You don't need another plan for Messi, but you cannot defend Messi all the time. That's quite clear. Did you hear the story of Luis de la Fuente when he was Sevilla youth coach, played against Barcelona, and he decided to go man marking on Messi for 75 minutes. His defender got a yellow, so he was replaced by another defender. The game at that point was 0-0, and Messi then scored 4 goals against the new defender. So no man marking, you just have to keep the ball. I keep saying this, but that's what would happen, and be very aggressive when you lose it, to make sure that nobody has got the ability to raise their head and see where Messi is, because of course they will find him, especially with the Paul being there. That's his job.
I think it'd be a really interesting battle today. We see Messi line up as a central striker, as he did against England, but quite often one of the favourite pockets he likes to go to on the pitch is over on that right-hand side, and that's the left back, that's Cucurella. And for me, Cucurella is one of the best one-on-one defenders. He certainly was in the Premier League last season. That's why Real Madrid have taken him on, and I think Messi will soon get fed up of Cucurella kicking him over on that side, so he might have to find some new pockets of space on the pitch today.
Well, that's one of the points I was going to make on Cucurella, is that if Spain have a player who has that stereotypical Argentinian, I'm going to say he's got a bit of that dog in him. if there is one player in Spain who's got that, it is Marc Cucurella.
Good point. Again, just on the defending, you just need, Rodri says, to touch the ball, to pass the ball with one touch. and then nobody come close to you to do the kind of thing that they do, if you like. But you're right, when it gets to 1v1, Pedro Porro has been extraordinary as well, in a less kind of aggressive way, if you like. But yeah, Cucurella has got no problem. And now the former Barcelona player, of course, who's a Real Madrid new signing, facing the legend of Barcelona. Everything is showing us that there'll be some sparks at some point. But try to beat Cucurella and Fabian and Cubarsí and all of those that Messi's going to find when he has the ball.
Go on then, Tim. How do Argentina win this World Cup final? How do they become one of those rare teams to win back-to-back World Cups?
Spain not taking their chances. Maybe Guilherme can Laporte be exposed? Is he the weak link in the back four? Will Argentina look to play on him? Alvarez against Laporte?
And Cubarsí in set pieces. That is a weakness, but nobody's exploited it so far. Could be the chance tonight.
I've got to say, Tim, we thought that against France. I was sure that the French front line would cause Spain all sorts of problems. They didn't see enough of the ball, really. Spain were, I think Cubarsi's been better than Laporte, in this tournament. But what is it, eight shots they've conceded on target? In this tournament, that's absolutely extraordinary.
Not all of us.
I remember from that game, after about 15 minutes, France launched the perfect counter-attack. It was perfect. It was a lovely ball from deep from Olise, a gorgeous diagonal pass from Dembélé, and Mbappe's in on goal. He couldn't get a shot off. Spain, they had enough men around the ball, and people talk a lot about Spain in possession, but they had enough men that the defensive recomposition was so good that the perfect counter-attack, and France couldn't get a shot on goal. And I thought at that point, wow, I'm going to have to reassess my thinking about this game.
Not all of us thought that, Chris. I went into that game, and Guillaume will back me up on this, with confidence for Spain. Did I not?
You did.
Yeah,
more than I did.
This isn't about you.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that you're trying to make it out as, saying, oh, I thought that for France.
And you thought that the French front line would be as feeble as they were?
No, I knew that Spain would dominate the ball, and I knew that you can get at that French defence. But I'll say this about this game here today: only twice in World Cup history has a team come back from 3 goals down. Spain, and I agree with what Tim and Guillaume have been saying, that sometimes they don't take their chances, but only when Spain go 3-0 up should they be confident. If they're only leading 2-0, we have seen this unique mentality that Argentina have. Even if they're 2-0 down, you wouldn't still rule out Argentina from fighting back.
And Spain haven't been behind. Am I right? Yeah.
Well, you two can continue your personal battle, maybe off air at some stage, where you can talk this out a little bit later on. Listen, when it gets to the final whistle, you're going to shake hands and you'll see each other in the bar afterwards. We all know you'll be friends again by then. Kickoff then is fast approaching. Less than 20 minutes to go until it all gets underway here at the MetLife Arena in New Jersey. The stage is set for Spain against Argentina, and they are building a stage in front of us with the flags of every nation who's competed at this World Cup. And we're going to hear very shortly from Jennifer Hudson, who will be singing the American national anthem. So we're going to say goodbye for now, and thank you to Tim Vickery and Guillaume Balaguer. Pleasure to talk to you guys as always. We are nearly there, because there is a huge ceremony to come. It is the closing ceremony. It is the build-up to this World Cup final. We are all set for what could be a fascinating battle between Spain and Argentina. As far as the game itself is concerned, Chris, is the key to this one for Argentina to try and get either an early goal or at least not to concede early on against Spain?
Yeah, you know what, I mean, you talk about Argentina when they're out of possession, and Messi will not work. Spain will dominate the ball. I think it has to be a similar approach from Argentina, the way they approach the game against England. They have to stay in the game. I think they'll defend deep. I think that they'll try and intimidate the referee. I think they'll be aggressive. I think they will disrupt Spain as much as they can, and then just hope for a moment. The longer the game goes on, though, if you get well into the second half and Spain don't get that goal, that's when I think it will get a little bit nervy for them. But if Spain take the lead, we saw them in the previous game against France. They didn't just beat France; they obliterated France. And I know Ian Dennis thought that would happen, but most people didn't. It was so impressive the way that they played.
John Murray, one of the hallmarks of this tournament has been the glitz and the glamour, the very American-style approach to all of this, and one of those things is being seen here at the stadium. We're going to have the halftime show a little bit later on, featuring Madonna, Justin Bieber, BTS, amongst others. Shakira obviously will be here singing her World Cup final song, and right on the pitch right now they're getting all set for this, the pre-match, let's call them shenanigans, shall we?
Yes, this will take us over the course of the next 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer than that. So the US anthem is going to be sung by Jennifer Hudson, who's just been prepared, isn't she, down there, Kelly, on her golden dais. So the pitch has been set up like it was for the opening ceremonies. We've got the flags of all 48 nations, and we've got the military out there. We've also got the flag bearers who are dressed completely in gold lame, and Jennifer Hudson. As are you. And Jennifer Hudson, all in shimmering white in this New Jersey sunshine, in the middle of the blue carpet that has written across it FIFA World Cup 2026, and then in gold the final. So she will sing the US anthem, and at the end of that we are due to get a fly past by 4 F-16 jets. So I'm just saying that so it doesn't surprise Ian. So I know he can be
a little jumpy at loud noises.
That's a bit rich coming from you.
And here she is, a moment of hush.
At this time, we ask that you please rise if you are able for the national anthem of the United States of America, performed by Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony Award-winning artist Jennifer Hudson.
Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stars and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular bombs bursting, and I gave proof through the night that I fled was still mine.
Well, what a flourish that was by Jennifer Hudson to finish it off. Right arm in the air, and she steps back with a big smile on her face. And we should be getting that F-16 fly past any moment now. I've fallen foul of this over the years a few times, Kelly, when I've said, here it comes, the fly past, here it comes, and it doesn't. But we've already had the helicopters that have flown over the stadium. We think that President Trump was in one of them. And we're also going to have a performance now by a combination of Robbie Williams, Nicole Scherzinger and Laura Pagini. There they are! I told you they were coming! You said they were coming. She still jumped. And there they go. I can still see them away, disappearing, all four of them. They were wing by wing as they flew over the New Jersey Stadium, and now they've separated and are heading off over the Manhattan skyline, which is away beyond the stadium to our right. And the other things that are going to happen here, Kelly, are we're going to have the trophy carried out, that Golden World Cup trophy, which, slightly worryingly, they've not told us who it is who's going to be carrying out, but they say it's going to be a FIFA legend, which always slightly concerns me in case I don't recognise them. But anyway, the trophy will be carried out by a FIFA legend, and we are going to have, in some shape or form, what is described as a message to the world by Tom Cruise. And whether that is live or whether that is on screen, I'm not sure. And then by the time we get through all of that, we will then be just about ready for the teams to come out.
I think Tom Cruise is here, and he will be coming out at the thing, whether or not, as you say, the message is pre-recorded, because he's a FIFA ambassador.
Yes, and we also have in attendance, I mentioned the fact that Donald Trump is here, but also from the other co-hosts, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, and also the President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, who were all together at the draw in Washington in December on the stage, if you remember. But Claudia Sheinbaum, quite famously actually in Mexico, gave away her ticket for the opening match to a fan. So wasn't at the opening match in the Azteca, but is here for the final. We will also have King Felipe of Spain and Queen Letizia, and Sofia, the Spanish Infanta, is here as well. And also the President of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, is here, who, if I've got my geopolitics right, has not always seen eye to eye with Donald Trump, but not the President of Argentina, Javier Milei, because, and this is superstition, because he's watched all of the Argentina wins at home in front of his telly, so he's doing that again for the final.
And I feel one of the celebrities who's going to be at this World Cup final, who's been sadly overlooked in a lot of the build-up, but will be part of the halftime show, is Kermit the Frog. So every generation and every person watching this will hopefully feel represented by the performances that we're seeing. Oh, there's the fireworks again.
From the top of the stadium this time, and above us as well, we can see the smoke drifting over our heads. So there we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, football fans around the world, please give a warm welcome to 2010 FIFA World Cup champion Andres Iniesta and 1978 FIFA World Cup champion Mario Kempes, and Louis Vuitton ambassadors Hoyen and Carlos Alcaraz presenting the FIFA World Cup trophy and its monogram canvas Louis Vuitton trophy trunk.
Of course it is. So there we are, there's the answer. It's Andres Iniesta and Mario Kempes, Chris, who we remember, don't we, from our youth. Mario Kempes from the World Cup in Argentina in 1978. And the carrying case has been unlocked, and Andres Iniesta carried the World Cup forward and raised it high. And there's Mario Kempes as well, who has got the trophy in his hands and is showing it to the Argentina fans who've cheered in response. Brilliant memories from the World Cup in Buenos Aires and the final, and the ticker tape coming down, and Mario Kempes with his long black flowing hair that he had in his youth.
Acclaimed actor, producer, and global icon, Tom Cruise.
Oh, and there he is. He's not on video screen. It's the real thing.
30 days ago, 48 nations began a journey. They crossed oceans, they crossed borders, they crossed cultures. And together, they showed us why this game belongs to the world. From 3 countries across them, and from every corner of the globe, we have witnessed greatness. And we have shared in moments of joy, moments of hope, moments we will all never forget. Football is a language spoken without words, a force that unites people, that turns strangers into friends, and reminds us of what we all have in common. Today, only 2 teams remain. España y Argentina. But these stories belong to each and every one of us, to every nation, to every player, to every supporter, to every volunteer, to every dream carried on the pitch. So as we gather for one final chapter, let us celebrate a tournament that brought the world together. Let us celebrate each other. This is football. This is unity. And this is greatness.
Well, I think he's finished. That was Tom Cruise with a motivational speech for the ages as we build up to the World Cup final. So they're running slightly behind in terms of the kickoff. We were supposed to be seeing the teams come out about 5 minutes ago, but they are setting the stage. They're taking the kind of the cover away that Tom Cruise was speaking on. They're now putting the more familiar things that you will have seen on television on the pitch, including the FIFA lettering. They're just about to unfold the 2 flags of both Spain and Argentina before the players make their way out onto the pitch. It's quite a lot to squeeze in, John Murray.
Yes, and they're not managing it. But Tom Cruise, he looked $1 million, didn't he? Actually, no, he looked $100 million. And he was all in black. This lovely breeze that is blowing around the stadium was just ruffling his hair. He had his sunglasses in his left hand. Although he did point to the Spanish fans when he said the people from Argentina, and he pointed to the Argentina fans when he said everyone from Spain.
Well, it's a risky business doing this kind of thing.
It is. And I think we got to the point there where the Argentina fans actually just started to entertain themselves during the course of that monologue. However, it was heartfelt. Well done, Tom.
I thought they were lovely words. Ian Dennis was welling up.
Believe me, I wasn't.
Well, Tom Cruise with a message of unity about how football can bring people together. We did hear from Guillaume Balaguer that in the build-up to this game, he was thinking about the people that he spoke to before Spain won the final and after they won the final in Johannesburg in 2010. And we saw those incredible scenes just 3.5 years ago on the streets of Buenos Aires in particular, when Argentina lifted the trophy. It's such a rare feat to be back-to-back world champions, and that is what is ahead of Spain today, and what could be Lionel Messi's last game at a World Cup finals. May not be his last game in an Argentina shirt, may not even really be his last game at a World Cup finals, because one of the matches in the opening to the next World Cup finals will be played in Argentina. So perhaps Messi could have one last dance, or this could be it. If he scores 2 goals in this one, he'll win the Golden Boot as well. But the players are on their way out and taking you through the arrival of Spain and Argentina at the MetLife Arena ahead of the World Cup final. Ian Dennis.
Well, dare I say that I wouldn't be alone in thinking that this could have been slightly different had England not wilted on Wednesday night. However, what we do have for the first time in a World Cup final is the reigning Copa American champions against the European champions. Old and new. An old superstar against the young superstar. Lionel Messi, who is the oldest outfield player to appear in a World Cup final. Only Dino Sof, when he was 40 years and 133 days in 1982, as the goalkeeper, of course, as Italy appeared in a World Cup final, up against Lamine Yamal, the 3rd youngest player to appear in a World Cup final at 19 years and 6 days. And everybody, I'm sure, now has seen that image of Messi cradling Lamine Yamal in his arms. Well, now these two superstars will do battle but it is their feet that will do the talking. As on this baking hot day here, not hardly a cloud in the sky in New Jersey, the two teams take to the field as they walk through that guard of honour. And the giant flags that have been stretched out as they have throughout every of the previous 103 games at this World Cup tournament in the United States, Canada and Mexico. The flag of Spain fills the halfway towards our left. The flag of Argentina, the albices, the sky blue and white to our right. And now the two squads of 26
We ask that you please rise if
gather
you are able for the national anthem of Spain.
outside the centre circle down below as we look from our lofty position. And now here on BBC Radio 5 Live, BBC Sounds, and also live across the world on the World Service. It's time for the national anthems, starting of that of Spain. I have to say there's more red and yellow in the MetLife Stadium than I envisaged, but the overwhelming colour is that of the white and sky blue of Argentina. Thousands of them inside this cavernous bowl, and now with all the passion that they have displayed, we get ready for the national anthem of Argentina.
Sean eternos los laureles que supimos conseguir, que supimos conseguir, coronados de gloria vivamos. Oh, juremos con gloria morir, oh, juremos con gloria morir.
Now the pyrotechnics, fireworks as well. The red and yellow of Spain, the sky blue and white of Argentina, as the Spanish players wait. And now the customary handshakes as Lionel Messi leading Argentina in yet another World Cup final, round the centre circle and down the line. Chris Sutton, what a scene, what a spectacle.
Yep, and I can't wait for the game. A little bit late, as you said. Two teams who had different journeys to the final. Spain have been silky and smooth and slick and played with control, and Argentina, they never know when they're beaten, and they're a team who always seem to find a way. And I suppose, can they again today, Paul?
It's going to be a big ask for either of these two sides, but there's one that's very, very experienced. The current World Cup holders in Argentina. I've seen them a number of times in this tournament, and they've come a very, very different way. They've needed extra time twice, they've come from behind twice, but they're tournament veterans and they don't know when they're beaten. Whereas Spain, they've looked the best team at the tournament, they've controlled possession, never gone over 90 minutes, only conceded one goal. It really is set up fantastically. The best defence against the best attack.
certainly is, Paul. Here are the two teams. Spain are unchanged from the side that beat France in the semi-final. Unai Simon, Porro, Kubasi, Laporte and Cucurella. Midfield of Ruiz, Rodri and Olmo. Lamine Yamal, Alex Baena and Oyarzabal leading the line. However, Argentina have made 3 changes. Nico Gonzalez, his first start of the tournament after 6 substitute appearances. He'll play on the left-hand side of midfield. He comes in for Paredes, who is essentially a defensive midfielder. De Paul comes in on the right for Simeone, and at right back, Montiel starts instead of Molina. So Emi Martinez is in goal for the defending champions. Montiel, Romero, Lisandro Martinez, Tagliafico the left back. And then you've got a midfield of De Paul, Fernandes, McAllister and Gonzalez, Julian Alvarez and Lionel Messi, the captain, who becomes just the second player to appear in 3 World Cup finals after Cafu. They're in the customary shirts as well. The striped shirts of Argentina, the white and sky blue, and Spain are in the red shirts with the navy shoulders and navy shorts. And you would think that something has got to give. Argentina coming to the game with 14 successive wins. And as for Spain, they are looking to set the longest run in men's international football. It's a run of 37 games undefeated that has previously been set by Italy and Argentina. So, gentlemen, if we're to nail our colours to the mast, who are you backing?
Oh, it's Spain with the skill and Argentina with the will. I just think Spain will have too much for Argentina. Argentina, there'll be a man down when Spain have the ball, because Messi won't move much, but then he may come into his own when Argentina have their moments. But Spain have controlled so many games, and you know, we've had that argument earlier, maybe they haven't scored enough goals, but I think that control will come through once again today. But I'm not ruling Argentina out.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's why it's so finely poised. Argentina have scored at least 2 in every game that they've played, so you'd expect them to at least get on the score sheet today. And if Spain don't take the chances, they could be punished.
The biggest World Cup ever, with this the 104th final game of a tournament that began 38 days ago. And we are in the biggest venue at this World Cup, the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, where you've got close on 79,000 people packed out inside this giant cavernous bowl. And listen to the roar in the next 5 seconds after the countdown as Lionel Messi ties up his bootlaces. We're underway. The 23rd World Cup final, live on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Our referee is Slavko Vincic of Slovenia. He'll need to be strong in the early stages, as straight away the masses of Argentinian supporters break out into song. Muchachos, it's their anthem, and they'll sing it all afternoon long. Good to have you with us here on 5 Live and the World Service. Spain are playing from left to right as we look. Simon will touch the ball towards Laporte. There was Fabian Ruiz. There's no real great pressing from Argentina. Olmo, Oyarzabal drops off, lays it towards Porro. Lamine Yamal wanted the ball early and he wanted it to feet. He goes back towards Kubasi, and straight away Spain, here in the sunshine in New Jersey, have just settled in the opening 60 seconds.
Yeah, I mentioned Argentina. They're not going to really press with any great ferocity. They won't press particularly high. They'll be in sort of a mid or a low block. Spain will dominate the ball. Just wonder with this pitch though. They did water it earlier, but it's not as slick as Spain would have liked.
Early foul by Porro, and Slavko Vincic will just let him off with a warning, Paul.
Yeah, the referee's looking like the first one go, but you can clearly see from an Argentina point of view, those of you that saw or listened to the England game, we spoke about Argentina pressing high and the intensity in the early stages of the game. Whether it's a game plan because of the weather or because they're going to allow Spain the ball, they've certainly started in a different way.
Emi Martinez has the ball at his feet. He's in a light green goalkeeping outfit. This is Lisandro Martinez, who's now coming forward with the ball. Tagliafico is ahead of him, gets away from one challenge, inside to Alvarez. De Paul has actually stayed out very in fact, here he's in the centre circle. Montiel is out wide on that right. At the minute, Cucurella doesn't seem too concerned about him.
No, De Paul will play narrow off that right-hand side. He'll get the width from Montiel. He gets the nod over Molina today. More of a natural winner in Nico Gonzalez off the Argentinian left. The ball carrier.
Martinez, Enzo Fernandez, Spain are pressing. Romero now brings Montiel into the play, and he's got a lot of space to come onto on that far side. Links up with De Paul, back towards Montiel. Romero running back midway through his own half as two helicopters are hovering overhead. Never known a stadium with security as tight as it has been today. The queues to get in just for the media, let alone for the supporters, although everybody was advised to get here early. And judging by the way that it seems so full here, hardly an empty seat in the house, everybody has heeded those warnings. Here is Lisandro Martinez. Tagliafico down the line, doesn't keep the ball in play, and McAllister goes out for a throw in front of Scaloni, the Argentine coach.
They're going to have a little bit of possession, Argentina, but we can see the contrast in styles in pressing already. Spain immediately want the ball back. As soon as they lose it, they want to get the ball back, whereas Argentina at times, they're happy without it.
Enzo Fernandez was just doing a little bit of a job on Olmo, as we've just seen Baena brought to the ground by Montiel. Are we going to get an early yellow card?
Well, it should be. And Montiel, guess what, is pleading his innocence. Baena made a movement towards the ball, then in behind, and I would describe this as a rugby tackle. He's very, very lucky, Montiel. Pulls Baena down.
I do feel that hit the American referee the other night, shown a little bit more authority in the early stages. It would have stopped a lot of the shenanigans as Olmo turns away from Lisandro Martinez. Oyarzabal lays it out towards Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal, ball takes a deflection, comes back to Lamine Yamal, shoots, blocked, saved by Emi Martinez. It was very fortuitous how it came back to him, but he hit it early left-footed, got a block, saved by Emi Martinez.
I think it took a deflection, Paul, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a really good save by Martinez. That actually was going across his goal. Good 1-2 from Yamal. He ends up 12 yards out on the angle he shoots. I think it takes a deflection off Romero.
Rodri wins the ball. Rodri comes forward into Lamine Yamal, tries to cross the ball, blocked by Lisandro Martinez, pokes the ball away under pressure. Spain, though, aggressive in the press, win the ball back on the right-hand side. 0-0 here in this World Cup final, live on 5 Live. But then Laporte's made an error, and Alvarez, and the goalkeeper's come a long way out. Unai Simon, we've seen him do that on 2 or 3 occasions at this World Cup, and it paid off. As a former goalkeeper, his starting position again, superb.
He got so lucky, so lucky, because his initial reading of the through ball, he started to backtrack. The first ball that was going to be played through, he went to come for it, it bounced back, and then the second through ball, he was already so far out of his goal, it allowed him to cut the ball out. He was lucky there, the Spanish goalkeeper.
Cucurella forward on that far side to left. We're in the company of Chris Sutton and Paul Robinson on BBC Radio 5 Live. It's been a lively 5.5 minutes played in this World Cup final. As Laporte edges his way, Fabian Ruiz, Laporte then passes the ball along the ground, out towards Baena. Baena back in field towards Fabian Ruiz. Here is Rodri just outside the centre circle, along the ground towards Lamine Yamal. Porro has gone up on ahead of him. They've got a very good understanding. It's why Llorente has been preferred to Porro for starting games as the right back. Here is Rodri once again, Spain passing the ball quickly. Fabian Ruiz back towards Rodri. Argentina have everybody back inside their own half, and then Rodri will just sweep it back towards Kubasi, and it goes further back towards Unai Simon.
Yeah, just going back to those couple of moments which Spain had, Lamine Yamal, I think he could have shown a great deal more conviction when he did get a shot off it. No real pace on the shot, and then the cross as Laporte just took a chance for a moment.
Oyarzabal dropping off. Did well to lay it off to Rodri, powers his way forward, gets a little nudge in the back by Alvarez, then a blatant two-handed push in the back from Alvarez, but Spain still have it. Cucurella 30 yards out from goal. Olmo. Here is Porro, forward. Porro looking to link up, the little flicker back inside. Porro was impeded. Oh, referee! Referee, that was a clear foul.
You're absolutely bang on. That's an absolute shocker. The referee saying, no, I got that right. Well, you didn't, referee. Porro played round the corner, followed the ball. He was taken down. We're not going to have another one, are we? Another display of weak officiating.
He should have been far stronger in that situation. Porro, to his credit, tried to stay on his feet. Here is Olmo, looks towards Cucurella, doesn't have the weight of the pass. And there was De Paul just dropping in with the interception. Spain, though, with the pressing, winning the ball back. Lamine Yamal inside to Oyarzabal. And he tries to then pass the ball towards Lamine Yamal. And then Tagliafico goes to ground. He gets a free kick.
Yeah, this could be good, couldn't it? Starting to get a little bit live with this. Spain just showing him flashes of quality and possession there. Should certainly have had a free kick on the edge of the box. A really good interchange, a 1-2. Pedro Porro. He's been one of the players of the tournament for me, Pedro Porro, popping up in the advanced areas, got himself on the goal sheet. As Chris says, that understanding with him and Lamine Yamal, it's been there for all to see this tournament.
The referee, Slavko Vincic, is very experienced. He did the Europa League final involving Rangers in Sofia against Eintracht Frankfurt in 2022. Took the Champions League final in 2024, Real Madrid against Borussia Dortmund. And when Kalina told him he was going to be the referee for this World Cup final, he actually was overcome with emotion and he broke down in tears. So he's no stranger to the big occasion. And I did think that was a clear foul on Porro when that was potentially opening up for Spain. 8.5 minutes played, 5 live. A reminder, this game is live on BBC One. It means you can watch and listen through the iPlayer and the BBC Sport website to the 5 Live commentary, and we're also live on the World Service too. Lisandro Martinez for Argentina. Behind it goes for Tagliafico, and that will be a throw to Spain that Porro, who was a slight doubt coming into the game with a minor hamstring injury, but they've named an unchanged side. And remember, they have the advantage of playing the extra 24 hours before that second semi-final. Not since 2010 has a team playing in that second semi-final won a major tournament. Indeed, that was Spain 16 years ago. There have been 3 World Cups and 4 European Championships since then, where the extra 24 hours have been absolutely critical. Emi Martinez with his green shirt rippling in the breeze as Lisandro Martinez hits it long and downfield, taken high on the chest by Nico Gonzalez, making his first start at this World Cup. But it's Rodri who lays it off, and Spain, Chris, are quickly back into possession.
Yeah, and you know, as expected, they've controlled these opening 10 minutes. Argentina need to have that variation in the play. We know they'll try and play, but they need Nico Gonzalez or Julian Alvarez to make sure that they run in behind that Spanish backline and stretch the game. Can't always be defeat.
10 minutes played, and it's goalless here on 5 Live as Spain. Kubasi's early ball. Oyarzabal tried to play it off towards Fabian Ruiz, making his 50th appearance for his country, and he is still yet to taste defeat. He's won 34 and drawn 15 of those undefeated 49 matches since he made his debut some 7 years ago. Laporte in the centre circle, goes square to his left. Cucurella, little touch towards Baena. Read well by Montiel, out for a throw. Paul Robinson.
Yeah, Argentina have been at the most vulnerable this tournament when you get the balls in behind them. They're an ageing defence, as we spoke about before the game, and all the way across the back four. They have looked shaky when you get balls down the side and turn this defence. In front, they're quite comfortable.
Pedro Porro with a searching diagonal ball towards Baena. Lays it back towards Cucurella. Fabian Ruiz infield to Rodri, space for him to run into for Spain. Cucurella has made a diagonal run, the referee gets out of the way. Fabian Ruiz with a low ball in, and comes off the legs of Lisandro Martinez and behind for a corner kick to Spain, 0-0. Chris.
Dangerous crossing from Fabian Ruiz, 25 yards out, fizzing across it. It's odd the way Lisandro Martinez made that clearance. Can Spain work something from a corner? Will it be a short corner routine as Baena come over from the left to the right. This will be a right-footed outswinger.
An out-swinging corner kick for Spain. Slavko Vincic is having a word. There's just a little bit of jostling going on in that penalty area. So it's on this near side, the right, 12 minutes played, Spain playing from left to right. Baena to take it, curls its way, Olmo waits, gets it down, challenged by Romero. Central defender comes out of the penalty area, they bypass him towards Olmo, clips it back across towards Lamine Yamal. Off his left thigh, comes on the inside, touches the ball towards Baena, tries to hit it low, blocked by this tenacious Argentinian defence, and Spain will get a throw level with the penalty area on the right that Porro is going to wander forward to take. It remains 0-0 here in New Jersey. And then back to Kubasi with every outfield player in the Argentinian half. Kubasi now backpedals into Spanish territory. Laporte, Cucurella has gone wide, and because of the presence of De Paul, he has to go back to Unai Simon.
Yeah, that was actually a well-worked corner, that, from Spain. And from an Argentina point of view, worrying how easy it was for them to get in. It was just a ball over the top of everybody, missed everybody, and Olmo was there at the far post. If it wasn't for Romero's touch, they could have had an opportunity on goal there, Spain.
Rodri dropping in between the two central defenders. Laporte back to Unai Simon. McAllister decides to press. Laporte will clear long for Spain, up towards the halfway line, and Oyarzabal, but Romero was breathing down, Lisandro Martinez breathing down his neck, and then he gets the header forward once again for Argentina, picked up by Rodri. Absolutely outstanding against France in that semi-final in Dallas. Here is Porro, he got the second goal, passes the ball forward, it bobbles away though off the legs of Oyarzabal. Lisandro Martinez with a lazy lift of the leg downfield. Porro then almost gives it away, but Rodri with his anticipation, that was a very firm challenge by McAllister on Olmo. Very, very firm indeed. Spanish players aren't happy with that, Chris Sutton.
Well, neither is De La Fuente. It's a late challenge. I mean, that has to be a yellow card. Guess what? The referee hasn't gone for his pocket. This is what Argentina do, and they're good at it, and if they can get away with it, they will. They're a bunch of barroom brawlers, they are. Roughhouse tactics. We knew this would happen, and it's up to the referee to be strong. Dani Olmo, he cannot believe it. De La Fuente in his technical area, shake of the head. Get a grip, referee. I mean, that is as late can be.
It was awful. That really was an awful challenge. He's flown in from distance. You talk about being in control of yourself when you're going for a tackle. It was one-footed challenge. He caught Olmo, but he flew in from such a distance away.
That's twice now that yellow cards should have been shown.
That was an orange card, never mind a yellow card.
15 minutes play. Spain 0, Argentina 0. Emi Martinez with the banks of the Argentinian supporters. So many of them away towards our right. Jumping up and down now in unison. Two large chunks behind that goal of Emi Martinez. They certainly seem to dominate the middle tier of this bowl-like stadium here. No roof cover whatsoever. Messi's knocked from behind and the referee gives a free kick.
And as soon as Messi takes a touch on his chest, I think it's Ruiz who, in fact it's Alex Baena who bulldozes into the back of him. Romero's up, running to that area. You can't touch our best player. You can't touch our little fella.
Spain now have brought everybody back. Lamine Yamal has actually just kicked the ball away, saying that's not where the foul was committed from. It's forward of the centre circle. Remember, Spain ahead of this match, yet to trail in any of the games at the World Cup. They've been ahead for 331 minutes. But De Paul ready to chip this free kick in. The former Atletico Madrid player, right-footed, chips it round the back and over the head of Nico Gonzalez, and it will go out of play for a goal kick, 0-0.
Yeah, it's quite straight, taking that from the middle of the pitch, quite a straight position there. Always better, I think, to try and work an angle. He's got to be absolutely exact with that, and waited too far for Nico Gonzalez.
Porro chips it long, looks for the ball to drop over towards Lamine Yamal, controls it with his left leg. Tagliafico backpedals, Lamine Yamal comes on the inside, plays the ball forward, and the goalkeeper had to hang on to that one. It was low off the left boot, it was a diagonal ball, saved in the end inside his 6-yard area, but had he spilt it, it would have been right into the path of Oyarzabal.
Yeah, and that's Spain changing the tactics a little bit, going slightly longer that time, looking to go over the top of the Argentinian defence immediately. Ball over the top from Pedro Porro, gets Yamal one-on-one, cuts inside on the angle again, but once again he's caught between a cross and a shot, and there's no real pace on either.
Unai Simon has kicked the ball out of play. There are whistles of derision from the Argentinian support. Here is Lisandro Martinez. Enzo Fernandez is the player dropping back to help out. Romero. This is De Paul, because Montiel, the right back, was pushed on. As the wind picks up, welcome relief in the baking heat here as Lisandro Martinez looks for a ball over the top to Nico Gonzalez, and Nico Gonzalez gets there, but Porro recovers very well on the edge of his penalty area. Excellent defending from the Tottenham man.
Yeah, Nico Gonzalez has the height and the physicality of Pedro Porro, but Porro tenacious there when he was beaten initially, got back, and this is turning feisty now, isn't it? Down on the touchline, Man and Olmo and Alvarez, Gonzalez involved. We thought it might be feisty.
Argentina are certainly making it quite fractious in these opening 18 minutes as Laporte carries the ball forward for Spain. Still Spain 0, Argentina 0. There's only ever been one goalless draw in a final, but it was in the United States in 1994 between Brazil and Italy. As Baena being tracked by Romero sticking tight towards him, and the referee keen to make sure that didn't escalate.
Yeah, he's been very, very lenient as the referee, especially the tackle that he missed down here on this near touchline. But Argentina haven't been quite as physical, other than that challenge in the higher areas like they were against England. They've been sat in this mid-block like Chris spoke about, and they've said to Spain, OK, you can have possession, whether that's a tactic or that's due to the conditions as well, because as we've said, it's a warm day here in New Jersey.
And now we've got a free kick for Argentina, almost as if they're trying to disrupt the way that Spain play, Chris. Slow the game down, disrupt it, not allow them to get into any sort of rhythm.
Well, and do you know what? You know, I admire that in a way. They win in any which way that they can. And there's been a lot of roughhouse tactics from Argentina in this tournament. They've got away with a lot. But, you know, being aggressive is part of the way that they play. And I've got to say, Tottenham fans must be scratching their heads seeing Romero, who's had an outstanding tournament for Argentina, and you've got Pedro Porro on the other side. Where were they for Tottenham this season?
You could also probably the same about McAllister on the other side as well, couldn't you? His form for Liverpool this season's been very much in and out. There's 3 players here in a World Cup final.
It'll actually be the 3rd successive World Cup where a Tottenham player can say he is, or has been, a World Cup winner, as McAllister wins the ball in the midfield but then quickly lost it because Lamine Yamal put a foot into the challenge, and now he links up with Olmo and back again towards Lamine Yamal. That was well read by Lisandro Martinez, and then Messi helps it, and then Messi can finally get on the ball, because we've hardly mentioned Lionel Messi in this, his 3rd World Cup final, as it goes back to Romero. And at the minute he's just standing still inside that centre circle as the bounce of the ball, and then Romero offside against Oyarzabal. Free kick to Argentina.
That's the thing with him, isn't it, Messi? He's just wandering around, doesn't press with any vigour, but you just know that he will have a moment sometime in this game. But however hot it is, I doubt he's broken sweat so far.
Well, did you see that stat about him? He's the player that's walked the most in this World Cup. But look at the goals and assists that he's got.
Alvarez directs his header to Gonzalez, lays it off now to Messi, who picks it up over the halfway line. Tagliafico on the overlap, in drill towards Gonzalez, who tried to lay it offside on. Nobody was following up behind. In fact, the flag's up on that far side. That'll be a free kick to Spain. The Laporte will look to take. 21 and a half minutes played, 0-0.
He was like a quarterback there, Messi wasn't he, with that pass coming deep and long ball through.
That's the second yellow card for you. You tried that in Kansas City. I wasn't having it then, and I'm not having it now.
Doesn't like that, Paul.
Well, I'll be honest, in our little commentary group that have been travelling, we had $5 fines for Americanisms, so you've just got yourself a fine.
Right.
Lisandro Martinez. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live on a day where Ryan Fox has won the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale in towards Oyasabal. England won that decider against India at Lord's by 27 runs, and Kimi Antonelli won the Belgian Grand Prix. We've brought you so much live sport on 5 Live just today. This is the World Cup final. We are live in New Jersey, and to take you through to half-time, it's our correspondent John Murray.
Thank you, Ian. What a setting we have. Spain 0, Argentina 0. The World Cup final. Bright, warm sunshine in New Jersey, and Cucurella down the left trying to cross it into the area, but it was blocked behind by Montiel, one of the 3 players who's come into this Argentina team, and it will be a corner from the left. Paul Robinson and Chris Sutton sitting to my right here. Paul?
Yeah, they're going to have to make the most of these, Spain. I mean, they got in with the earlier corner down on this near side quite easily from an Argentine point of view. We'll see what they're going to work. It looks like they're going to play a short one. And Ramal's strolling out there now. They look to take an Argentina defender out there.
It's going to be a right-footed in-swinger. Here it is, underneath Emi Martinez, who's able to come and catch that. Not being buffeted. He was able to find the space, and it just dropped very obligingly into his gloves.
Yeah, well, it's been a theme, hasn't it, throughout the tournament. Goalkeepers being blocked off, but very comfortable for Martinez coming and taking the ball chest high.
So it is Spain, the defending champions, against Spain, the European champions. Argentina bringing the ball forward. Messi's claiming he was sandwiched there, and actually the referee's brought it back for an earlier challenge. Not the one on Messi, it was one that happened in the build-up to that move.
He gets so many decisions, doesn't he, Messi? So many decisions. I think it was a little pullback from Rodri earlier on in the play. Messi just turns to the referee, puts his arm by his side and says, what?
24 minutes played, and that is time for the hydration break in the final. So lots of enterprising play, you two, but so far really the Lamine Yamal early deflected shot that was saved by Martinez, and that's been about it.
Yes, I've got to say it's particularly lame, the effort from Lamine in that situation on the point of near the point of the 6-yard line. Went to try and place it into the far corner, took a little deflection, and Martinez made the save. I think this is how we all expected the game to pan out, with Spain dominating the ball and maybe not creating so much, because Argentina, they defend their box ferociously, but they've offered very little in an attacking sense. Just the wandering Unai Simon when he came out, Paul, as a sweeper keeper. I don't think I ever saw you come out that far, 30-40 yards.
You never get in trouble if you come off your line, Chris. If you stay on your line, you don't get in trouble. You should know that. But no, he did get lucky there, the goalkeeper, because it was like a second-time ball, a long ball through, and he'd read the initial ball that got blocked, and he was so high up the field that he took his chances, and because of his high starting position, he was able to come for that through ball. So in that instance, they got lucky. But it's a game, we're obviously in the very early stages, that's lacked any real kind of attacking threat or good quality in the attacking third.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, John, you have to question the referee being a little bit lenient.
I'm surprised about that of him, because we know that he's been a strong referee. As Ian said, refereed big finals in Europe, refereed the Champions League final.
Well, yeah, I think 2 yellows. I think Montiel with the rugby tackle went with a long ball from the back. Baena would have been in the left-hand channel. And then McAllister with a pretty wild challenge, very late lunge from him over near the touchline on Danny Olmo. I mean, that was a certain yellow. Paul thought orange.
Yeah.
I thought it was a strong yellow. But yeah, the referee's lenient, and he's going to make a rod for his own back. But I think Argentina will enjoy the way that he's refereed, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a big part of their game. And as like you said in commentary, you said about you have to find a way. If you're not as good as your opponents, you have to find a way to win the game.
Argentina back in position. Spain are still receiving orders from Luis de la Fuente. Let me tell you, you might be on the way back from the Open tonight after an exciting day. You might have been listening to it on 5 Live. There will be highlights of the Open on the iPlayer and BBC Two tonight, and clips now as well on the website and the app after Ryan Fox's dramatic victory on the 18th. And this match is on BBC One if you're on your way home, and you can listen to the 5 Live commentary synced up to the BBC TV pictures via the red button and the iPlayer. And Ian mentioned all of the day's top sport. Big news tomorrow, all day on 5 Live, when Andy Burnham will become the Prime Minister. Live coverage all day. Only 5 Live, you'll get the World Cup final one night and a new Prime Minister the next day.
So that ad break that you don't like, John, you've just used it all to put out the adverts, yeah?
Well, if you can't beat them, as they say in these parts. As Lisandro Martinez plays back underway, hits a long pass downfield.
And McAllister there, I mean, the handball is well above his head. A deliberate handball. I mean, are we ever going to see a
that's a short pass by Kubasi, but Unai Simon was very quickly out and was able to steer the ball away towards the far side. Just a little error. Kubasi apologises to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, you know what, I've seen a lot of him at this World Cup, and I think he's been the dominant partner in that Spanish central defence pairing. Laporte has the age and experience on him, but Kubasi's been superb.
Yep, Kubasi, let's not forget that he also is 19, like Lamine Yamal. These two, they are the 3rd and 4th youngest men to appear in a World Cup final. As Lamine Yamal taking the ball up the right wing, and Tagliafico was at him again and tugs him back with both hands. Well, and the bench are up there because it was right in front of the Spanish bench.
Yeah, no, that's right. I spotted, John, the Spanish substitutes. They're still having a pop at the 4th official.
Well, that's now a couple by Tagliafico on Lamine Yamal.
And I did feel before the game kicked off that Spain would target Tagliafico. Lamine Yamal has that wizardry.
The 33-year-old Leon left back. Nicolas Tagliafico. Spain 0, Argentina 0. Bright, hot sunshine actually. We're in the shadows now, away up here, as Pedro Porro plays the ball to Olmo. Lisandro Martinez, though, chases after it for Argentina and is able with his left foot to see it back to his goalkeeper, Emiliano Martinez, who passes it out to Montiel. But then Cucurella steps in, but the cover was there for Argentina. A long pass forward, but that's way beyond anyone, whether in a blue and white striped shirt or whether in the red and blue of Spain. And it bounces out for a throw to the Spanish team, level with the edge of their own penalty area. Spain, the European champions. Argentina, as well as being world champions, they are the South American champions, and this is the first time we've had a World Cup final between the reigning European and reigning South American champions. Porro plays the ball across his own penalty area, and Cucurella, fortunately for him, was able to get there and head it back to Unai Simon.
Yeah, it was a really poor decision there from Pedro Porro. On the half volley, he just lifts it up back into the middle of his goal. I don't think he saw Rodrigo de Paul. Cucurella, for Spanish fortune, waits for the ball to bounce and he heads it confidently back to the goalkeeper. It was a poor choice from Pedro Porro.
Yes, if Cucurella will forgive me, that was a hairy moment. Here's Lamine Yamal, low ball into the area for Olmo, but that'll run all the way through, and Emi Martinez allows that one to go through outside the off stump for a goal kick to Argentina. Half an hour played, Spain 0, Argentina 0. Argentina, who've won their last 14 matches. That's an Argentine record for the national team, the men's national team. They've had some thrills and spills, but they keep winning. And Spain, who started out with that goalless draw against Cape Verde, which actually turned out, once we knew what Cape Verde did in the tournament, that was perhaps less of a surprise than it was at the time. But only one defeat in their last 37 matches, and that was on a penalty shootout in the Nations League final, Spain against Portugal. Spain 0, Argentina 0. Way down below us, Lamine Yamal, Tagliafico won that little battle though, came in, timed this challenge well, and the ball is played across to Romero of Argentina and still of Tottenham, and he's actually being forced there to take the ball by Oyarzabal all the way down into his right back position. They're trying to work their way out of this, but that's given away. Cucurella has it, middle of the Argentine half. Rodri, then just to his left to Fabian Ruiz. Now Baena. Oh, Baena beats Montiel. Left-footed cross, poor, straight onto the chest of Romero, who's able just to bend his knees and go down and chest it down.
Yeah, it's where I said before the game, Argentina, I think, weak in those full-back areas. Montiel too easily beaten. Baena shaping up to come on the inside and cross with his right, but a little drag on the outside. Poor cross in the end, and it's a mismatch the other side. Yamal and Tagliafico.
Well, that looked like a push in the back of Oyarzabal. That's what he thinks as well. No free kick given, arms in the air from the Spanish top scorer at this World Cup, as Enzo Fernandez, who has been very influential in the two Argentina matches I've seen live, against England and against Egypt, the Chelsea midfielder. The ball kept in by McAllister, who went down very easily, wins the free kick. I'm not sure Rodri did too much, maybe a hand on his arm, down he went, free kick on the left.
This is unbelievable at the moment. Some of the challenges that are going in, the free kicks that Argentina are getting and the ones that Spain aren't. It was a blatant two-handed push in the back of Oyarzabal, right under the referee's nose. Wave play on, and then he gives a challenge like that and a free kick for Argentina.
Rodri had a handful of his shirt, we've seen that on the replay here, but whether it merited McAllister going down in the way that he did, I'm not sure, but it's a free kick. Lionel Messi comes across in the way that I've seen him do so many times, leans forward, pulls his socks up, then spins the ball from where this free kick is going to be taken. He's got his Inter Miami clubmate De Paul standing there with him. De Paul just taps it, and then Messi plays it in field. It was only 10 yards inside the Spanish half on the left wing. Messi tries to go around Lamine Yamal. What about that? 39-year-old and 19-year-old. And then Julian Alvarez, a little tap on the ankle of Porro. That's a free kick. And Spain can start again from inside their own half.
Yeah, I'm not so sure Romero, who'd gone forward expecting the ball to be clipped into the box, but be particularly happy with Messi there. 80-yard run back.
In the 34th minute. So we're not too far away from the first half-time show in a World Cup final, which could see a break of, well, the best part of 30 minutes. We will be running a clock on it. Laporte, now the Spanish central defender, one of the European champions. 7 of this team started the final for Spain in Berlin. And for Argentina, it's been so unchanged from Qatar in 2022. 8 of this team. Cucurella now finds some space on the left, drives it across, but Romero there calmly just got a foot to it, and actually the offside flag was up, and it's a free kick to Argentina, and it's still 0-0 Chris Sutton.
And guess what? Cucurella disputing the decision. I think he had just drifted, his left boot had drifted offside, making an overlap. You see him make overlaps and underlaps. Gives Spain great energy down that left-hand side. Links up well with Baena.
Incidentally, if you two were getting frustrated with some of the decisions that were going against Spain, I've got Radio Marca from Spain on my left, and then I've got Cadena Ser, who are also Spanish, from my left. And I was keeping an eye on them. They were getting very aerated in that opening 20 minutes or so. So 10 minutes to go to the half-time break plus added time. The ball passed out. World Cup final, it does seem strange it being played in bright sunshine here. I know darkness will have fallen, won't it, just about at home as we head into the latter part of July. But this is just after 3:30 in the afternoon here in New Jersey, just a short drive away from the Manhattan skyline, the Empire State Building, Central Park and all that. Spain battling for it, and that is given as a foul on Rodri this time, and this time it's Argentina's turn. Tagliafico runs away with his hands on his head, but it's a free kick to Spain, and it's become rather scrappy.
Yeah, I was just going to make that point, John. It has, I think, to the detriment of the game as well. We know the quality that we've got out there, but I think the challenges that are going in, and now the referee's giving all these challenges, and rightly so, but it's to the detriment of the quality of the game.
Thought Spain made a very positive start to the match, and there's a pass from Pedro Porro looking for the run of Olmo, but chested down by Romero. Tagliafico will give it Enzo Fernandez, who turned into trouble there. Olmo just got a toe to that, just forward of the centre circle, and Olmo takes it on, takes the responsibility, gives it to Cucurella. A little flick from him, but good recovery from Montiel, who was second favourite there for a moment. With quick steps, got in, put the challenge in, and tackled it out for a throw.
Yeah, Enzo Fernandez is playing in that holding role, but Argentina caught there, a couple of robust attempts and swipes at making a challenge, and they went out left in Spain. Montiel got back well, to his credit. Strong challenge.
A beautiful cooling breeze blowing in perhaps down the Hudson River just ruffles our shirts as we're watching Spain with Pedro Porro, and Lamine Yamal again feels he was impeded there by Tagliafico, and then the ball is played forward centrally through the middle. Baena was there, Oyarzabal as well. Olmo has the option of Cucurella out there on the left. Cucurella's ball across, couldn't beat the second defender actually. Romero comes back to Spain though. Cucurella on his right foot, uses his left to Olmo. Olmo's ball in. Baena was lurking, but Lisandro Martinez was able to get up, headed away, shouts for handball outside the box. That's not given, and here's one for Julian Alvarez to chase. And Rodri wins a free kick for being took back by Alvarez, and it's a Spanish ball inside their own half.
The few chances that Spain have actually had and created have been in the wide areas. You know, when you get Yamal one-on-one against Tagliafico, and Cucurella probably having the best of it against Montiel, got down the sides and in behind twice, but just haven't had that final ball.
Yeah, Spain made the positive start to the match, but Argentina have been able to very much get back into it. Baena now looking to slip the ball into the penalty area from the edge of the box. Argentina haven't cleared it. It's bounced down and is played back to the Manchester United man, Lisandro Martinez, who will clear away. However, did take a deflection, Pedro Porro, and Spain come again. And the Spanish commentators to my left are nodding their heads now. They're obviously feeling that Spain are just beginning to get a little bit of a grip as we head towards half-time.
They're really gaining momentum.
And here's Olmo, bounces for Oyarzabal with a shot inside the D, but he didn't hit it as he would have wanted to, and Emi Martinez could just drop down to his left and save it and catch it.
Yeah, we have the beauty of a monitor, a little wry smile from Oyarzabal. That left foot, lethal he's been in this tournament, but too close to Martinez, who dives down to his left and makes a comfortable save. Argentina just cannot get out. That's their issue, and you feel Spain are really starting to go some.
Well, you can see that from the amount of times that we haven't spoke about Messi in the areas that he likes to work in. He's been starved of any type of service whatsoever, and as we grow into this game, the Spain dominance is growing as well.
Yes, he's been a peripheral figure, but you and I, Paul, have said that about him already at this World Cup, and here he is still in the final.
To our detriment at the time, wasn't it?
Well, and against Egypt as well, when missed two penalties at this World Cup. But he's got Mbappe ahead of him now in the Golden Boot standings after the 2 goals in the third place playoff against England last night. So Mbappe on 10 and Messi on 8 in what is his record 34th appearance in a match at a World Cup finals. Spain 0, Argentina 0. Of course, Messi's ahead of him in terms of goals scored now at World Cups, 22 to 21. Here he is, maybe chance to do something about that. Alvarez back out to the right-hand side. The ball is there. The ball's crossed into the back of Cucurella. Comes back to the Argentine midfielder. And then it's won back as the ball was played back. Oyarzabal stepped in and he's now being fouled. And that's a yellow card for that one. For Lisandro Martinez, referee vintage. Obviously showing that because he thought Oyarzabal might have been able to get away, but it's the first yellow card in the 41st minute.
Yeah, first of all, a ridiculous pass from Rodrigo de Paul, trying to fire a bouncing ball back. And who he was looking for in that situation. Oyarzabal got on the ball and got away from Lisandro Martinez, and I think we're all shocked. We've seen a yellow pull back from Martinez, deservedly so.
Well, a bit like the England match. The yellows did eventually start to come. Spain 0, Argentina 0. I suppose there is that thing, isn't there? No one wants a red card in a World Cup final, do they? Does no one want a red card?
I don't think anybody wants to be the referee to give a wrong red card out, but I suppose they've got the comfort blanket of VAR now, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Been 5 red cards in World Cup finals over the years. The first 2 of them, way back, were Argentina players. Here is Spain in possession. And the ball just tapped back to Laporte. And then over the halfway line again, and then the pass forward to Cucurella, now of Real Madrid after his move to Chelsea during the The domestic break, ball driven forward by Kubasi or Yazabal, 25 yards out on the right, into the box, cross from Porro, but there's no one there in a red shirt. And Argentina, Emi Martinez will just scamper out of his box actually and catch up with the ball, and no danger there.
Oh, I thought it was a brilliant ball from Porro. Olmo and Baena would just both run towards the near post. And Yazabal not in the box because he was the player who fed the ball to Pedro Porro on that right-hand side. Lovely little dink. Porro hands on head saying, why is no one getting in at the far post?
Spain 0, Argentina 0, 5 Live. And the World Service from the BBC. Spain win it back, bounces to Fabian Ruiz, Champions League winner already this season. Fabian Ruiz with PSG, and then all the way back towards the halfway line. And Spain start again. We have a TV screen in front of us here. I've not yet seen them pick out Donald Trump wherever he is. Cucurella receives it, shoots across goal, but Martinez just dropped down to his left. He knew that was going wide and let it go behind, and it rattled the hoardings.
The spaces are starting to appear from a Spain point of view. They're winning the ball back quicker and in better areas. And that was Cucurella from a long way out. Took aim with his left foot, dragged it well wide of Martinez's left-hand post. No direction or power on the shot.
Still, it remains, incidentally, that Spain have only had against them 10 attempts on target during the course of this World Cup, and this is their 8th match. And Argentina have yet to force one. And Martinez, Lisandro Martinez, is sat down in his own penalty area. This could be a problem, judging by his body language. He is not happy, the Manchester United defender, and he's just flopped down onto his back, and there is going to be a change. And that's it. That's going to be the end of Lisandro Martinez's World Cup final. And the veteran, the former Manchester City man, Nicolas Otamendi, is going to come on. The number 19 at the age of 38. Nicolas Otamendi, one of the World Cup winners in Qatar 4 years ago. And Lisandro Martinez has to walk off the pitch.
Yeah, sad for him. Booked a couple of minutes previous to that. I think it's a thigh injury. I'm not a medical expert, John, but he was holding his right thigh high up. And yeah, the experienced old-timer. They've got a few old-timers, haven't they, Argentina, in their team? Otamendi will come on and try and make his mark.
Yep, now back in Argentina again with River Plate after his Manchester City golden years. And I'm told there was a shot of Donald Trump after the anthems. Briefly, it appeared on the big screens in the stadium, and it's claimed, I'm being told, that some people booed when he appeared. And I'm guessing he must be on our side of the stadium, because I've had the binoculars out to see if I can pick him out on the far side, and I couldn't. As Gonzalez now for Argentina tries to make ground down the left, but the challenge comes in on him. Tackle from Pedro Porro, and it's out for a throw into Argentina. Gonzalez coming in for his first start at the World Cup in the final. He's come on as a substitute in 6 of the first 7 matches, but chosen to start this match.
Well, he's given them a bit of an outball, hasn't he? Is it a reasonable size, taller than Pedro Porro, and they have been able to go direct.
Emi Martinez, he has one for Alvarez to chase, and Unai Simon comes out of his penalty area and is able to get there comfortably. 4 minutes of added time, which is also shown on the big screens as Kubasi passes it back to Unai Simon, who strikes that away to the halfway line. And Argentina with Gonzalez, that's nice, lovely footwork around Porro. Olmo though on the cover, and then Porro as well gets a fortunate bounce of the ball, and Spain will be able to play it back to Kubasi, and then out to Cucurella on the left-hand side, and that is deflected out. In fact, he's hit it straight out of play. It's an Argentina throw. Complete miss kick by Cucurella. Seemingly Donald Trump has been shown as well on the TV during the course of the match, but I haven't seen it. Obviously missed that.
I think
I was obviously watching the match.
He's behind glass, I think, on our side, underneath us somewhere.
Okay. As Argentina come down the right-hand side, Montiel, then the ball in towards the edge of the penalty area, but Laporte steps in. It bounces though off the ball back into the box, but no scare there for Spain, and we have played just over 2 minutes. How much of a loss is that, Martinez, Paul, for Argentina?
I think it's a big loss, because it's the understanding that he and Romero have had going through the tournament together, and as a central defensive partnership and a goalkeeper, you do get that understanding. and think what you like about those two individually, but as a pair and a unit through this tournament, they've actually been very good.
It's the voice of Paul Robinson, England World Cup goalkeeper. Spain 0, Argentina 0. So everyone will be getting ready with the stopwatches to see how long this half-time show, the half-time break, is. I mean, it does say in the laws of the game, Chris, as we know, that the half-time break should be 15 minutes. Here's Olmo in the centre circle, out to the right, Pedro Porro. Then Olmo, one of the 3 Barcelona players in this Spanish team, gives it to Rodri. And now Cucurella out on the left flank. I think Spain have edged it, but there's not been much in it. Ball through the middle to Oyarzabal. He's trying to give it back to Fabian Ruiz, but then a foul by Oyarzabal, and that's a free kick.
Well, guess who's refereeing the game, really? Little Lionel wins the ball back. Oh, there is a little kick, but
kicked him on the knee.
Yeah, well, he tells the referee, though, you have to award me a free kick, and guess what? He gets it. So look, Spain.
It was a foul.
It was a foul, but just let the referee ref. You don't have to.
It's just the way he stops, isn't it? He just stops and looks at the referee and goes, "Go on then."
I suppose if you're as good as him, you think you're entitled to do that. But look, Spain have come here to play, haven't they? And Argentina have come here to stop them, really, and then had the odd fleeting moment. But I mean, it's been a comfortable half for Unai Simon. It really has.
Yeah.
It's been pretty comfortable for Emi Martinez as well, hasn't it? After that early save aside, and the one from Oyarzabal.
Spain 0, Argentina 0. They were supposed to play each other in the finalissima in Qatar in March, but that had to be cancelled after the trouble in the Middle East. So here we are. This one, of course, is the biggest of all. The match that everyone wants to see, and the buzz around the stadium, once everyone got through security, that was. There were some hot heads outside the ground pre-match, but once you get in, and the whole stadium as well, dressed in gold for this World Cup occasion, all of the hoardings, and high above the pitch, on the opposite side of the ground, in massive golden letters, the final. And the first half of the final ends without a goal. Paul Robinson, Chris Sutton.
It's lacked opportunities, it's lacked any real clear-cut chances. Both goalkeepers have been very underemployed, and it's been a case of a controlled performance again from Spain without really creating too much, not taking the chances. They haven't really created. Argentina themselves have offered very, very little, and we've seen fleeting glimpses of Messi and Alvarez in forward areas, but they're still in this game, as they have done through the tournament.
Yeah, Argentina were never going to come out and be expansive in this first half. It's about staying in the game, disrupting, stopping Spain, and they've pretty much done that. I mean, Yamal should have done better with an early effort. That aside, Oyarzabal had a shot just outside the box, but Paul's right. Spain haven't done enough and been creative enough in that final third.
So there we are, the most important match in world football now grinds to a halt for Justin Bieber, Madonna, Shakira, Burna Boy and BTS and friends. Half-time, Spain 0, Argentina 0.
Well, the players making their way off. Spain to my left, Argentina to my right, down their respective tunnels, and they'll be out in just about half an hour's time for the start of the second half. John Murray and Ian Dennis will take you through the commentary of that. Chris Sutton and Paul Robinson also inside the stadium here in New Jersey with us, as is Guillaume Balaguer. Also joining us, Tim Vickery. Tim, this is pretty much the game that we expected from both sides. Controlled from Spain, steady, waiting for moments from Argentina.
Exactly is, yeah. And Spain obviously dominating most of the game without creating very much, but dominating. They haven't been able to translate so far that possession and that territory into chances. Argentina clearly playing as underdogs, but I wondered about the selection of the number 15 on the left wing, Nico Gonzalez. Was he back just to help Tagliafico defend against Lamine Yamal, or would he do something a little bit proactive? And the idea has been to try and get him higher up the field with two rationales, I think. One, maybe to have a go at Pedro Porro, but also, if you get him high, that pushes Spain back a little bit. There might just be space opening up for Lionel Messi then to wander behind and get on the ball in those little pockets. So that's what Argentina have looked to do to try and stay in the game. At the moment, it's been enough, although there's not the sniff of a goal from Argentina yet. And you wonder, now it's you're far better placed than I am with this one. With the heat, is that going to open Argentina up? Is the half-hour rest at half-time going to have any effect? Is that going to make it easier for Spain, for Argentina to rest up and come out and do a spoiling act for the second 45? We shall see.
Well, in the shade at the MetLife Arena, it's warm. It's not blisteringly hot, but they are out under the direct sunlight on the pitch. So Guillem Balaguer, it does feel as though there's quite a bit of energy conservation going on here.
You're under the shadow. That heat is bad heat. Bad heat for Argentina, I would say, but also bad heat to actually be sharp mentally and fresh as well, to just make that run and then find that run as well from Spain. So I think it's affecting both sides. Quite clearly, this is the script written by Luis de la Fuente, isn't it? So we're going to have possession. We're going to make sure that find the free man. Now we have lots of free men, but Argentina defends so well around the box. It's not what they want to do, but okay, they knew they had to. There's a bit of frustration in the walking this time of Leo Messi, because he doesn't get the ball in the kind of areas that he likes. So that answers a question. How do you defend them, Messi? This is how you defend Messi. You make sure that he doesn't get the ball at all. But Spain has to be more aggressive from the last pass. They've been aggressive enough, trying to recover the ball back, and that has meant that Argentina haven't been able to play 3 or 4 passes together. That's another way to stop Argentina, but it just needs something extra, obviously, as you've all been saying, in that last pass, in that last run, in that shot of Spain.
Just to give you an idea of what's happening here inside the stadium as we prepare for the first ever halftime show, there is a cover being brought out over the pitch. It's being run by a charity. It's in partnership with Global Citizen, with Live Nation and Done and Dusted. And this is a charitable organisation that are putting this on, and the cover is a great multicoloured circle with a sort of rough outline of the globe on it, and then messages in all the different languages of the world, inspirational messages written around the perimeter of it, and just some of the halftime entertainment coming out onto the pitch now. Chris, I just wonder from a player's point of view, having that half an hour, is that, or can it be used? They've known this was going to be coming, this longer halftime break. Can it be used to rest and recover, or is it going to disrupt the rhythm as much as there was one in that first half?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a really difficult one to judge. I mean, it's unprecedented, as you know, John Murray and Ian Dennis have told me this week. It's in the laws of the game that the half-time interval should be 15 minutes. So, if it lingers on to 30 minutes, it's not normal for players. You get in a routine as a player. So it'll be interesting how both sides adapt or don't adapt to it when they come out. Let's just try and enjoy the show, I think, Kelly. It's here. We will.
We will enjoy the show. We've got the White Stripes. We've got Madonna coming up. We've got the cast of Sesame Street and the Muppets coming up.
Brilliant.
We're covering every option in this halftime show. But we are going to get, at the end of it, the second half of the biggest game in international football. It is the second half of the World Cup final. It's all to play for at the moment. It's 0-0. Tim Vickery, what can Argentina do in this second half? As Guillem was saying, this is the script that Luis de la Fuente would have written. Spain in control, everything steady, everything tight. They're restricting Argentina to very few opportunities, as they have done to every team throughout this tournament. Where do Argentina get that winning moment, that one breakthrough moment from?
Yeah, they've restricted Argentina to very few opportunities, meaning no opportunities whatsoever. But I don't think Argentina
no shots
will
on
be...
target,
Indeed. Yeah, I don't think they'll be unduly concerned. There's sometimes there's a little bit of a hint that Spain can be their own worst enemies. The tension of the occasion and just a little under-hit back pass or a miss-hit ball around their own box, and Argentina will be very, very lively for that. And it could well be, as the game ticks on and nerves click in, that Spain will just make that little error on the ball close to their own goal, and Argentina will be alive to that. We've also seen that as space opens up, Messi is wonderful at finding little pockets there. He'll be looking to slip Julian Alvarez behind the high Spanish back line. So they can be in the game now and again.
I mean, your football chat is great, Tim, but you are interrupting a half-time show it's about to get underway. The focus now turns to Madonna, who is about to make her way onto the pitch with a mashup of several of her hits and some disco classics. She's down in the tunnel inside the MetLife Stadium here in New Jersey, and she's going to make her way out, being driven on a dune buggy by Ronaldinho and Ronaldo. They will be in charge of the transportation as Madonna makes her way out onto the pitch. So we're starting by hearing music, one of her hits, and there they are, front and centre as they come out onto the pitch. We've not seen her just yet. There's a youth orchestra from a local school who are bouncing and dancing in front of us in the middle of the pitch. They're going to be accompanying her, and they're going to take a more central role a little bit later on. But Ronaldinho and Ronaldo are having the absolute time of their life. They are part of this halftime show. They're embracing it, and off the dune buggy are hanging several dancers and several performers. So as Madonna gets to the edge of the tunnel and starts to make her way out onto the pitch, let's have a listen to what's going on. Here she comes. So now we have dancers coming onto the pitch in red and yellow stripes to represent Spain, one of this evening's finalists, and the white stripes are on the stage with Seven Nation Army. Symphony Orchestra of Venezuela. There's a legendary Iranian violinist as well. The Muppets House Band, the Electric Mayhem, to Animal, Janis and Floyd Pepper are all taking part in this orchestra as well. It really is an eclectic mix. And you'll know this one, BTS with Dynamite. BTS starting off with a tribute to the rowing chant of Norway, and being joined on the pitch now by Ted Lasso.
I mean, how the heck is anyone going to be able to follow all that?
Going to be tough.
Yep. Yeah, you know what I think we need? We need some heart. You know, someone that has some soul. You know, someone who can bring the love. Ooh, you thinking what I'm thinking?
One step ahead of you, coach.
You always are. All right, young man, let's go. It's your big shot. Okay, now listen to me. Go out there, don't be nervous. Nobody's watching. All right? Make us proud.
Lasso and Coach Beard giving Justin Bieber his last-minute pep talk.
Good morning, curtains dancing in the sunrise. Baby's crawling on the floor. And we don't have to go to Mississippi. I'll bring the river to your side. And maybe we find love in these moments. We don't even have to try. I could write a song, but my words just wouldn't do. So I sing hallelujah, hallelujah, baby. Let's take a walk, hallelujah. Sun is out, hallelujah. Look at you, hallelujah. Loving you, hallelujah. Everything, hallelujah. Everything, hallelujah. Everything, hallelujah. Everything, hallelujah. If somehow I could reach across your mind, I would pull out all the hurt. Tried to write this song, but my words just wouldn't do. So I sing hallelujah, hallelujah, baby. Just look at you, hallelujah. I'm loving you, hallelujah. It's the World Cup, hallelujah. It's the World Cup, hallelujah.
With Justin Bieber playing into the crowd by singing World Cup Hallelujah. Is a little tweak to his lyrics for Everything Hallelujah. Special lyrics there. And now, just in case you'd forgotten, we are at half-time in the World Cup final. It's 0-0 between Spain and Argentina. Second half coming up. This one might make you realise you're at a World Cup. It is the official FIFA World Cup 2026 song. It's Shakira and a great favourite of the England women's head coach, Serena Wiegman, Burna Boy.
Why don't you want made you strong? Yes. You got to believe, 'cause you know what it takes. You believe in my dream at the top of your game. Feel it, got everything you need it. Now bring me
Waka Waka, but then what is? That was Shakira and Burna Boy joined with the Ghetto Kids from Uganda who were doing the dance routine out on the pitch. And now a message from the past from who else but Pelé. Supported by the Muppets, Sesame Street and the entire cast of the show. There are 4th and 5th graders from the Graniteville School, which is a public school on Staten Island. And this is a new song called We Dance, written especially for this World Cup final by Coldplay. Camera focusing in on the iconic Miss Piggy and Kermit Frog. No current plans to release this track on streaming platforms. see what you think of it. And I think you can hear the voice there of Chris Martin, who's out in the centre of all of this festival of colour out on the pitch here at this World Cup final. It's a song that he's written specially for the occasion. We've had colourful pyrotechnics all the way around the roof of the stadium. Now the fireworks are being lit. You can hear them. And the message across the pitch is love. It's a specially designed cover on the pitch, with messages of support from all over the world, with hand-drawn images of the various continents of the world. And the half-time show at the World Cup final, the first ever half-time show at the World Cup final, ends in a party on the pitch. They're going to clear all of that up now, and as the noise dies down from the speakers, we're just starting to hear the fans get ready for the second half, which we will bring you after the BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Good evening with the 5 Live News. I'm Nick Hatfield. In his first speech as Prime Minister tomorrow, Andy Burnham will say Britain faces a moment of honesty and reflection. In the speech in Downing Street, he'll also promise to restore confidence in government and say that politics must deliver tangible improvements in people's lives. The Crown Prosecution Service says it's looking to extradite the social media influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan to the UK from the US. They face multiple sexual offence charges. The brothers have always denied wrongdoing. Our World News correspondent Joe Inwood says the extradition proceedings will be lengthy.
They have to start those proceedings within 21 days, I believe, and they've then got to get through not just the extradition process, but also they are going to fight this. They've already said they have. We've got a statement from their lawyer, Joseph McBride, who said, "The world knows Andrew and Tristan are innocent. Their enemies know it best of all, and that's exactly why they've been attacked."
Iran says it's intercepted 2 ships trying to travel through the Strait of Hormuz without authorization. Iran's also launched strikes at Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan following American attacks targeting the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Steve Prest is from the defence and security think tank RUSI.
The Americans have got a lot of maritime naval forces in that area and are trying to compete effectively with the Iranians for control of the strait. And that's why we've seen targeting of the radars that the Iranians have that cover the Strait of Hormuz and their ability, therefore, to surveil that waterway.
The BBC has been told Thames Water's creditors are preparing a legal challenge if Andy Burnham's government attempts to nationalise the firm. It's been reported the incoming Prime Minister wants Thames put into a special form of administration. The company's £20 billion in debt. And fire crews are battling a large fire on Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh. The Scottish Fire and Rescue Service says it was called just before 6:40 this evening. Plumes of smoke can be seen rising above the city from the hill.
New signings, new managers, new dreams. One place for every twist and turn.
5 Live Sport.
The voice of the Premier League.
Join the 5 Live Sport team for exclusive live commentaries.
The latest news, insight and analysis with the Football Daily.
And straight after the final whistle, have your say on 6:06.
Today was really exciting. Great game.
I've seen them given a bit polite.
And you can listen anywhere you like with the BBC Sounds app.
The new Premier League season coming soon
on 5 Live Sport.
The FIFA World Cup 2026.
The World Cup final with Kelly Cates
on 5 Live Sport.
We've got the second half of the World Cup final coming up for you live. When is up for debate. It's expected to be in about 5 minutes' time, but we've just had the first ever halftime show. That lasted and should be about half an hour. It was colourful, it was bonkers, and it should be remembered that this is about something a little more serious as well. Shakira, who's recorded the official World Cup song, said, "I've spent my life doing two things, making songs and building schools." And at the World Cup, these two paths come together. She's doing it in association with the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund and hoping that the importance of investing in children's education steals the show. The game itself is coming up very shortly. It's already been an action-packed day of sport, and you've heard it all on 5 Live. New Zealand's Ryan Fox won the Open in dramatic fashion at Royal Birkdale. It's his first major. He birdied the 18th to finish one shot ahead of American Cameron Young just as it was about to go to a playoff. In cricket, England completed a series win over India. They won the one-day international at Lord's earlier today. And Mercedes' Kimi Antonelli cemented his position at the top of the F1 World Championship standings. He won at the Belgian Grand Prix. Ferrari's Charles Leclerc was second, with Max Verstappen in third. So we're running at about 25 minutes gone, just coming up to, in this half-time interval at this FIFA World Cup final. It's Spain 0, Argentina 0. We should only be a couple of minutes away from kick-off in the second half in this one. There are players who are out on the pitch now, just warming up, just kicking the ball around. The teams themselves not yet coming out onto the pitch as the crowd entertain themselves in various degrees of enthusiasm by dancing the Macarena. Guillaume, we asked Tim Vickery a long time ago now, before that halftime show started, what Argentina need to do to try and find that golden moment in this World Cup. For Spain, it's not about that. It's about that increased control and about just waiting to pounce on any error or any opportunity that Argentina give them.
But it needs to go a gear up in the last pass, and it's a very intriguing moment now because Spain are going to have to risk. They're going to have to bring players that will try to beat defenders 1v1. They will have to do passes that they haven't tried because, okay, we've told Argentina what we're about. We're going to pass the ball around, but now to go to the next thing, it will require things that maybe Argentina can take advantage of. The problem is that if they recover too deep, there's no an outlet out there that they can send the ball to. So it is, again, what Spain can do and what they can bring from the bench to put it to that extra gear.
Tim Vickery was saying as well about Nico Gonzalez and the fact that he was wondering how much license he would have to go forward. He's having a little bit of joy, as much as anybody has had a little bit of joy in this game.
That's the outlet. That's the guy that they go for when actually they have the ball. It just doesn't get to him often enough because they're not allowed. So it's just a matter of continuing doing the same thing. And of course, Argentina have always got set pieces, which they're very good at getting. That can actually help Argentina.
Guillaume Balaguer, Tim Vickery, thank you very much for your company inside the stadium. John Murray is here, so too Chris Sutton and Paul Robinson, and taking you through the second half of the World Cup final. Can Argentina win back-to-back World Cups? Can Spain win their first World Cup since 2010? With you for the second half, starting everything off, Ian Dennis.
When you said everyone had their stopwatches ready, Lady Kelly, 26 minutes it would be.
Well, it's less than half an hour, so it's a win-win, isn't it?
As it says, as John said, in the laws of the game, 15 minutes.
We're in America. They've brought a bit of American razzmatazz to it. We can explain it and enjoy it, or we can allow it to colour our enjoyment of the game that's to come.
Well, let's just hope that the second half improves, because it was a niggly affair in that first half. Not many opportunities for either side, and certainly I think on at least 3 occasions Argentina were fortunate that McAllister on 2 occasions didn't get a yellow card. They're going to make a change at the start of half-time. Remember, Otamendi came on in the 44th minute for Lisandro Martinez, so this would mean that when Paredes comes on, and he is going to replace Nico Gonzalez. So his first start of the World Cup is over. So they're going to revert back to how essentially I think they started the midfield, with the exception of De Paul against England, because Paredes then will just sit and he'll offer that little bit more of insurance in the centre of midfield in front of that front two. Alexis McAllister will move out towards the left-hand side as the second half is underway after that half-time show. So Argentina are playing in their striped shirts, the white and sky blue, from left to right as we look, against Spain in their red and navy. And I'll run through the two teams, but it means now that Argentina has caught in possession at the back, but helped out was Romero from Otamendi. It means that Argentina have got 2 more opportunities in the normal 90, but can only make 3 changes. There's another loose ball on this occasion from Tagliafico. He's picked up by Baena. Baena cuts inside and shoots, and it reared up quite awkwardly, but it was saved by Emi Martinez away to his left. Didn't really have to stretch for it. Chris Sutton.
Well, it's a really sloppy start to the second half from Argentina. A couple of misplaced passes inside their own half, and Baena nearly made them pay, cutting in off the left-hand side. 20 yards out, right-footed shot. Didn't get any real power on it. Once again, I do think the sticky pitch isn't helping.
Whistle to whistle, it was 27 minutes and 21 seconds. Here is McAllister, who plays the ball out to De Paul on this near side. Still 0-0. That didn't sit up as nicely as I don't think De Paul was expecting. Back with Messi, who's been quiet. And then the ball from Paredes is played back to Romero. So the two teams without further ado. Simon in goal, Porro, Kubasi, Laporte and Cucurella. This is for Spain. Fabian, Rodri, Olmo, Yamal, Oyarzabal and Baena. The Argentinian supporters creating the noise inside the MetLife Stadium here in New Jersey. They have Emi Martinez in goal. A back four of Montiel, Romero, Otamendi. His 21st appearance at the World Cup for Argentina as Montiel comes forward. Laporte dives back. He concedes the corner kick despite him thinking it was a goal kick. Tagliafico the left back. Then you've got De Paul, Paredes, Fernandez, McAllister, Alvarez and Messi. And as Lionel Messi walks across to this near side the right, he looks up at the banks of Argentinian support. The ball is tossed towards him from one of the substitutes and he places it down. The Argentine support are excited at the prospect at this set piece. 0-0. Messi to take it. Near side the right, little flick on. I think the last touch came off McAllister. Goal kick, Paul Robinson.
Yeah, the interestingly marked man for man in there, Spain. I expect a better delivery there from Messi. We can see with the Argentinian change, I think that's with one eye on getting Enzo Fernandez higher up the field, because with Paredes on the pitch next to him now, McAllister out on the left, it gives him the opportunity, Fernandez, to get a lot higher where we've seen him earlier on in the tournament.
It's the 6th time that the reigning champions have played in the final. The last 3 have all lost. Argentina in 1990, Brazil in 98 and France in Qatar against Argentina in 2022. 0-0. As the ball goes back to Emi Martinez, who passes the ball forward to Otamendi. Now they go out wide to that far side, the left, for Tagliafico. Emi Martinez wants the ball back. It's just going to be used because the way that Spain are pressing with essentially a front 3 of Lamine Yamal, Dani Olmo in the centre, and then Oyarzabal on this near side, the left. Montiel charged down by Baena, and it pops out of play for a throw to Argentina. Spain looking to get back into the rhythm. The thing is, though, that break, in all seriousness, that will not have helped.
No, I mean, it's like a delayed kickoff for a player. And once again, the players had to be given time after the half-time break, the long half-time break, to actually come out onto the pitch and get themselves warm and stretched off again. And another thing as well, because they covered the pitch, it's been unable to be watered. And in this heat, it's only going to get drier and slower.
Here is Romero, right of the 2 centre-backs. De Paul tripped by Baena. That'll be a free kick to Argentina. Chris Sutton.
And Paul mentions the pitch. I think it's a really good shout. I think it suits Argentina because Spain, you know that they want to move the ball quickly and sharply. It just slows everything down. I think Argentina, another couple of subs are ready to come on. He doesn't mess about, Lionel Scaloni, does he?
No, he doesn't. But that's going to really restrict their chances later on in this heat as Alvarez picks it up. Tagliafico to his left, the left back running forward, level with the penalty area. Back to Alvarez. Coming forward now is Paredes. Passes the ball to the right of the centre circle, and now with Romero to Montiel, the right back. De Paul just about... No, he didn't keep that ball in play. And it will go out for a Spain throw. I think Medina was going to come on. Now, he's had a fitness issue, which is the reason why Tagliafico has been starting at left back. But I think they've had a change of mind there, because all of a sudden he's put the purple bib back on, and Medina, the left back, has gone back to warming up down the touchline. Lamine Yamal picks it up in the centre circle. On the halfway line, passes the ball back to Cucurella, not getting forward as much as he did against France in that semi-final in Dallas. Laporte to Kubasi. Now, Rodri has gone down, off the ball, holding his face.
Enzo Fernandez involved, and here we go. Both sets of players getting involved.
Pushing, jostling. The referee has shown a yellow card to Paredes, I think it was. There was a lot of manhandling going on there. The referee at one stage was also almost getting in the thick of it. On a day of searing heat, it's a day for cool heads rather than hot ones.
Yeah, it's on Rodri. It's a shove in the back. It's from Paredes, actually, who just, with his right forearm, smashes Rodri.
Well, what's Rodri then holding his face for?
Well, he's had a bit of whiplash there, Ian. Quite a nasty injury, whiplash, Ian.
He's completely off the ball as well, wasn't he? He knew exactly what he was doing. That's the Argentinian tactics that we've seen from time to time. Nowhere near just stopping Rodri getting into a position to control the ball in the game.
If we're quick to criticise the Argentinians for trying to deceive the referee, then that's poor from Rodri, barged in the back, going down, holding his face.
But it was a foul.
It was a foul. Paredes has shown a yellow card, and here is Rodri, who plays the ball forward. Otamendi with a downward header, and then De Paul stoops, takes it on the chest, tries to turn, and then the ball goes back towards the goalkeeper, Emi Martinez, but he hits it straight towards Rodri. Lifts it forward to Olmo. There was Romero, then he tries to prevent Olmo from chasing after the ball as well. It is a niggly contest, this, in this World Cup final. 0-0, 7.5 minutes played.
It is, and we spoke about the change, but no Nico Gonzalez. Got to rely on Julian Alvarez as that sort of legs in behind, the one who has to move in behind that Spanish back line and try and stretch the game. But Argentina, they have to play, and they know that Spain will press. They'll get in the faces, they'll try and win the ball back high. Will Argentina be good enough to play through this Spanish press?
Well, since the goalless draw in '94 in the United States between Brazil and Italy, the team scoring first has lifted the trophy in 6 of the 7 finals. France-Italy was the exception, when France lost on penalties. But the longer it goes, if there is to be a goal in the 90, you think it might just be the one goal that is required, and this is certainly suiting Argentina. Alvarez couldn't control it. Lamine Yamal running back, intercepts it, and then Porro covering right back, central area, back to Unai Simon, passes the ball forward. Spain, who quickly got into a rhythm in the first half, passing the ball fast. Nice tempo the way they started, haven't been able to get back into that.
And I think that's something that the Argentinians have talked about at half-time. Scaloni will have said they're giving them too much of the ball, they're growing into this game far too much.
Olmo finds Oyarzabal. Fabian makes the run ahead of Oyarzabal. Oyarzabal tries to nick it into Fabian, tried to play it back towards Fabian. But there was Otamendi with the interception, only as far as Cucurella. Spain are back in possession. 0-0 on 5 Live. BBC Sounds, and we're also live on the World Service. And we also have the option on BBC Television 2 through the iPlayer and the website to watch the pitches and listen to the 5 Live commentary. Lamine Yamal coming forward is Enzo Fernandez. Olmo tries to prevent a way out. That reared up awkwardly for De Paul. Messi coming back to help out with a back pass towards Emi Martinez, who clears.
They were guilty of trying to score the perfect goal there, Spain. Oyarzabal picked the ball up in a really good area, tried to play a 1-2 with Ruiz just inside the penalty box, and it wasn't on. I think the better option for the striker was to take the shot on goal.
I'll tell you what, though, had they scored that would have been one of the goals of the tournament. It was brilliant the way they worked their way out from the back. Ruiz into Olmo, and then the ball to Oyarzabal, who drives to the edge of the box. He could have got a shot off. Little nutmeg. And the forward run and lay back from Fabian Ruiz, but Otamendi, to his credit, the old-timer, old-stager, getting back and clearing his lines.
This is another ball towards Olmo. Olmo played inside right channel, the penalty area, cuts it back. Cucurella was trying to get there. Montiel tracks him ever so well, and behind it goes for a corner kick. That was superb defending by the right back.
Brilliant defending, it really was, because it looked for all the world that Marc Cucurella was going to tap the ball into an empty net from 8 yards. Once again, it's really worked in the wide areas from Spain. Olmo just manages to keep the ball in, he fizzes it across the 6-yard box. But Montiel, last minute challenge just to take it off Cucurella's boot, clears the ball for a Spain corner.
They might be outnumbered inside this stadium in the MetLife, but they're getting quite excited in the middle tier. That large pocket of red sat in front of the press court for those press seats that have been put in specifically for this World Cup final. The referee just having a word with Christian Romero. Spain have a corner kick. They've taken it short on that right-hand side. Lamine Yamal played in by Porro. Deep. Laporte has stayed forward, goes out for a goal kick. 0-0 on 5 Live.
It's really poor from Porro, worked a little. Short corner, ball fed back to the edge of the box near the corner of the box, and Pedro Porro putting the ball behind. Real opportunity for Spain. It's just that final ball. They've not been on point.
Molina is going to be coming on. So that would be Montiel going off. That's just a natural like for like. So it means in the 90 now, Argentina have got one more substitution opportunity to make 2 more changes. So Molina, he was a half-time substitute with Algeria. It was when Montiel actually developed that tight hamstring and then made 5 starts, including the last 4. Didn't start today's game, Molina, but he was a regular, a World Cup winner from 4 years ago, and he will get forward as well. Nel Molina on the right side of the defence now for Argentina. 58 minutes played. Cucurella. Oyarzabal has dropped very, very deep. Rodri passes the ball then to Kabasi. Kabasi running forward just outside the centre circle. This is Fabian Ruiz, short and forward Lamine Yamal. Argentina lose the ball, and then Spain have it back once again. This is with Fabian Ruiz. Olmo turns. Oyarzabal passes the ball back to Lamine Yamal. Fabian Ruiz comes onto it midway through the Argentinian half. Argentina have got everybody back behind the ball, bar Lionel Messi. This now is Olmo. Porro joins the attack. Porro. They'd almost created space for Lamine Yamal, but Porro was fouled, and a direct free kick within shooting distance. And I can finally bring in Chris Sutton, who's angered the Spanish media in front of him.
Well, people should sit down. We're all sitting down. I
think we might be having a meeting in the car park after, thanks to Chris.
Summarisers, just sit down so we can see the game.
Yeah, he didn't appreciate you tossing ice at him though, did he?
That was the only way I could get his attention.
Oh no! Oh, by the way, you're right. I think he is going to meet you in the car park afterwards. I think Chris might be looking for some friends.
That was a good piece of play from Pedro Porro in a really tight area of the field. Spain are getting a lot of joy. Argentina dropping deep, but actually they're very, very narrow as a defence, and they do get the joy in the wide areas. Pedro Porro that time comes inside, he draws the foul, referee right on the spot gives the free kick, and it's a first real dangerous area, direct free kick that Spain have had in the game.
We've been playing for an hour here in the MetLife, so it's just a shade over 25 yards out from goal. Emi Martinez, I think, only wants 2 in the wall. Messi's just querying that. Now Baena, we had a similar position to this in the Spurs semi-final in Dallas, and again Baena couldn't get it on target. It would suit Lamine Yamal. Baena runs off the ball. Lamine Yamal goes for goal, it rebounds, comes towards Baena, right-hand side of the area, the cross is blocked and prevents from going out for a corner kick by the quick-thinking Enzo Fernandez, and then Argentina get a throw-in, and listen to how that is received inside the MetLife Stadium, 0-0.
Yeah, some of the last-ditch defending from Argentina, the wall held firm, and then Julian Alvarez getting out there, basic, stop the cross, he did it brilliantly. Here come another couple of substitutions, this time for Spain.
So Ferran Torres is coming on, Fabian Ruiz has gone off, Oyarzabal has gone off. He was looking to score the most goals for Spain in a single World Cup to try and beat the 5 that is equalled with David Villa and Emilio Butragueño, but it's Torres and Pedri coming on, so they are like-for-like changes that Luis de la Fuente has made for Spain.
Yeah, he's played in there quite a bit, Pedri, alongside Rodri. We'd like to see him further up the field, we see him flying higher up, but actually struck up a good partnership in that deeper role. He'll understand the game, they'll try and get him to link defence, to attack quickly, make the transitions happen quicker so they can travel up the pitch faster and get into an attacking area. I think the two managers have been quite cautious with the substitutions, but obviously with the Torres one, it's a like-for-like for Spain.
Pedri started the first 5, he's been a substitute in the last 2 games. Here is Lamine Yamal trying to wriggle free, goes to ground under the challenge from Tagliafico, who applauds the assistant referee, and it will be a goal kick. 62 minutes played, it still remains tight, it still remains tense. Chris Sutton.
Yeah, Lamine Yamal unhappy about the decision. It's actually like a little punch to the stomach there for Lamine Yamal, not enough for him to go down as he did do. He felt there was too much contact, but interesting now, Ferran Torres is a bit more nimble than Oyarzabal. He'll come deep and drift around.
Messi still hasn't had a moment in this game. We thought he was quiet when we saw him in Kansas City against Switzerland, but he will have one moment. That's what he does, or that's what he's done, as it remains 0-0. But Porro on the halfway line floats a diagonal forward ball over the head of Ferran Torres, easily headed away by Romero, picked up by Olmo. Pedri quickly lays it off to Cucurella, and now it's out to Baena. Baena on this near side, the left. Spain in their red shirts and navy shorts are playing from right to left. Molina has just tackled Baena. Play continues. This is Olmo. Olmo shoots. Emi Martinez has spilt it, and it spins behind for a corner kick. The referee, to his credit, is saying to the Spanish players, I played the advantage.
Yeah, he was. There was a clear foul on the edge of the box, but the ball fell to Olmo about 20-25 yards out, and he hits a vicious dipping shot straight at Emi Martinez. The goalkeeper should do better with it. The ball is moving, puts both hands down, and it spins up off his hands and round behind for a corner. He gets ever so slightly lucky there, Martinez.
I wonder whether it pops up and off his hands onto his knee. There must have been a moment where he thought, blimey.
Slavko Vincic, the referee, has prevented that corner kick from being taken. Christian Romero at the minute is just trying to get to grips with Laporte. Spain have a corner kick far side the right. Lamine Yamal, a lot of jostling going on. It's fired in low. McAllister clears it, edge of the area, comes towards Porro. Porro passes the ball back towards Yamal, sends over the cross, flick header away under pressure. That was from Paredes, corner kick, Spain are on top, 0-0.
Yeah, mentioned the last-ditch defending from Argentina is so good. Defend the box, defend the 6-yard box brilliantly, but you feel it's going to come for Spain. They're wearing them down.
In comes the corner kick, very crowded. Emi Martinez is flapped at that. Olmo couldn't get onto it. and Romero is going to run it out of the penalty area on the far side. But Argentina are now on the ropes, and I'm looking at the watch and I'm thinking 65 minutes played. They'll be now thinking, let's get to the drinks break.
They'll be quite happy. They won't want to be absorbing the amount of pressure that they've had. But how many times have we seen Argentina, more so the England game, play games like this? The longer it stays like this, they'll know how to get over the line. They won't be disappointed with this scoreline. They won't want to be under as much pressure as they are, but they certainly won't be panicking.
And this is where they can draw reserves from that passionate support who are making the noise inside the MetLife Stadium here under the clear blue skies as the sun continues to shine. In this 23rd World Cup final, live on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Baena delivers the cross. Emi Martinez couldn't get there. Tagliafico didn't know where Lamine Yamal was, and he's headed the ball behind for a corner kick.
And that's the one you see, sorry Chris, that's the one you see at the far post, isn't it, when the ball goes over and the fullback's got his foot, he's facing the ball and he doesn't know what's behind him. He's unsure, and the lack of communication between goalkeeper and fullback leads to the corner.
Lamine Yamal waits to take the corner on that far side then. This is a good period of the game for Spain. It remains 0-0, 66 minutes played. Lamine Yamal delivers it, in it goes, headed out by McAllister. Porro heads the ball back towards the feet of Lamine Yamal, tries to squeeze in between two players, delivers the cross, and the header from Ferran Torres was straight at Emi Martinez. Either side of him, that could easily have been a goal.
Yamal does superbly on the right-hand side. He does get a bit of fortune, goes between two Argentinian defenders and stands the ball up right-footed. Ferran Torres 7 yards out. He heads it straight at Emi Martinez. Got to try and direct his header better than that. That's a golden opportunity. Martinez relieved.
An Argentinian player has gone down inside the penalty area, and that is going to encourage a drinks break from the referee Slavko Vincic. So at the MetLife Stadium in this World Cup final, it is Spain 0, Argentina 0, and to take you through till the end of 90 minutes will be our correspondent John Murray.
Thanks, Ian. I think that's very well said. To the end of 90 minutes, we might hear from Ian again. It looks like Argentina are going to make another couple of changes here. Facundo Medina, who was being considered at one stage, looks as though he's getting ready to come on, and also Paul Giuliano Simeone is coming on as well, who we saw have quite the impact against England in the semi-final.
He did, and I think he was picked, he was chosen for that exact reason. I mean, he wasn't afraid to put his foot in, committed the most fouls in this World Cup within the first 10 minutes in that game, and you could see the exact reason he was brought on. He was brought on to upset, he was brought on to destroy and upset other teams and break the rhythm down. But I think in this game it'll bring energy, I think he'll bring pace, and he'll just give them a little bit of bite, for want of a better phrase, between now and the end of the game.
Yeah, he might put a kick into Argentina, we'll see. This drinks break's come at a good time for Argentina, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, Spain have dominated, well, they've dominated all game really, but really pushing Argentina back, and Simeone coming on. They can't get up the pitch, and they can't play through the Spanish press, so I think Scaloni's thinking they need a ball carrier. That's what Simeone has, great pace, doesn't he? And try and take them up the pitch and give them a bit of respite. But I mean, Paul, it's an interesting observation, isn't it? The longer this game goes, will Argentina get their moment and make it count?
Well, I'd love to know how many times Messi touched the ball in that opening period of the second half. It won't have been many. The players still receiving instructions from the two coaches. The hydration break, the last one of this World Cup, continues. If you've enjoyed our coverage, by the way, we should thank you for listening to us on 5 Live and the World Service, whether it's on the radio, on BBC Sounds, the iPlayer, on your smart speaker, if you've got one, play 5 Live, and the website and app. But, as we've been saying, Paul, we do this all year round, don't we? Every England match, more Premier League commentaries than anyone else. 3 weeks away from the Super Cup, you'll hear that live from Salzburg. PSG against Aston Villa, Community Shield round the corner. So if you've enjoyed it, come back for more.
And if it's too late, take your radio to bed.
Right, here come the changes for Argentina. And it's Romero coming off. So Christian Romero being substituted. And who's the other Argentina player who's leaving the field?
De Paul, I think.
Trying to see our little screen there. Is that helping us out yet? I don't think it is.
Simeone for De Paul.
It is De Paul. Thanks, Paul.
Facundo for Romero.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So that's going to be a bit of a. So Medina's going to play in central defence. He's missed the last couple of matches, as Ian was saying. He's had a muscle problem, so he comes on to win his 14th cap, the Marseille defender, and son of Diego, Giuliano Simeone, is on to win his 16th cap. Started the semi-final against England. Spain 0, Argentina 0. On this warm Sunday afternoon in New Jersey, and those substitutions just being announced, and all of the names up on the big screens. There is a strip of shadow now down on the near side. Cucurella just forced to put the ball out of play, just runs his fingers through his hair, and we have less than 20 minutes. Here is Messi, a few touches from him, but he's going in the wrong direction. He's going back into his own half, and it finds its way all the way back to goalkeeper Martinez of Aston Villa. Drags it onto his right foot, plays it out towards the left-hand side, as he did against England. Simeone has come over here to the right-hand side. He's with Cucurella. That could be spiky. Simeone and Cucurella, in fact, they're right next to each other. One now, hand on back. The two of them together. Argentina with the ball on the edge of their own penalty area. It's passed out by Medina, and then forward towards the halfway line by the substitute Molina, who came on for Montiel. Argentina struggling to get out of their own half. Ball hits centre field. It comes down for Rodri, but he's given it away. And now McAllister just passes it into space. Tagliafico arrives on that. Almost allows the ball to come to a stop. Then actually goes back towards the halfway line to the Liverpool man with the almost shaven head, or a crew cut. McAllister, such an important part. He played 4 years ago as a Brighton player, a Brighton World Cup winner. And now Messi turns and sets off, gives it to Simeone on the right-hand side. Poor ball from Simeone into the box. Couldn't pick out anyone in a blue and white shirt. And actually Spain are off on the counter-attack, and Argentina are going to have to get back. Baena, though, is able to play it infield to Rodri, and it's 0-0. And yes, that drinks breaks interrupted things for Spain.
It has a little bit, haven't found the flow, and Baena was lucky there, actually. Molina playing a little give and go, going around him and finding the box, but the cross wasn't good once again from Argentina.
Here's Alvarez. Not seen much of him in the second half either. Julian Alvarez might be on the move this summer, we'll see, from Atletico Madrid. And then it runs away from him. He's surrounded by red shirts, and Spain have got that ball back again. Once more, a lovely, beautiful summer breeze just blows around the stadium here under the blue skies. 1 or 2 high cirrus clouds after the lightning and rain that we had here. Some of the roads were underwater in New Jersey yesterday. You wouldn't know it looking at this colourful, sunny scene with Spain going back into their own half. Kubasi passes it there to the right-hand side. Lamine Yamal, excellent, goes past McAllister, but then his ball into the penalty area. Gets that all wrong. Whether he was looking for Ferran Torres or not, well, he got it all wrong, all the way through for a goal kick.
Yeah, he skipped in between his two defenders. Yeah, he beat his defender, he got past McAllister, and then he goes to play it with the outside of his boot, and he just gets it all wrong, goes off his laces and goes straight out for a goal kick. His delivery's been poor and disappointing in this game. Lamine Yamal got himself in some good positions, but end product just hasn't been there.
No, it's not so far. Argentina playing the ball out, and in fact back to Emi Martinez, who took a heavy touch there with Olmo not far away, sliced it clear. Baena heads it back in field for Spain, and then the challenge comes in on Baena to deflect it out of play by Molina, and it's out for a throw-in that Cucurella is waiting to take. Now a double change for Spain, and we are going to see Nico Williams coming on for Spain, and Mikel Merino as well, the Arsenal man who has such a good record of popping up with a goal. So Williams coming on. That's going to be it for Olmo. And Also leaving the field, Baena.
Yeah, he mentioned he gave up, didn't he, on that? When Molina played round him, little give and go, looked fatigued, so Williams had a bit of pace and zest on that left-hand side for Spain, and Merino's been really important, hasn't he, with his goals contribution?
Yep, certainly has. He's got a couple at this World Cup. We know what he did for Arsenal while he was fit during the course of the season. They missed him, Arsenal, when he was out. Just came back in time at the end of the season. And Nico Williams, as they announce the attendance for the 2026 World Cup final, and it is unsurprisingly a full house. Although when you consider that tickets yesterday, the cheapest that were being sold were for around about $10,000 for a ticket, and it's a full house. Spain 0, Argentina 0. 5 live in the World Service from the BBC. So Nico Williams, remember, he scored the opening goal against England in the European Championship final in Berlin 2 years ago. But the man who scored the winner, Oyarzabal, has been substituted now. It's angled back to Cucurella. Cucurella to Rodri, 30 yards out. Now it's central. And then the shot low by from the edge of the box by Pedri was straight at Martinez. He's claiming that he was getting a shove in the back, Pedri, when he hit it with his left foot, but it was straight at the goalkeeper.
He was getting a shove in the back. It was a lovely ball into him. About 20 yards out, he turns, and if it had gone over before he hit it, I think he would have got the free kick, but he went over as he was hitting it and managed to get the shot off.
Spain are turning up the screw again. Ferran Torres on the edge of the box, back to Lamine Yamal, beats the defender, then cuts it back, and it's cleared away. Crucially, McAllister stepped in to get it away.
Yeah, but you feel it's coming. This wave after wave, it's attack v defence.
And now a shot from Kubazi, and Martinez struggled to make the save, and he didn't know where it was, and it's hooked back across the penalty area. He was totally disorientated there. Emi Martinez, having made the save, parried it. It bounced away from him. He was very fortunate. Argentina were able to clear that.
Not sure how he's managed to do that, the Argentinian goalkeeper. He's somehow kept it out. Pedro Porro fires in a stinging shot at the goalkeeper, but it's one he should deal with a lot better than he does. It's just down to his right-hand side. It's a comfortable save. He goes down to his right-hand side and it hits the inside of his palms and goes out the field at the other side. Really worrying moment for Emi Martinez.
I think it was the central defender, Kubasi, who hit the shot that was saved. So Nico Williams with the corner for Spain, ratcheting up the pressure on Argentina. The corner is taken, but you heard the whistle there from referee Vintage. He's not happy with something, so it's going to be retaken. They've got another ball.
No, he's warning him, John. He's just pointing to the penalty spot. He's warning the Argentinian defenders. He stopped the play before the ball's come in. He's walked over to them and pointed to the spot as though to say, do it again and I'll give a penalty.
Yeah, Medina, I think he has said that most directly to. Williams takes the corner. It's a deep one, but it's over everyone. And we'll just roll out of play now as the referee comes across. There were two players on the ground there. Comes across just to have a look, but it's a throw into Argentina. And it's still 0-0 in the World Cup final.
It's a brilliant corner, whipped in right-footed from Williams, and Kubasi wasn't far away, just in along the 6-yard line, just over his head.
Look at this now, the Argentinians, they're taking the time. They're not in a rush to take the throw-in. The longer this game goes for them, they're happy.
It's entirely possible that, just like the last World Cup in this part of the world in 1994, it could go all the way. 0-0, the famous Baggio penalty miss for Italy that handed the trophy to Brazil.
Has that ball landed yet?
Spain 0, Argentina 0. And the scene that we've got here, it is so reminiscent of that World Cup in 94, sitting here in this wide open bowl, bright sunshine, and Spain in possession. Spain in only their second World Cup final, the winners back in 2010, as Pedri gives it to Rodri, and it's back to Kubasi, who will curl a pass out towards the right-hand side to Pedro Porro. Porro looking to get it back. Lamine Yamal is with him there on the halfway line, and then the two of them just exchange passes, and Argentina can drop back into position. So Argentina, Lionel Scaloni's had a real challenge on his hands here with the players that he's lost to injury, and he's made all 5 of his changes now as Pedri plays it out to the right-hand side. Pedro Porro's pass is blocked on the edge of the penalty area, came off Tagliafico, dropped behind for another corner.
Yeah, they're getting pulled apart, they're getting picked apart. It's as if, I know he's made his substitutions and they've found moments in this World Cup, but Unai Simon has had an easy afternoon. It's as if Argentina are saying, would take penalties.
They've taken the corner short, Spain. Williams is over there with Lamine Yamal. Williams to Pedri on the edge of the box, trying to find a position. Williams now cuts it back. Torres, then the header that arrives at the back post, but it's straight at Martinez, and he makes a routine save. After all of that, as the ball is launched away downfield, Unai Simon, and Cucurella's gone down, suggesting that he's got a bash on the back of the head from Simeone. He's gone down holding his head. I mean, the ball had long gone.
Like father, like son there, a little bit niggly. Simeone, Cucurella getting his body in front of Simeone, letting the ball bounce through from the long clearance from Emi Martinez. And Simeone gives him one in the back.
And it was Emerick Laporte who had that chance when it eventually came to the back post, but headed it straight at the goalkeeper.
But it was brilliant interchange on the right-hand side through the two substitutes, Williams and Pedri. They look sharp and they look fresh.
Argentina are creaking here. Spain are putting them under some pressure. They are finishing more strongly. 10 minutes to go, less than 10 minutes. Ball out towards the right-hand side. And whether this is making the difference, the fact that Argentina played a day later, they've had 2 sets of extra time to come through. And remember, of the last 14 finals, men's and women's, World Cup and European Championship, 13 of the winners have played the semi-final the day before. Here's Pedri, low ball towards the edge of the penalty area. Oh, that's a misplaced pass. Centre field by Marino, but Spain win it back. And actually the referee's going to come across and show a yellow card to Enzo Fernandez. He was up to something in centre field.
Well, he took a dive, that's what he did. McAllister fed the ball, Fernandez made the run. He's saying I was pulled down. He wasn't pulled down, the pass was too heavy and Kabasi had read it. But he's got to be careful, he applauded the yellow card. Shouldn't be doing that.
Oh, that was a flagrant breach, wasn't it, to do that? Sarcastic, Chris? I'm sure you'd never. As Unai Simon, long, right-footed downfield, but that's got too much on it. It bounces all the way into the opposing penalty area. So we are in the 83rd minute.
If Argentina actually had a shot on target in this
I don't think they have.
Don't think he's hit the floor, has he, Unai Simon? I don't think he's hit the floor. He's touched very little of the ball with his hands.
Yeah, so it still remains that at this entire World Cup, there've only been 10 attempts on target on Spain's goal.
By the way, they've not even had an attempt. Never mind an attempt on target. They've not even had an attempt, it's saying on the screen in front of me.
Yeah, so the only thing was when Simon came out of the penalty area in the first half. As Argentina play the ball across their back line, that's cleared away towards the halfway line by Otamendi. Comes back at Argentina again. Ferran Torres on the edge of the area. Here's Mikel Merino. Merino is able to guide it out towards Lamine Yamal, and Argentina drop back in there again. Well, it's Argentina who are holding out here. Not quite as desperately as England held out or tried to hold out against them in the semi-final. And Williams now, he is leaned into by Molina. That's not a free kick. Here's Messi. A rare touch for Messi in the second half. Running the ball forward and passing it forward. This is for Molina to chase, but that's got too much on it. And in the end, Simon can clear it into centre field. There is a foul on Marino, and Marino plays the ball into Enzo Fernandez, who's just been yellow carded, but he knew what he was doing there, Marino.
Yeah,
Arsenal
Fernandez,
and Chelsea.
That's right. Enzo Fernandez needs to be careful. He's on that yellow.
Spain 0, Argentina 0. Our television has shown us a shot of Donald Trump watching in one of the air-conditioned boxes inside the stadium. I've been told that apparently the pictures around the world back home as the ball's played into the penalty area and Ferran Torres tries to pull it back across, but that's deflected out of play by Tagliafico for a throw to Spain down the right. Seemingly more pictures of Donald Trump are being shown back at home than they are to us inside the stadium.
Just wonder whether he'll have a bit of advice for the losers.
Well, there's one thing, he'll be on the pitch presenting the winners the trophy, that is for sure.
He will, as will the Mexican president, Claudia Scheinbaum and Mark Carney of Canada will be there as well, so I'm told. Spain 0, Argentina 0. I know he'll be the one who hands it over though. 5 minutes to go. Ball chipped across, and we don't know whose hands that trophy is going to be placed into yet. Spain have had, well, much the better of the second half now, I think we can say that. Laporte across to Kubasi, and then out to the right hand side where the ball is tackled out of play for a Spanish throw 15 yards inside Argentine territory. Argentina's supporters desperately hoping their team can become the first for over 60 years to win 2 World Cups in a row. Out comes the pass to Williams. Williams takes it down, back onto his right foot, but then the tackle comes in on him from Simeone Jr. One would imagine that Simeone Sr. will be here inside the stadium. I know he's been to so many of the matches. As it finds its way all the way back to Unai Simon. Spain, who've conceded only 1 goal at this entire World Cup. Charles de Catalara of Belgium scored that against them. They've never been behind, and have never been taken to extra time yet at this World Cup. But that is what we are looking at here. 4 minutes of the 90 to play, but space opens up a little. Centre field, and it's passed out to Lamine Yamal, and the 19-year-old plays it back centrally to Rodri, who actually flipped it behind Marino, who plays it into the box. Ferran Torres with the shot, but he watched it drop over his shoulder, and he mishit it really from the angle wider than near post.
Yeah, clever run though. It was. He's a little bit sharper in terms of his speed than Yazabel, and makes a forward run. Marino just chipping the ball in behind. Argentinian back line, not a lot of space to work with. You can see the idea. Ferran Torres right foot as the ball's bouncing, trying to wrap his foot around it, but off target.
Well, we'll be heading on to 10 o'clock back home. Maybe people will have one final chance to take the radio to bed with them at this World Cup. Spain 0, Argentina 0. Ball near the edge of the Spanish penalty area. King of Spain is here watching as Spain do get away with little Pedri, and then Lamine Yamal with a pass back into the centre circle. Laporte, and Spain enjoying this feel of the ball. Rodri, and then Pedri again. Pedri, high right-footed ball looking for Williams. Defender came, then backed away. Williams has got it on the left-hand side, up against Molina, Cucurella, then Rodri. Remember Rodri, a Champions League winning goal scorer for Manchester City, the captain of this Spanish team. Rodri gets it back, and then just places the ball into the path of Williams. The Spanish supporters increasing in their support for their team from the stands at that end of the ground. Kubasi towards the edge of the penalty area. It's worked into the box, but Argentina are able to clear it away. Comes back again to Pedro Porro. Lamine Yamal on the right flank, drifting infield. Argentina players getting to him. Still Lamine Yamal. Now across to Rodri. Rodri works it to Williams. Left corner of the box. Williams has it down. 2 defenders on him, and one of them got the touch. Molina it was, who was able to get a touch on that and clear it away, but it's out of play for a Spanish throw.
Well, that's little Messi back doubling up, helping his defender out, but this now is just it's taking the same old pattern. Argentina sat back, bodies behind the ball, and Spain just popping the ball in and around them. They just can't get that final touch.
Here's Rodri though, 25 yards out. Rodri shoots wildly wide. Opened up from there. That was the chance for the Spanish captain.
He had so many better options. They're outnumbering the Argentinians in the area of the field. I think he had Williams out on one side, Lamal out on the other side. I think he took the shot on there, Rodri. He goes up high and well over the goal. He should have played that wide. I think that's where Spain are at the best. This Argentinian defence, they enjoy defending the width of the 18-yard box. The options that Spain have had, the opportunities they've had, have come in the wide areas when they've got around the back of the fullbacks.
Spain 0, Argentina 0. Played back underway again, but the ball is shoveled forward to Messi. Messi, who is 5 yards inside the Spanish half, is able to win a throw-in for his team.
I mean, they could actually win the World Cup, Argentina, without having a shot on goal. Think about that.
Yep.
That would be quite something.
They're able to hold out for a penalty shootout. We are going to see. In fact, it's the fourth official with the board, isn't it? I think I saw 4 minutes there. Yes, it is. I thought it would be more than that. So we're into added time at the end of the 2026 World Cup final. 4 of the last 5 World Cup finals have gone to extra time. We've not had the thrills and spills yet of 4 years ago in Qatar, which was one of the great finals. It really boiled to a climax. Argentina will absolutely take extra time now. Long right-footed ball downfield. They've been under pressure for most of the second half. Headed forward by Laporte, McAllister, and then Molina. Here is Messi. He sets off on a run and actually is blocked there quite blatantly by Laporte. The ball's played infield, it hits the referee and the referee's brought it back, and now Argentina are pointing the finger at Laporte. It was a blatant block. Argentina players coming across, and Laporte walks back coolly, leans over, gives Messi both of his hands and pulls him to his feet.
You want to see the way that the Argentinian bench reacted to that. I mean, the fouls that have been committed during this game, that was probably one of the lesser ones. It was on Messi, and you should have seen it. One of them's been booked. The referee's just come over to the bench. Somebody's been booked down there.
I think it might have been one of the unused substitutes. The referee rather wearily pulled a yellow card out of his pocket and just waved it in the direction of the bench. And the fourth official pointed to, as I say, I think it was perhaps one of the unused substitutes in the purple bib. Spain 0, Argentina 0, but an Argentine set piece. And now you can hear the fans from way down South America thinking this might be their opportunity. This would be a smash and grab. Messi plays it square. Messi gets it back, edge of the area, onto his left foot. Then the challenge comes in on him. He goes sprawling down after he was challenged by Rodri. Argentina again. The ball across from the right from Simeone, too close to Martinez, to Unai Simon, who can just drop on it.
Disappointing cross in the end. They worked a good position.
Ball played forward to Williams. It could open up for Spain here. Ferran Torres in the middle. Williams though shoots and it's parried away. It was straight at the goalkeeper Martinez. He was able to stand up and just get his palms in front of it, Paul, and deflect it back. Now then. That's Enzo Fernandez. A high challenge from Enzo Fernandez on the halfway line. He's already been shown a yellow card. It's a second yellow, and the Chelsea midfielder is sent off in the World Cup final. Only the 6th man to receive his marching orders in this great set-piece occasion, and Argentina are down to 10 men.
Well, he's disputing this. I've got to say, where we're sitting, I thought it seemed a pretty wild challenge.
First glance, it looks horrible, doesn't it?
He's late. Kavasi gets there first. Fernandez is trying to get up to the ball, but he follows through, catches him. It's a second yellow. The first one for diving, and the second one just a little bit reckless with it. And the Argentina players are in and as they normally are, surrounding the referee. Lino Scaloni is up. Argentina manager protesting.
Well, there's a right kerfuffle going on the side of the pitch, way down below us, and also around the referee. And the Spanish physio is on to give Kubasi the treatment. He was the Spanish player who was caught by that late challenge. I mean, it wasn't a horrible challenge, but it was certainly a yellow card.
It was an absolute booking, it was. But his first one for diving and descent is what they're probably all frustrated about. But the Argentinian players, to a man, on the bench around the fourth official. Fernandez still hasn't left the field. The referee's telling them all to go away. He's listening to Messi. I think he's saying he's had the message in his ear from VAR. It's done. Leave the field.
Yeah, well, the footballing conspiracy theorists might think that there's a chance of this being overturned, but the referee's adamant, and I do not see how that could be overturned.
No, I'm in total agreement. I mean, they like to try and influence the officials, the Argentinian players in and around the referee. They've had, I think, a fair few decisions go for them this tournament, but that was the correct decision. It was late. It was a second yellow. And the Argentinians will feel hard done by.
Well, it was already tough this for the defending champions. Play still hasn't resumed.
He's still on there, and Fernandez, isn't he? He's now off now,
Yeah, he's on the far side. He's left on the far side of the field, and he's been walked around. Or is he? No, he has left.
He's in. He's just gone in the tunnel, top left.
Oh, yeah.
He's just gone down the tunnel, just disappearing.
Yeah, got him. I mean, there's so many tunnels in this ground, you don't know. Sometimes you don't know which one to look at. So there we are. Argentina down to 10 for the remainder. And this was already such a tough assignment. And now it's got all that harder. One of our hardest working players as well, Enzo Fernandez.
And I was going to say, let's talk about Messi's work rate off the ball. You know, he doesn't do as much as the rest of them. So in effect, at times when they're down, they're down to 9 when they haven't got the ball.
Well, there's still time for Spain to snatch this. We're in the 6th minute of added time, but that was a lengthy stoppage surrounding the sending off of Enzo Fernandez. Ball played out towards the right-hand side. Lamine Yamal, Spain. Good yet, so but he's lost possession, and actually Argentina will take this away downfield and in these circumstances. No, it's given away. It's given away to Cucurella. Now to the edge of the ball. Oh, that's a blatant that is a blatant foul on Ferran Torres. Chopped down by Paredes, who himself is on a yellow card.
Oh, that's a ridiculous challenge. Ferran Torres, little shift of the ball, takes a touch, kills the ball dead. Little shift, and then Paredes, I mean, he hacks him down. That's a yellow.
That is a yellow card. That is a yellow card foul.
Take a brave referee to do too, wouldn't it? At this stage of the game. But this could be the moment, the defining moment for the World Cup. Spain have got an opportunity here. 25 yards from goal, very, very central. This is it. You would feel the referee blows after this. One of the Spanish players here is going to have an opportunity, one shot on goal, to win the World Cup final.
Well, it looks as though it's going to be either Pedro Porro of Tottenham or the great teenage rising star of world football, Lamine Yamal. Who's your money on?
My money's on a right footer. I think it suits a right footer better, but I'm often wrong, John.
Lamine Yamal is placing it, and the referee's still sorting out the wall, telling the Argentina players, got to stay behind the white line. Good luck with that. And obviously the Spanish players have got to stay 2 yards away from the Argentine wall. Still the big Slovenian referee, Slavko Vincic, leaning over, talking to them. And he's also put a spray down to show the Spanish players that they can't get any closer than that to the Argentine wall. And now he's putting in another line of spray down on the pitch. Excellent. World Cup level spraying. Free kick. This is the chance right at the end of added time, at the end of the 90 minutes in the World Cup final. Free kick. 3 strides outside the D, slightly left of centre. Lamine Yamal with his hands on his hips, and Pedro Porro, the other contender. Lamine Yamal, left foot. It's saved by Martinez. Emi Martinez, he enjoyed that one. Full length to his left. Good 2 hands to it to push it away wide for a corner.
Yeah, it's a well-taken free kick from Lamine Yamal to get it up and over the wall away to the goalkeeper's left. Makes a decent save, Martinez.
Corner taken short, still we play on. Williams fall into the penalty area looking for Kubasi. That's a good challenge there, and that is the last challenge. And it's 0-0, and it's extra time in the World Cup final. Extra time for the 5th time in the last 6 World Cup finals. But as the Argentina players, as they walk past the referee, plenty of them have got something to say to him. Fingers being pointed, but the sending off of Enzo Fernandez in the 3rd minute of added time swings momentum even further towards Spain, you would have to say, Paul Robinson and Chris Sutton.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been so dominant. Argentina still to this point haven't even had attempts on goal, never mind an attempt on target. We're sat here fairly central, and our eyes have been fixed into the left-hand half. Spain very dominant, both possessionally and territorial as well. Not overly creative. They've had 1 or 2 opportunities. The ones that they have got through with have been disappointingly finished straight at Martinez. He's made 1 or 2 saves that you would have expected him to make. They're by far and away the better team, and Argentina now completely in survival mode.
Yeah, I suppose it's a case of what does Lionel Scaloni do? So Argentina can make another substitution. So does he bring Lautaro Martinez on because Messi we know about Messi's magic, but they're numerically disadvantaged.
What?
Well, I'm saying that they need somebody, maybe a focal point, somebody to stretch the back line, because otherwise it's going to be 30 minutes of shooting for Spain, isn't it? So that may be crossing Scaloni's mind, but would he be brave enough to do that?
Extra time on the way. Spain 0, Argentina 0, and here with us just to our right, Kelly Cates in the stadium with us on 5 Live.
John Murray, Chris Sutton and Paul Robinson bringing you commentary of the latter stages of that second half of this World Cup final. Ian Dennis will be back with us as well to get the extra time period underway. 0-0 at the end of 90 minutes. Guillaume Balaguer joins us now. Spain are tightening the screw. They're still in control, and yet, Guillaume, it's not quite happening.
How do you call it when the screw goes far too far and it keeps going around?
When you lose the
thread. It just feels a little bit, to be honest, Argentina have defended wonderfully. They've been absolutely brilliant. And they changed the way they defended throughout the game. There were times where it was man-to-man, and at the moment where Spain passed the halfway line, they went on a formation that didn't allow a lot of space. So it was difficult to find the free man. And I think there's a lot of tired legs there. There hasn't been as much risk as I thought it would take place in the second half. And when he has, as Chris was saying, which hasn't been really chances that Spain have made it difficult for El Dibu. But it's more of the same. Let's just hope, as you say, that the screw hasn't gone round fully and he actually just eventually ends up where he has to go.
The thing is, as we know, we've now got another 30 minutes of this, and you're talking about tired legs. And Argentina are down to 10 players for this period of extra time. And I'm sorry, I'm battling with the stadium announcer, who's very excitable. In terms of what's going to happen over this 30 minutes, it feels like it should be set up for Spain. But we thought this at the end of the first half. And are you just starting to think maybe this has an Argentina moment in it?
I don't think there'll be a moment, just because of what we've seen so far. If there is that substitution that's left, should be a defender in the case of Argentina. And for us, it's just to add some more energy maybe, but just really it's more of the same, with the hope that 1-2 that has been blocked by the centre backs, that dribble of I would say Nico more than Lamine seems like his energy is gone, or just across Ferran actually hits it properly, something like that. Those 10 centimetres that have to go our way goes our way, otherwise see you here for the penalties.
Which it might well do, and to be honest, once it gets to extra time, I think people like to feel that they're going to get penalties, or they feel a bit shortchanged.
No,
but I know you would rather see a goal in the next 30 minutes. But are you frustrated by what you've seen from Spain so far?
No, we've seen the good stuff, and we know that we're not very freely scoring goals. But when you have such an advantage, you will expect the goal will come.
What do you think then, if Luis de la Fuente does decide to make a change? Because you said it looks like Lamal's energy's gone. Does he risk that?
Jeremy Pino coming on, possibly somebody who's a winger who has got a goal in him and may be in the box. Something like that is needed.
Chris Sutton was suggesting that maybe for similar we're about to get underway. Sorry, I was sitting too far back and missed that. We should hand over to our commentary team led by Ian Dennis.
Thank you, Kelly. Perfect timing, just about, as we're back underway in this 23rd World Cup final, and it is Spain 0, Argentina 0, and 6 players, as John was saying, have now been sent off in a World Cup final. Enzo Fernandez, 3 of them have been Argentinian, but let's get it right. It should also have been, just like Italia 90 with Monzon and Dezzotti, Paredes should have walked as well. They should be down to 9. Anyway, Spain in this first period of extra time in their red shirts with the navy trim. Navy shorts are playing from left to right, out towards Williams on the far side, and they've got to hang on for another 30 minutes of Argentina. They've got to try and take it to penalties. It's hard to see how they can break this Spanish domination to create a chance as they just sit in with just 9 outfield players. This is Kubasi. Out then to Lamine Yamal. Infield to Porro. 30 yards out from goal. Back to Lamine Yamal. Ferran Torres wants it back. Yamal, right corner of the area. Porro, Torres, it was hard, drilled into his feet, and allows Tagliafico, who's run into Porro. And then I think he might have caught Porro in the face, but Porro's gone down.
Knows exactly what he's doing there. Tagliafico just taking the pressure off his side. Sees an opportunity, he's got nobody in front of him. He runs straight into Pedro Porro, who in turn makes the most of the challenge. The Argentinian defender is very clever.
Before today, 8 finals in the World Cup had gone to extra time. Only 3 have been decided by penalties. 94 was the first in the United States, 2006, and then in Qatar in 2022. But they are going to bide their time. They're going to try and kill the game as Emi Martinez hits it long towards Alvarez and over his head, and it goes straight out for a goal kick.
And how long did he take to take that free kick? Argentina they're playing for penalties, trying to run down the clock. They've got to get up the pitch. Messi's not going to stretch that Spanish back line. You know, leaving him on could be too big of a risk for Lionel Scaloni, as daft as it sounds.
Rodri looks for Ferran Torres, he finds him. Ferran Torres just about keeps the ball in play, puts it back to Lamine Yamal on the stretch, couldn't fully control the ball. Tagliafico lifts it over the head towards Alvarez, he tries to pop it back to Tagliafico, they end up losing the ball. This is Pedri coming forward, Williams with a header, great save by Emi Martinez. One-handed, moving away towards his right, fine reflex save, 0-0.
It was a really good save from the goalkeeper, because I'm not so sure that Williams in the middle actually got a header on it. I don't know whether he's missed that, because if he's going to head it, he's got to head it the other way. We'll wait and see the replay. It's Pedri doing really good work down this right-hand side with his left foot, cuts inside, and Williams completely misses the ball. And it's an even better save from Martinez, because he's got to react from when he's missed it. That was an opportunity. Williams should have won it there and then.
Yeah, brilliant goalkeeping. He just gambles really on Williams not getting a touch, and he gambles right.
Lionel Scaloni says, he talks about their unique mentality. He says, we know how to suffer. Well, down to 10 in this heat, they are going to suffer. However, they also have caused some distance when it comes to extra time, because this is the 10th occasion now in their last 18 knockout ties that they've gone to extra time.
Yeah, and the referee telling Martinez to get on with it. It's taken ages once again. They are brilliant at housery, aren't they, Argentina?
Well, the pass masters in the dark arts. 4 minutes played, 0-0. First period of extra time live on 5 Live. And Spain, just as they did in their previous World Cup final, have gone to extra time. That was when they beat the Netherlands by 1-0 16 years ago. As Rodri tries to clip it out, Marino tries to win it back. Simeone's into a central area, heads it forward, flicked away up towards Messi. It's just going to keep coming back.
It's attack versus defence. It's that old saying all the time, isn't it? But it's just flashed up on the screen again. The attempts have just updated. Spain have had 16 attempts, Argentina not one.
Williams strokes the ball inside. Pedri to the backdrop of Argentinian voices, trying to keep their side going to the very, very end. This has been in contrast to the thrilling final that we witnessed in Qatar 4 years ago. However, it has been compelling because of what we've had to witness as Williams comes inside. Argentina just will not yield, they will not buckle as Simeone gives chase. Their resilience, you have to admire.
They're playing with 2 banks of 4 and then Messi wherever he wants to go. He's so isolated that the space between him and the midfield, the midfield sat on top of the defence, the defensive line drops back, the midfielder goes with them. At the moment, Messi's probably 50 yards detached from his teammates.
Yeah, Messi doesn't want to go very far.
Porro, low ball into the box, Ferran Torres, might go to Marino, tries to swivel, comes to Williams! Williams scores! But the referee has blown his whistle, and the celebrations are cut short. The goal has been disallowed by Slavko Vincic, and it remains Spain 0, Argentina 0.
Well, it was Marino who's involved, and the referee, in fairness to him, blew early with it, but There's a ball into the box and slightest of touches, and Marino, I don't think there's a foul on Otamendi, I really don't. He then takes a touch and swings for the ball. I don't see a lot in that.
The only thing is, though, Chris, the referee, as you say, blew his whistle very early. This would surely go down as a referee's call, and that would take Bastian Danker, the German official, the VAR. He would have to be very, very strong now as a VAR to say that is a clear and obvious error.
Well, I think it is a clear and obvious error if it's a foul on Otamendi. I don't think Marino throws his arm or does anything too bad with the initial contact. He then spins and takes a swing at the ball, and Martinez comes and tries to collect it. We were just seeing the initial cross in. It's Marino and Otamendi. Does he stand on his foot? I don't think he does. That's accidental. So I doubt they're going to overturn this looking at that. But I tell you, that's harsh.
He's accidentally stood on his foot. That's extremely harsh. I mean, it's a very, very good spot from the referee if that's what he's given it for, rather than the way that the Argentinian defender's gone down to ground. But he has actually, VAR won't intervene because he stood on his foot as he'd gone through the action. But now Martinez has been very clever as well. He wasn't touched at all in the lead up to the goal, but he's just sitting down on the floor receiving treatment.
He'll be down for another 8 minutes.
How many instances have Argentina had favourable decisions during this World Cup?
They haven't had one go against them. They've not had one VAR go against them. Obviously, you may say the red card wasn't overturned there if the VAR was to intervene. But all the VAR decisions that they've had this World Cup, not one's gone against them.
I hope Emi Martinez is all right.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Emi Martinez is back to his feet. Now Argentina have got one more opportunity to make one change. Spain have got a chance to bring on 2 more players, and they're going to do exactly that now. So Zubamendi has come on for Rodri. It's actually his first appearance at these finals, and likewise for Eric Garcia, who was an unused substitute throughout the World Cup in 2022. He too is yet to appear so far in these World Cup finals, but they've come on, and it is Laporte and Rodri who have gone off. Garcia, who's extremely versatile, he can play either as a right back, centre back, or indeed in the centre of midfield as a holding midfielder. Formerly of Manchester City, he is on, and Zubamendi is replacing Rodri as Williams picks it up. But sliding challenge comes in. Marino helps win it back for Spain. 9 minutes of this first period of extra time, and it still remains 0-0 here on 5 Live, the World Service, and available on the BBC Sounds app, or you could be watching and listening through the TV, through the iPlayer or the website to the BBC TV pictures. Ball chipped forward, looking towards Marino, volleyed away on that occasion by Otamendi. Kubasi tries to hold off Messi. Messi's pulled him back, and he goes for an ambitious chip from long range, but the referee's whistle had already blown 0-0.
Argentina are playing with 2 men down because Messi's given them nothing. There's that lone centre forward. I think Scaloni has made a mistake. We know Messi can have his moments of magic, but Argentina, they have to try and have a bit of relief, a bit of respite.
Lamine Yamal inside to Porro. Pedri, less than 30 yards out from goal, finds Cucurella. Williams, left corner of the area. Back inside it comes. Ball is passed square. This now is with Pedri. They pass the ball to Porro. Lamine Yamal is also hovering. Porro delivers the cross. Williams waits at the far post. Molina was tucked in to head the ball away, the right back. Spain now knocking on the door, forcing Argentina back. This is Garcia. Infield to Pedri. Pedri passes the ball to Zubamendi. Kubasi joins the attack from defence. Lamine Yamal right-hand side. With the exception of Messi, everybody's behind the ball for Argentina. Pedri leaves it. Lamine Yamal goes for a curling effort. Well off target. Paul Robinson.
It's so disappointing from Lamine Yamal. Once again, end product there. I mean, they're so deep, Argentina. It's actually amazing to watch from up here on high. The 2 lines of defence almost merge into one. and Spain are just constantly attack after attack, wave after wave. They've got to do something different, Spain. They've got to either move it quicker, go into different areas, try and get in behind, because at the moment Argentina, they're doing what they do best, breaking the game up, making it hard and running the clock down.
You think to when England were trying to hang on against Argentina, balls were just coming in the box all the time as Argentina are going to make their final change, and it is going to be Marcos Senesi, whose only appearance at this World Cup was a start against Jordan, played obviously at Bournemouth last year. He has left now, a free signing for Tottenham, and only called into this squad as a replacement for the injured Leonardo Balerdi. But do Spain need to try and vary it, Chris, and put some more balls into the box when you think you've got Marino in there?
Well, they're just trying to probe on. They move the ball quickly and just find a little space for that final ball. They're not just throwing balls in, they're trying to wait for that optimum moment. Just got to keep moving the ball quickly.
Julian Alvarez was the player who was sacrificed for Senesi. Spain with Williams, crosses, Marino, heads it wide.
How has he missed that? Marino, who has been magnificent for Spain, the scorer of late goals for them at this World Cup, drifts in. It's a brilliant ball from Nico Williams, shifts the ball onto his right foot. And Marino gets across his mark, he's 6 yards out and he glances the header wide of Emi Martinez's left-hand post. They can't keep missing opportunities like that.
The Argentinian players may be shattered. They may be drained as they try to contain and hold Spain out and force them to penalties, but their supporters are certainly not drained. They've got as much energy as they did at the first whistle, trying to keep the players to try and be that extra man from the stands.
Well, Senesi's gone in there as another defender. They're a back five now, 3 in midfield. Spain will keep moving the ball quickly from side to side, and no one up front when they're out of possession because Messi does nothing.
Spain are camped in the Argentinian half. This is Williams' left-hand side. Molina, though, will not move as he tries to go in front. Williams cuts inside. Excellent block from Paredes. Then they try to get it up towards Messi and they succeed. And Messi flicks it on the inside of Kubasi. He looks for Simeone. Simeone waits. Well done, referee. He waits for Cucurella. Cucurella leans into him and he falls over. Now they hit the ball long. Back out towards Lamine Yamal. And then there's a bit of bargy-bargy with Tagliafico and Lamine Yamal, because that was off the field of play, and Tagliafico prevented Lamine Yamal from trying to get back onto the pitch. It is getting very, very feisty.
Didn't help that was right in front of the Argentinian bench either, because we know how animated their substitutes can be, and immediately all of them straight out off the bench into the referee. But again, it's just slowing the game down, it's breaking the game up.
Tagliafico challenge on Lamine Yamal. It's a joke, but they fight for the cause, don't they, Argentina? They keep going, they keep scrapping, keep being aggressive, keep being these disruptors. You know, Scaloni's in the fourth official's ear. They won't give up.
Some may say it's anti-football. It's the darkest of dark arts. But they are fighting, and the Argentinian supporters do not care a jot if it means that they become the back-to-back winners of a World Cup for just the 3rd time. The last team to do it was Brazil, 58 and 62. We're into 3 minutes of additional time in this first period of extra time. Spain 0, Argentina 0.
You see, that's where the time wasting works, because we've certainly had more than 3 minute stoppages. They've taken more than 3 minutes over goal kicks, injuries, whatever they've done to try and slow the game down. There's definitely been more than 3.
Spain coming forward. This is Torres. Challenge comes in from behind. Referee says there's no foul. Lino Scaloni, incidentally, has also been booked. This is the guy who Diego Maradona, when he was appointed, said he couldn't direct traffic. I'll tell you what, he's not done a bad job. 2 Copa Americas, a finalissima, a World Cup, and he's got his side fighting for the cause right to the bitter end. Epitomised by Simeone. Up towards Messi. Messi down to the ground, picks himself up, turns, plays the ball now out towards this near side. That's Medina, the central defender, who's coming forward, and it goes out of play.
Yeah, listen to the noise now. Every challenge, every block. Argentina have got in the Spanish half, and the Argentinian supporters are going wild.
They are playing with so much pride. They are leaving everything out there on the pitch. Is that Taliafico who's just gone to the floor saying that Ferran Torres
out as well? They know exactly what they're doing, and the referee needs to get a grip of this because they're doing it all the time. They take the time with a throw-in, then Tagliafico goes to ground, which the referee then has to go over and tell him to get up, waste more time.
Deafening noise inside the MetLife, generated by the Argentinian support. And the players as well are also acting as cheerleaders.
Well, they want to throw it, Ian. Just imagine if they score.
They're trying to pen Spain in deep inside their own half. They've hardly looked away towards our left as Porro tosses that ball forward, flicked on by the head of Ferran Torres. Paredes, lucky still to be on the field. Taliafico clears. The referee. Wherever you look, if you're Argentinian and you're wearing the sky blue and the white striped shirt, you are just throwing your arms in the air, you're standing up, and you are singing as loud as you possibly can. They've been the best supporters at this World Cup. They've generated a proper football atmosphere wherever they've gone. They've travelled in their thousands, and they're not just sitting there nervously thinking, can they hang on when their side are down to 10? They're backing them to the hilt, what proper football fans are about. And that's the first period of extra time here on 5 Live. And they still refuse to buckle. Spain 0, Argentina 0.
0 as we head into the final 15 minutes of football of this World Cup 2026. At the end of that, if it's still 0-0, we will of course go to penalties in this one. It just feels, Paul Robinson, that suddenly, maybe for the first time, that there's a glimmer for Argentina in this game. It feels as though those tactics that frustrated England, that annoyed England, that got under their skin, are doing the same thing to Spain in the heat here in New Jersey.
It's exactly what they've wanted to get to. This is the stage of the game that they've wanted to get to. I mean, they've destroyed, they've done nothing, they've offered nothing going forward. And when you look at the stats again, there's 19 attempts from Spain and 0 for Argentina. And to get to this point and to still be in the game, we know how resilient we are. We know how horrible they are to play against. But they're experienced. There's so many of them that have been there and done it before. 17 of this squad have won the World Cup in Qatar in 2022. You know, you don't do that without gaining experience of how to play tournament football. And they're just such a difficult team to break down. The pride and passion that they have in defending and the togetherness that they have is showing. But Spain are by far the better side. It's exactly how we described it before the game, how we thought it would play out, but probably to an even bigger extent the way that Spain are dominating.
Chris, it has been so tight, this final. I know Spain have had more chances, I know they've had more shots on target, but it hasn't really felt as though they were going to make the breakthrough. It hasn't felt as though they've really put their foot down. Well, can they do it in this final 15 minutes?
Well, they had the big chance with the Marino header, who he has to bury that. It's 6 yards out. He had the goal gaping, just Martinez to beat, get it on target, you score. He didn't, and you wonder with that, you wonder with the disallowed goal for Spain, where I mean Marino did stand on Otamendi's foot, he did, but I mean it was accidental, it was soft. Williams popped it in, and yeah, they'll feel hard done by. But when things like that happen, and Argentina, I mean, they haven't played any football in this game. They are just defending the box, defending valiantly. They are brave, they're organised, they're getting the blocks in, but they haven't been a good watch. There's only one team played football this afternoon, and that's Spain. But can Argentina hang on? This would be some win if they could somehow get over the line, whether it's in extra time or by penalties. It looks like they want penalties, of course. But can Spain just take one of their opportunities?
15 minutes to go with Paul Robinson and Chris Sutton. John Murray.
Second period, second half of extra time begins. Spain 0, Argentina 0. 15 minutes, and then it would be penalties, and Argentina had to be given the hurry up there. Tagliafico, who I think might have a problem, because he's playing as the left-sided of the three central defenders, and Medina's playing as the left wing-back, and he was receiving treatment, Tagliafico, there, right until the very last moment, and Spain on the attack, playing from right to left as we look. Ball played back, in comes a high cross towards the back post. Williams heads it across, here's the chance! And it's in! Spain score! Ferran Torres drives it with his left foot into the roof of the Argentina net in the first minute of the second half of extra time. Finally the goal has come for Spain, and the 10 men of Argentina look absolutely shattered by that. That could be enough. Spain with their noses in front. Spain 1, Argentina 0.
Well, you can't say it wasn't coming, because it absolutely was. And it's just whether they could be clinical, Spain. And there's a cross into the box from Pedro Porro, far post. Nico Williams heads the ball down, and Ferran Torres, the sub, just has to compose himself. And he does sweeps the ball into the roof of the net, left-footed. It's a cool finish. And you have to say, Spain have played the football. Spain have deserved it, Paul.
It's a thoroughly deserved goal. And you say it has been coming. It's been coming for a long, long time. It's a lovely ball into the box at the far post. And he does really well at the far post to head it back across Williams. And actually, it is a very good finish when you get to watch it here. He keeps his calm. He knows that Emi Martinez is coming back across his goal. He knows the goalkeeper's going to dive low. Tucks it in with his left foot, puts it up and over the goalkeeper into the roof of the net. Hence wild celebrations over to our left into the middle of that stand. Spain deserved leaders, 1 up.
Just arrived onto it, dropped to him perfectly as it was headed back. Williams did well, actually. And Ferran Torres, with a touch of the Tardellis, the way that he ran away celebrating that goal. And then kicked the corner flag. And Spain, with the man advantage, now have the goal advantage. And Argentina doing everything they could to try and take this as far as they could, quite possibly to penalties. Well, now they're facing an enormous task.
Yeah, is that Tagliafico, the injured Tagliafico, throwing himself to the floor? He wins a free kick for Argentina.
Free kick, set piece chance that they will. Well, they'll send the blue and white stripes forward now. But Spain now have their eyes on a second World Cup title. Here's the free kick, which is driven high towards the edge of the Spanish penalty area and then flicked on. It might have well come off the Spanish head, actually, which took it back into the penalty area, but Unai Simon was able to come and claim it. Came off the head of the substitute Zubamendi.
I think for Spain's point of view now, it's about keep doing what you've been doing. They don't need to sit off and be as submissive with the 11 men as we saw England do against Argentina and allowed them back into the game by being so defensive. For Spain, they're so on top. They've got to keep playing in the way that they have.
This is 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC. Paul Robinson and Chris Sutton sitting with me. Chris, you were absolutely right. You called it very early on, the suggestion that Argentina could actually win this World Cup without having an attempt on target. But now that's all changed. They've got to score.
Yeah, they have, and they've got to press Spain. And as Paul quite rightly said, Spain are brave on the ball. They'll back themselves to beat the Argentinian press. Although there's an errant pass from Pedri.
Yeah, but it's played forward by Molina, but bounces back into the Argentine half. And then Otamendi clatters it into the backside of the goal scorer, Ferran Torres. And it's fair to say Ferran Torres looks still fired up after scoring what could be the World Cup final winning goal, urging the Spanish supporters in the crowd to make as much noise as they can. Here's Messi, though, on the right-hand side. Messi halfway inside the Spanish half, turning against Cucurella, and then giving it back towards the halfway line to Paredes. And then Messi, well, is this beyond even him? Messi's pass towards the edge of the area, that's cleared away. And then an important tackle comes in on Messi. Messi then makes a run into the box, but it's blocked away by Marino towards the halfway line. 10 minutes to go. Spain are 10 minutes away. Argentina in possession, and suddenly they have come to life. Give them credit. after hanging on, now it's obvious what they've got to do as the ball is played from centre field, but beyond Messi and through to Unai Simon.
And braver on the ball, of course, they have to be. They have to risk, they have to gamble. But you're an Argentinian fan within the stadium or watching back in Argentina, you think, well, why haven't we been able to show more intent throughout the 90, 120 minutes they're going to finally play?
As Cucurella is fouled, there's another yellow card being produced here, and Cucurella getting to his feet, and I'm not sure who was shown that yellow card to. Who was it, Paul?
McAllister with a late challenge. Yeah, it was a pointless challenge from McAllister as well. Comes flying in from a long way away. I mean, they were having a decent spell there, Argentina. Give the ball back to Spain.
Simeone was booked at some stage as well, it's said, and then there's a foul by Tagliafico.
He loves it, doesn't he? We thought he was injured. He just steamed 50 yards out to Pedro Porro, the right back, then ran back and clattered Marino, didn't he?
That could easily have been a yellow card. Tagliafico, who should have been yellow carded when he dragged back Lamine Yamal, virtually wrestled him. That could have been a yellow card. I think he's got away with that one as well.
I think we're up to 5 yellow cards for Tagliafico.
And do you remember when there was a player who was off the field? That was Christian Romero, I think, who was shown a yellow card. He'd already been substituted, but still, they're even getting yellow cards when they've left the pitch.
There's 7 yellows and a red, and they've all gone to Argentina.
I think that tells its own story. Spain 1, Argentina 0. Spain are closing in with every second that ticks by, and their supporters up in the stands to our left. They are now buoyant. The Argentina fans, though, they've not given up despite this. Williams, who played a part in the goal, scored in the Euro final 2 years ago, and now he's made that crucial contribution when he leapt and headed the ball back to Ferran Torres, who scored his 25th goal for Spain, but his first at this World Cup, and here he is now with his left hand bandaged, a little bit like Gary Lineker all those years ago. Ferran Torres plays it forward for Williams with a flick, but the offside flag is up against Nico Williams, and it's a free kick to Argentina, and they have less than 8 minutes to play. Remember how they've won their last 4 finals. Emi Martinez, who's going to take this, has been involved in all of them. The last 2 Copa America tournaments, the last World Cup, that finalissima. But Spain, this superb team, and that's what Spain are. It looks as though they might have just too much for them as the ball is played forward for Ferran Torres, who's 1-on-1 and makes it 2-0 until the offside flag goes up. Lamine Yamal played him through. I did think he did look as though he'd strayed offside, but he was through 1-on-1. Good finish.
Close. It's really close, but I had the same feeling, I think Paul did as well, that it just into an offside position, tucked it in nicely, but doesn't count.
Yeah, ruled out quickly. Semi-automated offside does its job. Spain 1, Argentina 0. We are almost entering the final stages. We'll stay on air. It's going to be lengthy, incidentally, as Williams puts the challenge in on Paredes, and Miguel Marino got involved in that as well. I think, you know, the Spanish players will feel as well that Paredes is very fortunate still to be on the field. Should have received a second yellow card. Free kick for Argentina. Paredes is going to take this, and it's left to him. Argentina. Spain hold their line on the edge of their own box, and the ball is fired in by Paredes, but headed away by Ferran Torres, who's become a central figure since he's come onto the field. Well, you can't get too much more central than scoring the winning goal in the World Cup final, I suppose. Paredes, and playing it across. Argentina are leaving the men up, leaving them forward. They're taking a risk here. It's entirely possible Spain could break forward and score a second goal. Here's Messi in his 3rd World Cup final. The 39-year-old skips away, and then Messi's ball into the penalty area is headed down and behind to comparative safety by Eric Garcia, but it is a corner for Argentina.
Yes. Those are the areas, aren't they? Sorry, where Messi pops up, what he did against England.
Messi's taking it short. He's giving it to Paredes. Messi gets it back. Here is the delivery in, and it lands on the roof of the net. Unai Simon, you'll have been in that position, Paul. The ball's swirling in. Is it going to land on the top of the net? Yes, it does.
Knowing that you're beaten, and you can tell by the goalkeeper's reaction, because he absolutely clatters into that back post. He wants to make doubly sure.
The sun in New Jersey is shining on Spain. And they're just showing the offside call on Ferran Torres on the big screens here, hence the gasps, because there wasn't a lot in it. And we have less than 5 minutes to go. That Ferran Torres goal, it seems, will rule out the necessity for penalty kicks at the end of a World Cup final in North America for a second time. Williams is away down the right. Oh, he's beaten Molina. Oh, and he's got it all wrong. What on earth was he doing? Torres was standing in the middle, and Torres looks at him because Williams I think he just completely lost his train of thought as much as anything else.
I don't know what Paul thinks. I think he's doing a bit of showboating.
I think he's trying to be too clever.
He does brilliantly initially to cut inside and drive into the box, and then he just has to feed it to Ferran Torres.
That would have been 2-0. But Argentina survived, just passed it straight through for a goal kick. Here's the ball to the edge of the area. It might actually reach Simeone. Out here it does, he did well. Slade kept it in, plays it back to Messi. He tees it up and shoots, and the ball ricochets all the way across the penalty area. It's hit the defender. It was Marino actually, who's the Spanish player. It might have hit him in the head. That was bang on target from Messi, who set it up brilliantly, hit it with his left foot, but straight into Marino.
He's done nothing all game, Messi, and that has absolutely smacked Marino full on right in the face. I mean, there's no way that the Spanish midfielder here is trying to kill time, but that's what Messi does. He's been so quiet all game. Simeone keeps the ball alive down on this near touchline when it looked for all the world the ball was going out. Passes the ball into Messi. He's 20 yards from goal on the half volley, and he strikes it so well. You've got to give Marino a lot of credit, because he's 5 or 6 yards from the ball, and he just allows it to hit him full in the face. It's a great block.
In truth, I don't know whether he had any choice there. Messi's left foot, he thunders that into his face, doesn't he? And Marino goes down. It's good to see him sat up again, but yeah, that's a sore one. That's one in the eye for Marino.
That's those type of moments that we've seen so often with Messi in this World Cup, and that's the times that he needs. He just pops up in those pockets, and if that was on target, we don't know where that was going. It was an excellent block.
Well, they are going to have to go through the full process, because I think it caught him smack square on the forehead, and he went straight down. So he's had to undergo all of the various checks, and we now have 2 minutes of extra time to play.
And that's a corner right for Argentina, and Marino off the field, who's a sizable player, isn't he?
Paredes is going across to take it, and yes, he is being taken back towards the halfway line, Paredes. The referee's got the ball in his hand.
I think he's going to have a drop ball. I think it was the Argentina players who put the ball on the corner quadrant in more hope than expectation.
So he blew the whistle before the ball had actually gone out of play, so it is not resuming with a corner. So there we are, there's the uncontested drop ball, and that was contested though by Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal, who could be a World Cup winner at the age of 19. Kubasi as well, the two of them, the two 19-year-olds in this Spanish team. Back to Emi Martinez, long and forward from him. It's headed infield, Argentina here. Messi playing it through the middle, but Kubasi on the edge of the box puts his foot through that and clears it towards the halfway line, and then there's a foul by Williams.
I mean, that's ridiculous, because all he allows Williams as he barges into the back of an Argentinian defender is for them to get the centre-backs forward and load another ball into the box.
He sent Senesi sprawling there, the now Bournemouth defender, and Messi tried to steal probably 10 yards there with the free kick. Referee Vincic was onto that, sent Messi back over towards closer to the touchline, and we are now in the 120th minute of this World Cup final. Messi playing the ball, Simeone's ball across. Oh, it's deflected narrowly wide. Oh, the chance, it was Senesi. There were defenders in there as well, and I think it came off one of the defenders. Senesi so close. If he got a touch there, surely that would have been in the net.
Was it Marino who gets up and celebrates like he scored a goal? sensational defending. I thought it was in. The cross was on point, but you mentioned Spain's defending in this World Cup. That was outstanding from Marino.
It was. Still, Spain have conceded only one goal in the entirety of this World Cup. They're almost at the end of their 8th and final match. Corner, Messi takes it into the 6-yard box, stretching Simon, still in the 6-yard area, and it bounces wide. Medina was in there, the final touch might have been Cucurella, and it's another corner.
It's absolute bedlam inside that 6-yard box. Nearly everyone to a man is in there, and that's where the ball's going.
Messi again takes it short. No, the referee says he's going to bring it back. 5 minutes of added time. So they've got time, and now it's Argentina who somehow, after this Herculean effort, having had Enzo Fernandez sent off in added time at the end of normal time, Messi with the corner, 1-0 Spain lead. Messi's low delivery to the near post is flicked on. Here's the chance! Oh, it's over the bar! Right-footed shot over the top on the stretch. Chance for Simeone. Simeone near the penalty spot, sent it over the bar, past a crowd of players in front of him.
Well, Lionel Scaloni must have been thinking, just give me one more half chance, and that was it. Corner wasn't the best corner from Messi. Tagliafico helps it on, and Simeone all alone, 10 yards out, the ball bounces, is sitting there, and he gets under it, right-footed, over the bar. That was a golden opportunity.
They'll do well to get a better chance than that to equalise. Argentina and Spain are just carrying the ball away downfield. Well, credit to the 10 men for that period of possession. They really tested Spain there, and Spain were fortunate to survive that and keep that clean sheet intact. Emi Martinez, forward from him again. They've left 3 players forward, and this time Otamendi has gone down as he was challenging for the aerial ball with Pedro Porro. Otamendi went down, rolled over and over, ball out of play. Throw-in taken, Otamendi gets up, carries on. Messi, now just right of the centre circle, finds the pass. McAllister, middle of the Spanish half. We're in the 3rd minute of the 5 of added time, and Argentina are giving this a go here. And then the referee spots a foul on the edge of the box. And Spain, that is some relief. Pedri fouled, and it's a free kick to Spain on the edge of their own box.
It's defended very well, Spain. It's the half opportunity that they give away there to Simeone. You wonder if Argentina are actually going to get any more chances in this game. Spain haven't kept on doing what they do. They do still have an attacking threat, but they have been slightly defensive, and as you say, you've got to give Argentina credit because they looked absolutely out on their feet, yet they've had one giant Herculean effort to try and get that all-elusive goal.
Spain 1, Argentina 0 in the 2026 FIFA World Cup final here in New Jersey. Spain have just over a minute to hold out, a minute to win it. Argentina clear into the centre circle, and then there's another foul. I'm not sure what the foul count now is in this match. It must be, you must be entering record territory.
It's another needless foul, isn't it? And Otamendi playing as that makeshift centre forward.
Messi hits this free kick long, but Unai Simon comes calmly forward to the edge of the box, catches it, and then goes down, as they used to say, in instalments. He has to get himself back on his feet, though. The referee already indicating, which he does, launches this downfield. It's cleared back forward, but back to Spain, and the ball's played out to Williams here on the left-hand side. Torres waiting in the middle. All of the Spanish substitutes and the coaches and Luis de la Fuente are waiting there on the side of the pitch. They're waiting to celebrate. The European champions in Berlin 2 years ago. They've done this before, of course. Spain, European champions in 2008, and then World Cup winners in 2010, and they're on the verge of doing it again. Quite the achievement. Ferran Torres challenged on the left wing. The ball runs away from Cucurella. That might have been a foul. It was. Argentina are going to have a last free kick, a last chance, and they send everyone forward. Emi Martinez comes forward. The Aston Villa goalkeeper gets the ball down. He's going to launch it long. Last chance, Chris.
Yeah, this is it for Argentina. Even Messi's moving forward on that right-hand side, but they need to get a knockdown onto that second ball. Can they create something?
Support to our right is incredible. The Argentina fans with their shirts being twirled in the air, hoping for one last chance. It will not come. And Spain have won the World Cup in New Jersey. 1-0 winners after extra time. They've beaten the holders, Argentina, who could not take that final step. And Spain, oh, they are such worthy winners. Spanish players running hither and thither. And there's also been a little bit of nonsense. I've seen a punch being thrown down there. There's some bad temper in the centre field, near the centre circle. But in all other areas, Spanish celebration, certainly in the stands. And Luis de la Fuente, what an achievement by him. European champions under the unheralded Luis de la Fuente 2 years ago. Now he's the coach of the World Cup winners. I think it is all calming down now, Chris.
Yeah, it was Paredes who threw punches at Eric Garcia at the end of the game. I think he was unhappy with Garcia's reaction, but yeah, it's all settled down now. And let's get it right. The best team won. The best team of the tournament won. The slickest, the silkiest, the stingiest. Spain, absolutely phenomenal, and they thoroughly deserve it.
Not to be for Lionel Messi this time, not to be for Argentina. And that sending off of Enzo Fernandez, obviously a pivotal moment in the game, Paul.
Yeah, key moment in the game, but they've been absolutely outplayed the whole game. And that bad sportsmanship there at the end, as you said, I think there's a couple of punches thrown there. I don't like it when it happens to them at the end of the game, but I think from Spain's point of view, I mean, to win a World Cup by conceding only one goal, that tells you a lot about the team, and it tells you a lot about the quality. And I think they're a team of an age that are going to grow. They'll grow together. They're an experienced team now at winning tournaments. And every time that I've seen in this tournament, they've been impressive, and none more so than today. You can say they do maybe lack ever so slight cutting edge, but it didn't matter today because they were by far and away the better side.
Yes, you're right, Paul. They've got a little bit of a nerve, haven't they, to react like that, bearing in mind how they reacted and how Barco, the substitute, ran around taunting the England players after the goal that was scored in Atlanta. But Spain can celebrate, Argentina commiserate with one another. And after extra time, Spain winning with that goal right at the start of the second period of extra time from Ferran Torres. Spain 1, Argentina 0 in the World Cup final. Kelly Cates.
And your commentary team here at the MetLife Stadium, John Murray and Ian Dennis, Chris Sutton and Paul Robinson, and we're also joined by Guillaume Balaguer. Guillaume, you talked about how much the World Cup meant to you in 2010 when Spain won it. What does this one mean to you?
Right now, I love being here, but I would love to have a space machine and jump and go to my mom's. That's my sister's there and her partner, and I know that she's going to be jumping up and down. It's not much more than a win. It's a sporting win. But to win this way, to win in a way that we started producing 30 years ago, people that come to your head is Iñaki Saez and Ginés Menendez, and you've got no idea who they are. But those were the first guys that said, how about if we just pick players that can do what Spanish players can normally do? Be intelligent on the pitch, understanding what's going on, give them weapons so they can, at whatever part of the game or on the pitch, they can give what it's necessary. This is the consequence of an idea. When an idea is such a rich idea that gives you success, and now you have to say in another era of success, is the celebration of that, the celebration of continuity, of process, but also, of course, I just want to give a hug to all my friends. I mean, I love you all here, and just 4 of you, I give you the back. I would just jump on top of you and just give you big kisses, because that's what it feels like right now to win the World Cup. But also to win it this way, it feels really, really well.
And the fact that it's happened 16 years after the last one as well, that cycle has continued. There's been a new generation of it.
Yeah, in 2010 it was like, oh, we could win this. We're favourites, we're doing really well. But how about if we don't? Are we haunted? Is this not possible anymore? Here, it's like, well, if it's not going to happen here, it's going to happen at some point. It happened in the Euros. it will happen again, because the idea has finally succeeded. We got a bit confused after 2010, but perhaps we didn't choose the right managers, perhaps we didn't choose the right players. Here, this is a national team that has been built for the last 10 years by Luis de la Fuente, not on purpose, but certainly, as we've been saying, 18 of the 26 that are here have been with him in the youth sides. So there is a difference. And you have to give credit to Argentina in one thing, certainly. They defended so well. They made it so difficult to beat them. We knew what we had to do, and we knew we were going to be patient. By the way, we have been patient in games in this tournament, and the goals have come. So you knew it could happen, but they made it really, really difficult, even at the end in playing with 10.
As you said, this is the culmination of an idea, of a collection of great minds coming together and putting a plan together for Spain to reach this point. But it's also what you said, and I remember you saying in a preview to this whole tournament, and you said, this is the team. Spain have got individuals, yes, but their collective is what is going to win them this World Cup. You were quite quietly, but very confident.
Because, Kelly, and what tends to happen after you win a World Cup is that way of playing is going to be fashionable. I don't know for how long, I don't know if everybody believes in it, I don't know if everybody thinks it's the way forward, but isn't it better to play this way, to know that they are good people, but because they're good people, they're able to make efforts for each other, open up space, running for each other, helping each other, supporting each other, and we're taking the essence of a Spanish football that has always been, which is the pass, into a sublime form that actually wins your tournament. So collective pass, intelligence, if this becomes fashionable, football can go to a different direction. Okay, Barcelona have done it in the past at club level, Spain has done it in the past at national level, but it would be good that others try it. Physique, great, you take it for granted almost, but if you add intelligence to your football, this is what gets produced.
Here inside the stadium, they're assembling the stage on which Spain will be presented with the World Cup. To the right of that stage, the Argentina players are sitting individually on the floor, heads bowed, exhausted, absolutely wrung out from the monumental effort to try and keep this Spain side, who've been so impressive throughout the tournament, at bay. Meanwhile, the Spain players over to our left, in front of that pocket of Spain fans, are wandering around, congratulating each other, hugging each other. The conditions, the tournament has taken it out of these players. Lamine Yamal lying on his back, just looking up into the air with his hands on his head, taking in the hugeness of what Spain have achieved here. And Chris Sutton, right from the beginning, Spain have looked like the complete team in this tournament.
Yeah, they have the football they've played, and you ally that with how defensively strong and organised that they have been. The goalkeeper is a cool customer. Unai Simon in England was saying, well, how's he playing in front of David Raya? But he's been exceptional. You think of young Kavasi, the centre half, who's been one of the players of the tournament, so mature, so composed. Rodri has probably been the best midfielder, and you can say Lamine Yamal hasn't got going, worked hard today, put a shift in, but as Guillaume said, they are and have been the best team, and it is good for football, and it's good they won today. And as much as I admire Argentina for all their fight and guts and housery, it would have been a travesty really had they got over the line today.
And you have to play to the way that gives you the best chance of success, and it's taken Argentina to a World Cup final, but they came up, Paul, against a team who've been so impressive all the way through. And as the Spain players are singing and dancing to the familiar strains that you can hear in the background of Viva España, they're all gathered in a circle, bouncing around and celebrating with each other. It's incredible how much energy you can have after you've won, when you've played the same game as a group of players who are now absolutely wrung out, Paul, at the end of this 120 minutes.
Yeah, and it's not the first 120 minutes that Argentina have had either, is it? I mean, this is the third time this tournament that they've needed extra time, and this is one that they were trying to take right to the end, right to the bitter end. They've not made many friends through this tournament, the way that they've played, especially against England, as we recognise that firsthand. but against other teams, the way that they've played, not necessarily played the beautiful game, as you call it. And other than the Argentinian following that they've got here, which is absolutely incredible, not many other neutral supporters over the tournament. And I think Spain, as we keep repeating, are more than a well-deserved winner, not just on today, but for the whole tournament. You look at the way that they've played, and say conceding 1 goal to win a World Cup final it's an incredible achievement to go all the way through. And actually, when you look at Spain's run to the final, Portugal, Belgium and France, they've beaten 3 world-class teams there. They've had by far the hardest run to the final, without a shadow of a doubt, and they've made light work. I mean, the Portugal game wasn't great, granted that did lack a bit of quality, but they've beaten Belgium and France on the way. So I mean, they're not easy teams to get to a final.
This is Ferran Torres addressing the crowd, but Mikel Merino has got an ice pack on his eye. Paredes was a disgrace at the end. There was a push on who was it, Garcia, and then he threw a punch, and Merino has got a black eye.
I think the punch was on Garcia, though.
Was it?
I think Merino, because that was from the Messi shot, wasn't it? Remember the left foot shot which he thundered. But Paredes, yeah, I mean, had they been as accurate with their shooting, Argentina, as Paredes was with their punching, they may have won the game.
Coffee in the morning, coffee in the evening, sings Bad Bunny, and I think there'll be a coffee in the morning, rum in the evening, and I think there'll be a lot of celebrating.
Yes. No coffee next time.
With the rum in this evening, after Spain have managed to get the World Cup, to win the World Cup again for for the first time since 2010. There are various presentations going on the pitch, and as you said, there was all that kerfuffle at the end. It was difficult for us to see from our position, but having looked back at the pictures and having seen what Alan Shearer has said about that in his commentary for BBC One, he says Paredes threw 2 or 3 haymakers into someone's face, went for them. We know how much it means, we know how much it hurts to lose, but there is a way to lose, and the reaction after the final whistle is terrible. However, what Spain have produced has been incredible. We're watching Lamine Yamal. We saw him lying down. The crowd, the cameras are focusing on him, Guillaume. He hasn't had the greatest of tournaments. He came into it injured. He's 19 years old, turned 19 across the course of the tournament. But it feels like it's more appropriate for this Spain team that actually the key performances have been from players like Rodri, who's back to his Ballon d'Or winning best, and like Alex Baena, who's been so impressive and whose work rate is exceptional. Cucurella, who's a player who probably has the most Argentinian style in him, which was very interesting when he came up against Simeone in this one particularly. It feels like it's more appropriate that they're the players who've put in the key performances.
All that is right, but I would have liked a little bit more of Lamine and Ferran not to miss a couple of chances that he had. And by the way, I don't know how you describe it, but Nico Williams' goal should have been given. I don't think the referee get a foul, but then we scored and then they did.
So I think he blew his whistle at the point where he thought the foul was made. It wasn't much of a foul, but having blown his whistle and ended the game, they can't then get VAR to look at something that is just a foul rather than a denial of a goal.
I was next to some Argentinians who were saying, you will say something about the referee now, because they really honestly thought that Spain would be benefited by the referee. And I told them about that goal, but okay, I won't mention the details of it.
I think I'm right on that, but we'll get one of our refereeing experts to double check, because that's not what I am.
In any case, I don't think the referee had any influence whatsoever, because we didn't allow it to happen. We passed the ball with fluidity. It's just that, yes, a little bit of Lamine, sharp of Ferran could have finished this earlier. But you're right. I don't know who the man of the tournament is going to be. I would give it to Rodri. He was absolutely outstanding. He's not only the guy that's run the longest in the whole tournament and in average per game, the amount of passes that he gives to beat defenders, he's at his sharpest, he's at the Ballon d'Or level, and he's the reference of the team. In fact, this is Rodri's team, absolutely. Pedri has suffered that. Pedri has had to come out of it because Rodri is in charge of this team.
Rodri is in charge of the team, and they are the team who have won the World Cup final. They've beaten Argentina by a goal to nil. Ferran Torres with the winning goal in this, only the second substitute to score the winner in a World Cup final after Germany's Mario Götze in 2014. And he did it as well in extra time. against Argentina. And John Murray, there are various presentations that are about to take place on the pitch, including things like the Fair Play Award, the Best Young Player. Just talk us through what's about to happen.
Yes, that's right. First of all, rather amusingly, the first award after this is the FIFA Fair Play Award. Well, after we've seen Paredes land a couple of haymakers in the aftermath of the World Cup final. Nevertheless, they'll draw a veil over that and hand out that award.
Are Argentina one of the contenders, John?
Let me just check on that. I'm not sure if they are.
No, I doubt it.
Yeah. Then the Young Player Award. Then there'll be the Golden Glove Award. I presume Unai Simon's won that game.
Yes.
Won that by
We
a
conceded
mile.
half of the goals we conceded in 2010.
Yeah, great point. Then the Golden Ball Award. And we know that Golden Ball, we don't know who's won that, but you reckon, and I think you might be right, that could well be Rodri, couldn't it?
Makes sense.
And then the Golden Boot Award, which we know will go to Mbappe, which very much helped him to score 2 goals in the third place match. But all matches count.
All matches count, and that's due to get underway in the next minute or two. But things haven't exactly been running to time across the course of this afternoon and into this evening. So we'll keep an eye on that and what's happening on the pitch.
Kelly,
and just bring you
Ferran,
a little more on what's happening.
Ferran has been given the MVP of the final, Ferran Torres.
So he has won the most valuable player in this final, and I'm not sure if that comes under the presentations that are going to be taking place in this one, but comes on and scores that winning goal. But we need to. We focus so much on attacking players, but we need to talk about that Spain defence and how secure they've looked throughout this tournament. I mean, in part, it is a collective effort because it's just not allowing the other team the ball.
I'm not sure how many centre-backs in the world will be happy to do the kind of things that you have to do as a centre-back with Spain, to be so far away from the goal, to give so much space in behind, to absorb pressure when you have the ball, to make runs. Twice, 3 times, both Laporte and Cubarsí did that. Cubarsí even shot. I think it was in the second half. So there's a bunch of things you have to do, but especially you are really abandoned very often in 1v1 situations with some of the best forwards in the world, and yet they just manage to do it. And it is easier when the guy that provides the ball to the Mbappés or the Messis has got a difficulty to do so. So then that line of pressure is very, very important, and how everybody reacts when they lose the ball. I mean, we've got this saying in Spanish, ball is ours, so when we lose it, go and get it, it's ours. And it has been like that, how we managed to just concede 1 goal. But yeah, I was thinking in 2010, only 2 goals. Defence takes you to a final, but I'd say it even wins you the final.
Guillaume, I'm just looking at the Spanish players who are forming that guard of honour. Argentina will come up to receive their runners-up medals first. Many of them, I notice, have got various flags draped around them, and I've just checked with one of your colleagues from Radio Marca, so they are the flags from the regions that they're from in Spain, is that right?
Either the region or the city. I can see a Valencian one, I can see a Catalan one, I can see a Galician one, another Catalan one, a Basque one. So yeah, they're happy to represent. Spain is a nation of nations. That's why it's wonderful in a way that in a day like this we will all be hugging each other, because we belong to one nation, but we have our own identity as well, and that should be respected. In a days like this, we're all one, though.
You said that before the game. You said that is one of the most special things, and about everybody gathering together to watch this World Cup final was that sense of unity, even if it only lasts for 24 hours.
It probably politically won't last long, but in any case, we always do this, or the players do this, to get their own flag, which they brought here, because they're saying, yeah, we're Spanish and we are this as well. We're Spanish and Basque, we're Spanish and Catalan, and why not? I mean, today nationality is so fluid. I feel Spanish, very, very Spanish today. I feel Catalan, I feel from Barcelona. I've got a touch of British in me. Why not? It works like this.
Scouser.
And a bit of a Scouse as well. I adopted a Scouser.
And that's what your friends can hear, that accent when you go back, that Liverpool accent. Look, we are just waiting for these awards to just finally get underway here inside the MetLife Arena, and at the end of which Spain will go up, the players will receive their medal, and they will be able to lift the World Cup for the first time since 2010. They've stopped Argentina, who got to the final.
The best youngster,
yeah,
Pau Cubarsí.
Yeah.
The best goalkeeper, Unai Simon, of course. The best player of the World Cup, Rodri.
And you're delighted.
And
Delighted with that. It's a well-deserved award, Guillaume.
It's a perfect representation of, as you said, of what has happened. People may not understand what he does. And for a while, Busquets used to do the same and wasn't even identified as one of the top 20, 30, 40 players in the Ballon d'Or, say, votes. But now everybody knows that the axis of this is Rodri, and deservedly so. After 2 years of suffering really with his body, wasn't giving him enough. The world has recognised that he is the best.
And they've beaten Argentina by 1-0 in the World Cup final. Tim Vickery, a South American football expert, joins us now. Tim, looking at those Argentina players, they look as though they have had every drop of energy wrung out of them, and they're just making their way over to the crowd. I think that's their families that they're just heading over towards in the crowd before they go up to receive their runners-up medals. Was this a group of players who did wring every last opportunity out of themselves over the course of this tournament?
I think it was. And if you remember the last World Cup, in pretty much every knockout game, Argentina dominated. Against Australia, dominated, little wobble towards the end. Against Holland, dominated, little wobble towards the end of the 90. Against Croatia, dominated start to finish. And against France, they dominated until the last 20 when France came back into the game in extra time. This time, they haven't dominated in any of the knockout games until the end. It's been cruel. It's been driving their way through on grit and flashes of intelligence rather than dominating the game in the way that Spain dominate the game. And I would suspect this, because they peaked 4 years ago, I would suspect that this means that we're seeing the last of Lionel Messi. You saw there that some of them, predictable names, I think, didn't take defeat very well. Credit to Lionel Scaloni, the Argentina coach, who got on that field and managed to get his players off and separate them, and so they can lose with a little bit of dignity. But they've lost to the clearly the better team. It was very, very one-sided final, wouldn't it, really? Football is such a strange game in a way, because it was very one-sided, but even in the last 30 seconds of extra time, you still thought there might be a way for Argentina to get back into it. Instead of which, I've just booked my ticket for a little party at Guy's mum's place there in Spain. So everyone's piling in there.
We're all heading off to Guillaume's mum's for a party. John Murray.
Yeah, the Argentina players, as I mentioned earlier, Spain had lined up ready with the guard of honour for Argentina to walk through, but because of all of these awards, this is going to be a lengthy process, and I think it's going to be something like 3/4 of an hour after the end of the match before we actually get the presentation of the World Cup. So I noticed that the Argentina players had left where they were, way over on the left side of the pitch, and were walking to the other end. And as you correctly said, I suspect that's where the friends and family are, down there on the lower level. But also something was happening down there, because there are some, whether they're police, I'm not sure, but a large number of police near the front of the stand were all gathered together, and whether there was a little disturbance or not, it was in that section, but it does now all seem to have calmed down, and the Argentina players who are there are now walking back onto the pitch to go back to the other end of the field for the presentation. So something happened down there, something happened, but it's not entirely clear what it is.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll let you know if we get any information on what's happened. But the Argentina players now making their way down to the other end of the pitch, to our left-hand side, where they are gathering ahead of the Spain players, who did actually form a guard of honour at one stage, but that sort of dispersed, and we're just waiting for everything to get underway. It was a huge moment in that game, Guillaume, for Ferran Torres to come on as a substitute. Only the second time a substitute has scored the winner in a World Cup final, after Mario Götze in 2014.
This is a youngster that when he was at Valencia, his dream was to be Cristiano Ronaldo, to be the best player in the world, to win the Ballon d'Or. And then went to Manchester City, and soon after arriving, he went to meet Pep Guardiola and told him, I need to go, it's not going to happen here. Even though he started making some good impact with the side. And then he went to Barcelona, and he's never reached those heights, really. He could have been by now the striker of Spain, but hasn't. And he went through a really difficult patch where he had lost confidence in himself, started going to a sports psychologist, and that's changed his mentality a little bit. All right, he's going to use whatever he's got in his hands, whatever he's given, to do the best of that. So he calls himself the Shark. If you go to his WhatsApp, the avatar is a shark, because he's got now, he says, a shark mentality. He will do all he can to maximize his potential. And on top of that, now today he's changed history. His history has changed, the history of Spain has changed, and this goal will be remembered forever.
There was so much made about the fact that when the Spain squad was announced, there wasn't a single Real Madrid player in it. That's changed because Marc Cucurella has now signed for Real Madrid. He wasn't when he was named in the squad. But Sergio Ramos has brought out the World Cup in order for it to be presented to the Spain players. And the negative noise that you can hear is because the US President Donald Trump is coming out alongside Gianni Infantino. It doesn't seem like they're the most popular people inside this stadium, but they're coming out to present the trophy.
Donald Trump, the President of the United States, has just made his way out, and I've got to say that was an adverse reaction at best for when he's greeted by a whole host of security guards. Gianni Infantino as well, you can see him with the white pumps making their way onto the podium that has been erected in gold and navy blue with a giant World Cup behind them as well. So the presentations are underway. He's walking very, very slowly, is Donald J. Trump.
About to get underway, and that guard of Spain players, John Murray, has formed once again.
Yes, so we will see all of those various prizes being handed out, but it's difficult not to take your eyes off the President of the United States. So the players are at one end of the pitch, to our left. Donald Trump and the presentation party, and Gianni Infantino actually arrived through one of the tunnels on the right-hand side of the stadium, and also the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is there in a bottle green outfit, the colour of Mexico, and the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, as well, is part of that line. But they're all ready now on the stage.
Commemorative medals to the match officials for today's FIFA World Cup 2026 final.
And as you hear, Slavko Vincic, such a proud moment. If you saw the pictures when it was announced, the information was given to him that he would be refereeing the World Cup final, and how openly emotional he was. Well, he walks up the steps, and we now see the order of the handing of the medals, and it is Gianni Infantino who will first greet the players, and it is Donald Trump who will put those medals around their necks. In fact, they're both doing it, Gianni Infantino and Donald Trump, to the various officials who are involved in this. So that looks, we now know the order, and then in the end it will be Donald Trump who will walk across, and the World Cup is there, the trophy is there on a podium which has flashing lights on it, and it was placed there by Sergio Ramos, and eventually that trophy will be handed to Rodri. But we'll see all of the Argentina players come up first, and as I say, the various awards, Kelly.
And we're just watching as the procession is organised, as Argentina are set to come through, and Tim Vickery is still with us. Tim, these Argentina players are going to be so stung by this defeat, but there are many of them within that squad who are kind of coming to the end of their careers, their international careers.
Yes, it's a relatively ageing side, isn't it? And I think, I'm sure that this will influence the decision of Lionel Messi to see, all right, Argentina had a day less rest, and that was a factor, but they were very much second best, weren't they? Very, very much second best. Well, they didn't record a shot of any kind until right at the end, and I would now be, on the basis of what we've seen today, I will be very, very surprised if we still see him in 4 years. It's possible he could get a spark between now and then, but you'd imagine it'll be time for Argentina to build a new side.
And there are young players still within that squad who they will be able to build it around. It's that there will be a natural kind of rebuilding of this Argentina squad.
Yeah, Scaloni has been planning for this. He's been looking well beyond this World Cup. So there are players like Nico Paz, who it's hard for Nico Paz, an attacking midfielder, had a wonderful season with Como in Italy. It's hard for him to play alongside Messi. That's why he's hardly got on the field this time around. But he's going to be an important player for Argentina's future. And there's a few that he's brought into the squad and had a look at and didn't bring to this World Cup. But they're already involved in the process. And whether Scaloni stays on, because it's been 8 years now in a very, very tiring job, and they all must be exhausted now, I think, Argentina. So it'll be a new era for them. But for these last 5 years, 2 Copa Americas, a World Cup in the middle, another World Cup final. Here's a team, as Messi said on the eve of the game, he said, whatever happens, this group of players have written a story that we will never forget.
John Murray, quite tricky to work out exactly what's going on and when it's happening at the moment inside this stadium, but the individual awards are currently being presented.
Yeah, an air of disorganisation about it. Pau Kubasi was announced as the young player. He rather bashfully stepped forward. Then he was sent to actually walk through the avenue of his teammates, who patted him on the head as he did so. Then he walked along the line, Infantino, Trump et al. And then he was presented with the Young Player Award. And now Unai Simon is doing the same thing. And he has got the Golden Glove. And he walks onto the stage. And that is captured for posterity. He's framed because they've also erected a 10-metre tall image of the World Cup in the centre circle. So Unai Simon, and as we know, it is the Spanish captain who is announced as the player of the tournament, and he walks up with a very satisfied smile on his face to receive his trophy, and actually Claudia Scheinbaum is presenting him with that trophy. So these are the individual trophies, and they'll announce as well that Kylian Mbappe has won the Golden Boot before we actually get the full presentation of the trophy.
But Guillaume, you were saying this is a well-deserved presentation to Rodri, a well-deserved award for Rodri in a real team that Spain have managed to create. He has been a standout player, if not a sparkling player, and if not a player of highlights and moments, but so important to what Spain do. And there was a point for him at which it felt as though maybe his career had gone because of injury, and because it felt like he maybe wasn't going to be able to come back from that to the heights. And now he's there receiving an individual award as a World Cup winner.
Totally. He's been talking openly about how last season, having recovered from the injury, he wasn't sure if he was going to get to the level that he was before, and had a conversation with Pep Guardiola, many conversations, but one in particular in which he said, Pep, let me stop. I need to just take stock of what's happened, get my body in the right shape. This is a World Cup, and the World Cup became the priority. And then having come back from I think it was like a month and a half, almost 2 months off, what you got was Rodri that was sharp, got injured for the last couple of weeks before the end of the season, but now he's at his best again.
And now, led by Lionel Messi, Argentina make their way up through that Spain Guard of Honour to collect their runners-up medals. And this, you would feel, Chris Sutton, has to sting for those Argentina players who, while they may take criticism for how they've approached this World Cup, have given everything.
Yeah, they have, and there's a lot to be admired. About the effort they've put in, the guts, the desire that they have shown. They never know when they're beaten. They were beaten by a better team today. This one is going to sting, but as I said earlier on in the tournament, I think this is a pretty average Argentina side to ones we've seen previous to this. Of course, over the holders last time out, but no, that'll feel a real sore one for them today, a real sickener, and you can just tell the players getting their runners-up medals and the body language, shoulders slumped. Yeah, that'll be a day to forget, but I think they can be proud of the effort and the endeavour they put in throughout the tournament.
I think Messi was thinking of taking his medal out and put it back on, almost as if saying, defeat is part of the sport. It does happen. We don't have to just be bitter about it, just accept it and move on. He has had in his career a lot of defeats, and he comes from winning 4 consecutive tournaments, so the sign of a captain that perhaps accepts defeats.
And Lionel Messi in tears on the pitch as he's left the podium now, as in standing in front of there are Argentina fans right round this stadium, but over to the right hand side is where the huge bank of them are concentrated, and they are waving their scarves and they are singing to these players, and Messi is in floods of tears in front of them, possibly because he knows this will be his last World Cup appearance for Argentina. There is a possibility that he might push himself for 4 years' time, where they will have a game in Argentina when that tournament is played across 3 continents. But Messi, inconsolable at the moment. Tim Vickery, thoughts on what he's given to Argentina and what he means to the Argentina fans, of course, but also to the rest of the Argentina squad?
Well, it all could have ended here in this very stadium 10 years ago when he very briefly retired from international football. How wonderful that it didn't, and that he achieved everything that he had with Barcelona. Late in his career, he managed to achieve that with the Argentina national team as well. He becomes the key reference for the future generation of players. If this is the last time that the World Cup sees him, it's not the last time he's mentioned in the context of World Cups, because future generations will be trying to emulate what he did. So if this is the last time that we've seen him, he's played a wonderful tournament at the age of 38 going into 39. He's left us with some stunning memories, and you can't win all the time, and defeat is a part of victory. That's always the way that it's been, and at least they weren't humiliated today. They fought to the end. Messi almost conjured them 1 or 2 opportunities right at the end, but it wasn't to be. The right side has won.
And as some of those Argentina backroom staff are nudged out the way by the crew who are unfurling an enormous Spain flag across the pitch here at the MetLife Arena, Spain, John Murray, are making their way up to receive their winners' medals and lift the trophy.
Yes, under blue skies with the sun still shining on this enormous stadium, 80,000 people, most of whom have stayed. Indeed, the Argentina fans as well. The Spanish players have started receiving their medals, but the Argentina players have moved away, and that clearly was a painful moment. The World Cup winners in Qatar 4 years ago, they had to, led by Lionel Messi, they had to walk past the trophy they lifted 4 years ago, and they've actually gone away to the end where the Argentina fans are. So they walk towards their dressing room, which is in the far right corner, and they have stayed on the pitch, and they are staring into the stands where the massed ranks of the Argentina fans are, and they are by the 100, possibly by the 1,000, the Argentina fans waving shirts above their heads, and Argentina's players actually looking at them and with their backs to where the Spanish players are receiving their medals. But the eyes fall back now to the line of Spanish players, the 26, with Luis de la Fuente as well, waiting at the back of that line. I mean, it is an extraordinary run that he has had as the coach of Spain. This is now 15 matches for de la Fuente at either a European Championship or a World Cup Finals tournament, in which they are unbeaten, a record for a coach. And he is waiting at the back of the line with Rodri, who's got someone to hold the award that he's already received as the player of the tournament. And we see the players coming up the gold and blue steps of this podium. It is across the halfway line. There is that 10-metre tall image of the World Cup standing behind the stage. Beyond that, there is the flag of Spain, another one of those flags that you've seen before the matches. So that is out there on its own. And we see the Spanish players. The next one up is Oyarzabal, who has finished as Spain's top scorer at this World Cup with his 5 goals, was substituted today. Then it's the teenager, one of the 2 19-year-olds, Pau Kubasi, who is next up in line. Just 2 or 3 more players to receive their medals before we will have the presentation of the trophy. Unai Simon, then Marc Cucurella on his way from London to Madrid after this World Cup to join Real Madrid. He is up there. Gianni Infantino has a big smile on his face as he lifts the the medal on the ribbon over all of that hair of his and places it round his neck. And then Victor Munoz, who is Liverpool bound this summer, and then Borja Iglesias as well, the number 26. So that is all of the players apart from the coach, Luis de la Fuente, this 65-year-old. He loves his history, he loves his Roman history. He's absolutely steeped in it while he's making history of his own, with no distinguished club record to speak of at all. But international football at the various age groups and now at senior level is absolutely his thing. And President Trump has plenty of words to say to the coach. Has to say on this warm afternoon, now evening here, he has looked very cool, Luis de la Fuente. And now it's Rodri who comes forward. Rodri, captain of Spain at this World Cup. Spain, the first country to win the World Cup for a second time in this century. And Rodri now, Donald Trump allows him to walk past, and we'll see. I'm assuming that Donald Trump will actually step forward and put the trophy in his hands. So the rest of his teammates are gathered around. Luis de la Fuente now joins them there, and he reaches the end of the line, and actually Rodri goes and gives it a big kiss and then walks away. And Gianni Infantino says to Donald Trump, come on, Mr. President, step forward. And they are actually, the two of them, Gianni Infantino, rather like the Club World Cup final last year when Chelsea won it, they are actually going to take the trophy between them, Gianni Infantino and President Trump, and they are going to hand it now to Rodri. And there it is, in Rodri's hands. The European champions of 2 years ago have won the World Cup now, just like Spain did in 2010. Then Spain triumphed in South Africa as Donald Trump walks across in front of them, pumping his fist. We've seen that before. And now Rodri turns and he holds the World Cup trophy. He kisses it again, and Spain have done it in North America. World champions, and what good world champions they have been. They've conceded 1 goal in 8 matches. A dominant team led by Rodri of Manchester City. And the golden glitter is pumped out by the machines behind the stage. And the Spanish players, Rodri with the World Cup trophy in his hands, they bounce up and down and then begin the process of handing it around. What fine winners of the World Cup Spain have been. And Argentina and Lionel Messi, they applaud and now begin to head away. And Spain can really begin their celebrations in earnest here in the sunshine in New Jersey.
Spain are the world champions, and it all came down to a winning goal from Ferran Torres. Here's how it sounded on Spain's Radio Nacional.
Aguanta Martín Zubimendi, apertura la banda derecha, Lamine Yamal, arrancando Lamine, toca atrás, va al centro, Nico, de cabeza, ahí está.
And that was the goal that won the World Cup for Spain for the first time since 2010. And the players still down on the podium, still celebrating. And now the backroom staff are down there. They're being joined by a cast of dozens as they all celebrate together. And that stage that they've assembled in the middle of the pitch is covered in gold glitter, and it is gleaming in the late sunlight here in New Jersey. The air is sparkling with gold glitter for the world champions. Guillaume Balaguer, listening to the commentary, watching that moment, how is it for you?
We won it twice in my lifetime. It's just an incredible feeling of having reached the climax of the sport we dedicate our life to. You have to say it like that. Everything we do is around weekends and games and meeting people and taking some of these people that you see on the stand there for dinner, or having chats late at night in Chattanooga about what was supposed to happen, especially after Cabo Verde. And some of them have been, all of them I would say, so open. Fireworks are coming out now.
We should say that because we're in America, that these are fireworks that we can hear going off around the building. But you're right, there have been so many moments, and a lot of them come down in this World Cup, not necessarily to what has happened on the pitch, but to those moments that are shared between people who have that same love of what they're seeing in front of them.
Yeah, it's quite clear that they have to shield themselves because there's a bunch of us, there's twice the amount of people, journalists, that there were in Johannesburg, and yet they've all found a time to just join us for a quiet drink. Some of the coaching staff, De La Fuente has had time to sit down with us, and it's like, all right, ask whatever, off the record. So they've been the side that has been more open of the whole tournament. We had an interview every single day. We had a press conference every single day. And on top of that, we sat with some of them to just go back to Cabo Verde and the fact that the football wasn't very fluid. How Pedri came off the lineup, how Olmo came on and made a difference, how instead of Marcos Llorente, Porro was chosen, how well or bad Lamine was and how hard he was getting for him to be sharp, how difficult it was for Nico against Uruguay to get injured again when he thought he was going to be important, and he had been 2 years ago, but he had a good spell at the end of this game. How Rodri seemed a little bit heavy in the first game, but they were telling us, don't worry. As soon as, basically, they told us that the group stage is going to be used now in World Cups for sides like Spain, or the big sides, to get the team sharp. So decisions will be taken just the team gets ready for the knockout stages. And that's exactly what happened. It's like, do you know when people talk about Pep Guardiola telling the players what's about to happen? They walk into the pitch and that's exactly what happened. They take in the emotion.
Roy Keane points out that when you have players as good as the ones that he's had at the clubs where he's been, they will not be unpredictable players. They will do exactly what you demand of them, and then the game plan will work out. But when you have the right players, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but what I was trying to say is that Pep reads the game so well that tells the players what's about to happen. So when it happens, they're not surprised. I feel the same with this national side. I don't want to call it's not predictable, it's just the fact that we knew we were going to control every game, which we have. We were superior to every team. In fact, I mean, we won every single game of the Euros and the World Cup apart from the Cabo Verde draw. Every single game has been a victory. It's a winning machine. And because I belong to another generation, I don't recognize these guys. Who are these guys? They're from Mars. But they just seem to be able to win in different ways too.
But, I am old enough, just like you, Guillaume, to remember a time when that very much was not the case. Yeah. And there was a point, wasn't there, where you did think, well, a bit like we've been saying with England, are they ever going to do it?
And we've been wondering how we went from one side to the other, if you like. And there is a psychological blockage of quarterfinals. In 2008, we'd be detailing the quarterfinals, a penalty of Cesc in the penalty shootout, and all of a sudden there was a release, and there was a confidence, and there was comfort that the idea was good, the idea was successful. So it was just a continuation of the idea and the process, and the people in charge, even though Luis Aragonés left, but Vicente del Bosque continued with the same idea. And then after Vicente del Bosque, in Brazil, for instance, it was like, look, we won everything, so let them, they're not ready, but let them just fail, which is what we did. And after that, we haven't got it right, but we've gone back to our idea. Once you, whatever idea it is that you grab with you both hands, England, just grab it and go for it, because eventually, you're not that far, it will give you success.
Guillaume, as well, speaking a little bit more widely, because there's been recent history, hasn't there, between the United States and Spain. Oh, yes. Will there be some amusement back home at the sight of Donald Trump presenting Spain with the World Cup?
It's just that Donald Trump seems to have the memory of a fish. He had a go at us, but he's forgotten. He's very happy sharing time with our players. But yes, there's a little bit of amusement about that for sure.
Guillaume, I know you can't go back to your mum's to celebrate, but there is a lot of celebrating to do this evening. So thank you so much for spending the time with us and sharing this extraordinary moment, this World Cup winning moment with us. Thank you, Guillaume.
I'll send you the address of the party if you want to join me later.
Always. And thank you very much to Tim Vickery as well for your company across the whole of this tournament, Tim. It's been a pleasure as always. John Murray, final thoughts on this extraordinarily long and at times strange tournament that's had all kinds of moments that we haven't seen before, from the huge emphasis on the celebrities, from the halftime show, from the big build-up to the closing ceremony, to the whole razzle-dazzle of the whole thing, and yet it all boiled down to one great team.
Yeah, it did, and that is the thing. And you're absolutely right. You know, whether it's the countdowns, whether it's the third place teams going through, the head-to-head deciders. Remember how we talked about that? And everything that happened as well, all of the political stuff beforehand, the visa issues, everything with Iran. I mean, looking back now, don't you think, particularly with the news of this weekend, isn't it extraordinary? We had a World Cup where Iran came here and played at the time that they are at war with the United States. So there was that. You know, we had the promise that it would be the biggest. They keep calling it the best World Cup. I'm not sure about that. I'm with Ian on that. We've had this discussion, haven't we, Ian, about whether this has been the best World Cup or not. But it's certainly been the biggest. They promised Super Bowl occasions, 104 Super Bowls. They did their best to try and do that. And, you know, there was so much else wrapped up in this. But some of the matches have been amazing. And the drama, the turnarounds, there have been very, very few disappointing letdown matches. And some of them have come during the knockout stages, but they have had the tension to them. And, you know, for Scotland, they've really left their mark on this World Cup, if not in terms of the result here. But we know that. We went up to Boston and we found how everyone had absolutely loved them being there. And for England, what a story that was. Not the story that England supporters wanted, but they went out with that, I don't know how to describe that match last night, but they went out with it. And here we are, Spain have won it, and it's great. With the individuals, the celebrities, the razzmatazz. It's a proper football team that's won this World Cup.
John Murray, Ian Dennis, Paul Robinson, Chris Sutton, thank you very much for your company at the MetLife Arena for this World Cup Final 2026. And that is it. After 104 games, the biggest World Cup, the longest World Cup has come to an end. From the Azteca to Texas to Toronto. Thank you so much for being here with us on 5 Live for the last 6 weeks. Thank you especially to our team here in New Jersey tonight, all our commentators, our producers, our engineers who've got us on air from various parts of the USA, Mexico, Canada, to our teams back at Salford, who've helped to make sure that you can hear voices from right across the world and bring you more than 400 hours of World Cup coverage from across this continent and every continent. If you thought this one was big, the next one is across 3 continents. We'll be building up to that one shortly, but that is it from us. Start spreading the news. Spain have won the World Cup. Good night.
Here we go then. Years of talking can now come to an end. The 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup is moments away.
Everyone's throwing their sombreros in the air. Chance for Quinones!
Brilliant start for Mexico.
Listen to that noise here. I never thought I'd hear anything like that in my home country. It's emotional.
Just had a mini earthquake here in Florida.
Have you?
I completely missed it.
So the United States launched their leg of the World Cup later.
Reina tries to poke it, pokes it brilliantly, and the USA have a 4.
It's a brilliant finish. Welcome to the Boston Stadium.
After 28 years, they're back. Zoltan again, tries to get the goal, it's in!
Well, if that doesn't send shivers down his spine, then nothing will.
Bolsinha, the 40-year-old goalkeeper, I think he's in tears, you know.
This is extra special.
Get these gorgeous little fairy tale stories. Is life going to change from here on in?
Good morning from New York. Oh, wow.
First of all, it's great to be here.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for being in our beautiful city.
The summer of 26, right, is already iconic.
Bellingham into the penalty area from the angle, shoots across goal and in! Oh, what play!
And that is why he is in the side.
Back to Messi. Plants his shot in, gets his hat-trick. What a story. Is he just going to keep being this good forever?
Wizard's header! What a magical moment for DR Congo! Another save from Rome, the goalkeeper.
I need a statue in Curacao, I think.
Messi gets the World Cup record! Cross comes in, Ronaldo!
The sausage bun that I had here is one of the best things I've eaten.
He's seriously pumped up.
It's a different kind of sausage.
What a showman.
Isn't he the greatest showman?
Dembele looks for the shooting opportunity, comes inside and scores. 3 goals for Dembele.
Steve Clark has stepped down.
This is a bombshell for everybody.
Germany, for the first time ever at the World Cup finals, have lost a shootout.
Eustáquio! Hear the cry of Canada!
Sidney Cabral comes on the inside. Oh my word! Oh my word!
I'm in disbelief at what I've just witnessed.
Holland! There you go! One chance, one goal! And Brazil could be on their way out.
There is nothing scarier than this man.
You can hear it, can't you? Guttural, deep roar of the Viking.
Kane finds a position. Oh, brilliant!
We are going to live the best game in this World Cup.
How long are we going to keep commentating on the thunder?
And a diving header is in for England from Bellingham!
Joel Kwanzaa is sent off. Hang on for this. 11 minutes of added time.
It's going to have to be one gigantic effort.
Pickford's touch is the last touch of the match. England winning the Azteca.
What a colossus performance.
What a drama from the first minute.
So one to create memories, I would say.
Vamos! Mikel Merino! And he's just sent Spain through to the last stage of the World Cup.
Zico has scored this time.
Enjoy yourselves, Egypt. You're 2 up against the world champions.
Enzo Fernandez has won it for Argentina.
Alvarez with a curling effort. What a stunning goal.
O'Neill's lost it. It's in. Bellingham yet again for England.
This is pure mentality. You can bottle it up and sell it.
Running in the fence, totally claims to jet stay.
Tory scores. The European champions, the best team at this World Cup, are in the World Cup final.
One game against an old foe away from a first World Cup final in 60 years.
Let us begin.
It's absolute bedlam down there.
Gordon scores for England. Scare 'em, scare 'em.
Are we on that slow clock again, John? I don't know if my nerves can take it. I'm actually shaking.
Enzo Fernandez, he's going to have another goal. He scored. It's the equaliser. Messi on the right. His cross to the back post is headed. What a turnaround by the world champions.
We're just missing that final piece.
France 4, England 6. Utterly astonishing.
Now these stories belong to each and every one of us.
That was Tom Cruise with a motivational speech for the ages.
We're underway. The 23rd World Cup final.
Oh, that's Enzo Fernandez. And the Chelsea midfielder is sent off in the World Cup final.
At first glance, it looks horrible, doesn't it?
Here's the chance, and it's in! Spain score in the first minute of the second half of extra time.
Well, you can't say it wasn't coming.
And Spain have done it in North America.